The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Finals day is here again. Every 3 days we have a finals day in the group stage, and it's crazy stuff really. 7 groups, 35 teams all taking part in the Champions League of European Cricket. Group B has been thrill-a-minute stuff really. The English invasion is here, but there's 2 other teams that are keen to rewrite the script here in this group. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League Group B finals day, and it starts right now. Dobrano, good morning and bienvenidos. Good morning and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN and all of our international broadcast partners. It's time for another big day of cricket, and it is finals day here in Group B. 4 teams remain. We had to say goodbye to the Mechelen Eagles of Belgium. Remember, there's 7 groups, 5 teams in each group. Only 1 can make it back for week 4, the championship week. We start with the Eliminator, Prague CC of Czechia. They finished 3rd. They're taking on Hinger, who finished 4th. They are from Sweden. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. In fact, a little bit earlier, Ian Ramage had the 2 captains right here.
Prague CC, you're the home team, so you will toss the coin, yeah? Hinger, you're the away team, you will call. Yes. There you go. Andalucía has been called. It's come to Andalucía, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss from Hinger, who will bowl first.
Hinger have won the toss and the Swedes have elected to bowl first. Doesn't surprise me really, because Prague, they have been pretty good on the chase, although there have been a couple of occasions where they've just messed things up a little bit towards the end. But Prague CC, they've been very competitive in all 4 of their games. They had the biggest win of their club's history when they beat Wimbledon yesterday, the English T20 champions. But, well, we know that they are a team that have the quality, but can they deliver in this pressure atmosphere? Lala was brilliant, name Lala. Dropped down the order. He was the hero yesterday, wasn't he, against the Wimbledon side. For Hinger, though, they're a very, very solid side. They've been getting better every single day, and they have made it into 4th. They had to work the hard way to get here, getting over the Mechelen Eagles in essentially an elimination final yesterday. And when these 2 met in Group B match 5, it was a pretty close one, but the Prague team just got over the line in the end. Let's talk conditions. Right now, it's a lot of sunshine. Not so windy at the moment. I don't know if that's going to pick up or not. Of course, the vortex has been a bit of a factor here in Group B, but expecting maximum temperature of about 18 degrees. Currently, it's about 11. Well, Rico Full is standing by. Can't wait to get going here. It's a must-win game for both of these 2 teams, and Prague CC sent into bat by the Swedes. So Hinger, they're bowling first after winning the toss. Rico, it's over to you.
Muy buenos días todos. ¿Cómo estás, mi familia? Y bienvenido de campo de Cartama. Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasriya akal, aibawan, vanakkam, and let's get ready for Group B finals day. We start with the Eliminator, Prague CC. After a very good over Wimbledon, they come into this match probably on a bit of a high against Hinger, and Hinger, a team that we don't believe have quite clicked yet with the bat themselves. Some early news coming in that Sher Ali will be behind the stumps for this one, as opposed to their captain Imal Zuwak. But I'm looking forward to this match. Also, you can see after a fine performance from the young 15-year-old Yassine Khan, he finds himself back in the side as well. So let's get ready to rumble. It's going to be the battle of bat versus ball. We are, of course, in Spain. This is the beautiful province of Andalusia. A very big thank you to one of our partners, the Junta de Andalucía. This is the Malaga region, the Cartama Oval. It is the field of dreams for European cricketers. Our official timekeeper, Norcane, will give us the nod, and we'll get ready to go. The umpires for this one, Nikresh Patel and Asad Ali. Taran Peters is the 3rd. Here's the first ball. It will be Iqbal to start. And it's good areas from Iqbal straight away. He's bowling to Saba. They stick with the same opening pair that got that win against Wimbledon. So Sabawun Daviti and Arun Shokan. Arun, of course, is well known as also the captain of Team Czechia. Iqbal again. That's nicely played. And Vinny made the reference to this, and it's going to be 4 runs. Beautiful timing from Saba. Doesn't try to hit this too hard, but yeah, it's a lot calmer so far this morning on the wind front. And that means that a lot of shots that did not go to the boundary yesterday probably will do here today. So nice shot, 4 runs. The first boundary of this finals day. And the first is followed by the second. 2 in 2. That's what they need to do. We didn't get, as you saw on the screens a bit earlier, 63% to 37% favourites by, well, that's what the computer is thinking. I must admit that probably will come as a surprise to some. Well, Prague CC, how can you forget the way they beat Wimbledon? More on that after this ball. Better areas, goes a bit fuller, but he's going to get a talking to here from the umpire. There he goes. Nilkesh Patel just saying, hey, come on. I'm just giving you a gentle reminder here, but if you keep doing it, I'm going to have to give you official warning. And that's when he'll have a chat with the captain as well, and he'll inform the batters. Okay, up in the air, and this will go all the way as well. Balle, balle, balle. In the zona. Shaka Lagya. Fist bump from Arun Daviti. Gets another boundary. That's the first maximum. It's a 2 4s and a 6 in the over so far. A very good morning to a lot of people on our chat first thing this morning. Hello to Kai Bai, Christopher Ward, Jeffrey Mobbs. I know everyone's saying the likes of Kroom and Gary Wheeler looking forward to an exciting Group B finals day. I think it will be. Bar now strays into the pads, and that's fine batting. Looking sharp this morning is Sabawun. We've seen him play a beautiful straight drive. He's hit a couple out on that the offside, and then just clips this loose one off his pads. 18 come off the first. This is the schedule of the day. What you're seeing right now is the Eliminator. One of these two teams, Prague CC or Hinger, will not make it through to the next stage. So they will be eliminated. The winner then has a tricky match up against either Wimbledon or Hornchurch, the 2 English teams that will be playing in the first qualifier. The winner of that qualifier will go straight into the Group B final later tonight. Who will be joining Gina Brescia, who have already got the golden ticket. That's a pretty good delivery, but he's a little unlucky. And it does get a little bit of bat. There's going to be 4 runs, but there's not a bad delivery first up to Arun. But the boundaries keep on flowing this morning, so it's a good start. It's I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised that it did go with Nisar Iqbal to bowl the first. Iqbal, I mean, he has bowled, but normally towards the bottom half of the innings, so that is a surprise to that. For whatever reason, holding back Nasser Buluc, that's another good delivery. I tell you what, this man, he surprised us all, hasn't he? As a Saeed Ahmed, normally he likes to back the ball in short. We know he's hit a few lids in this series, yet the first 2 deliveries that he bowls are full straight Yorker length deliveries, or maybe it's just that element of surprise that he's going for. Okay, now he's got to get it right to Saba, the left-hander. Well bowled, they're taking on the single. Now he's a little bit slow to go. And he's got to get down here, the fielder. Does very well backing up. Good bit of cricket. The 2 batters go straight away. That's good running. Saba sometimes can be guilty of not taking these on. The fielder picks up and throw, and there was always going to be difficult for the fielder backing up because he has a long way to get round, but he does well, gets a hand on it. Stops it going all the way. Short to 1, bat onto it. Yep, it's the call. They'll take another single.
Good bowling yard.
You probably heard that on the microphones. Good bowling yard, good bowling yard. Yes, not bad at all, is it? From Ahmed. Yeah, so interesting. No Buluc to open up the bowling, so maybe he's had a few control issues. We did see a number of times when he's been bowling up front, especially to the right-handers, he's had difficulty controlling the ball. He's been going down the leg, so maybe he feels that the new ball is just moving around a little bit too much for him, and that he prefers to bowl with the ball a little bit older. And we'll see how that works. He is, of course, a key player for them. Have a look at those percentages at the moment. Full, taking the single on, and oh well, in the end it's a great recovery. They'll take two. It was not the best bit of fielding first up there from Nasir Iqbal, who's not had a good start to the morning. Went for 18, and then he just tries to put his foot down on this. So they'll get a couple. I think maybe just waiting to see confirmation on how many balls to come in the over, I think it's, well, while they're deciding, we'll have a look at the standings here. This is how the team's finished. That will be the over. So the score 28 without loss. So Wimbledon did finish top of the group on their run rate over Hornchurch, even though they suffered that defeat. Hornchurch have only lost to Wimbledon. Those two teams, of course, playing qualifier 1. And then Prague CC, courtesy of that crazy finish when they beat Wimbledon, chasing 137 for 5. They needed 19 off the last, and well, 25 of the last 7 they needed, a 6 off the last ball of the 9th, and then it was Lala time as Lala went 6-6-6-6, winning the match, a famous victory for Prague CC over the English champions. So they'll always have that to remember, but of course, that at the moment is the back of their mind. All right, here we go, and it's a beautiful pickup. What a delightful shot. So that's how Buluch does come back on, and he's starting the third over. He strays onto the legs of Saba, and Saba plays a delightful shot. What a lovely shot that is. Beautifully played. You can see Arun. He's really talking to Saba there. I think what he's trying to say to Saba is, hey, look, you are our batter in form at the moment, and he is. There's no doubt about it. He scored a half century yesterday, 53 of 28, when he should have led Prague CC to a win over the Eagles. Slower delivery, that's well bowled, and a good comeback there from Buluch. And then we saw him score 44 later on, so almost scored 100 runs in the day. So he's in form, and you can see Arun there saying, hey, you're the man, stay here, get us a good start, and I'm here with you. 34 without loss, and it's fine time to welcome in to the commentary box to the one, the only, looking very dashing today with his golden shoes on. It is finals day to Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. He's arrived, hasn't he? These two had one of the all-time worst mix-up I've ever seen. It was almost like they were wearing just their socks. They crept up on each other. They were both at the one end, and I suppose the running between the wickets is a bit hit and miss with this pair, but still not a bad start at all. Yeah, interesting that Buluch doesn't bowl the first, but he still bowls early-ish, bowling the third here. This will be a good contest. It's the baby bull, Harun Ashokan, taking on Nasser Buluch.
Yeah, let's see if he gets it right to the right-hander. This is where he's had issues, controlling the swing, and he's been going down the leg side.
Gets it more or less right. Ashokan gets a piece of it. We'll just get a single. What a great game to start the day. They'll all be classics today. It just has that feeling. Group D finals day. We're expecting, of course, a lot of spectators here. Hit the weekend on the Costa del Sol. Yeah. Bright sunshine. Yeah, the wind. Pretty interesting. Just speaking to Kushal Mendon, the Czech skipper, before the game, he said, actually, we're pretty happy batting first because who knows, that wind could come back. At least our players can kind of hit straight down the ground without the hindrance of being straight into the breeze. 50-50 proposition at the moment. This game goes full, but too full. Davitsi is going to clip it away, and it was going to get 4. So, again, Buluch just not quite hitting his spots. And well put away by Saba.
Yeah, but you know what he's trying to do. And I just think here that Buluch, if it's not something's not working for him. If these Yorkers aren't working, look, that's a little bit high. Luckily, it won't be a no-eat. But still, you don't want to be bowling there to good bat, especially not to a batter that's in good form. So he's not getting that right. So I think he's far better off maybe just trying to hit the deck. You know, use the pace, hit the deck, and getting the ball to pitch.
Be pretty happy with 12 off Buluch with the ball to go. He wasn't happy with it. They will get 1 extra run. Now, there was a late keeper change. I think Imal Zuvak took a bit of a knock. very late in the warm-up. So it's Sher Ali who's behind the stumps. It's a bit of an emergency option, to be honest. That one goes straight through his Jake the Pegs, and after 3 overs, the score's 41 without loss.
Yeah, they've gone nicely. When you consider that most of the group hasn't been high scoring. No, we had a high scoring, a spectacular last night, 183 to 156 when Wimbledon beat Hornchurch. But other than that, it's been pretty low scoring. So, 40 in the power play, no wickets down. That is good for Prague CC. They've made a good start, and already you feel that they are really going to push Hinger here. Okay, so just getting this field right to Saba. We are out of the power play now, so you can have 5 out. I'm just having a look. I'll tell you what they've got at the moment. The square is back. You've got long on, and that's a great stop. Beautifully well done. That's excellent work from the young Yassine Khan.
Keeps his place in the team, Yassine Khan. Did pick up a couple of wickets late on. He's only 15 years of age. He's the youngest player to take a 5-for on ECN. Does really well, dives to his left, otherwise that's going to the boundary.
Yeah, now this field to Arun. You've got 3 on the offside. Very fine third. Point on the boundary. Long off, long on, and a square leg back.
Ashokan resumes strike. And he goes bang. And that's what we're talking about. That one's going to hit about 3/4 of the way up the sight screen. Powerful blow from Aaron Ashokan.
Very good shot. Now, these are the ones, Vinny, that maybe yesterday would have struggled to get to the boundary with the wind that was blowing from that way right into the batters. You can see here today is nice and calm. Well, the wind is calm. It's not calm in the middle. Arun, good shot. 6 runs.
Chopped and changed at the top of the order. They had Lala up there, their natural opener. But then with Lala's heroics in the middle order yesterday, I feel like that's where he's going to stay for now at least. Brilliant shot from Aaron. Now short and wide, and called a wide. I want to say hello to everyone on our international broadcast partners, of course. We've got a lot of people watching on Fancode in the subcontinent, as well as ATN in Canada, Fox Sports in Australia, Streamster in Austria, Swiss Sport TV, as well as Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Sports Deutschland, La Liga Sports TV in Spain and worldwide. Slower ball picked and just knocked away down to deep square leg. Of course, not going to forget our viewers on Star Times in Sub-Saharan Africa, NBC in the Middle East and North Africa, and Sport and France. With our French viewers, of course, we've got the French invasion to complement the English invasion coming up as the 50 comes up, and the 50 partnership for Prague CC.
Saeed working hard to try and get the breakthrough.
Been good, Saeed. Goes short, almost knocked Davitzi's head off. Luckily he gets under it.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times from Saba. He's not the most happiest with the short ball. Look, straight away, he's taking his eyes off it. He's taking a bit of evasive action, so that's one for the over there from Saeed. So, yeah, Saba, I'm not saying he can't play the short ball. I mean, he can, but the one that's straight at him, he struggles with.
Yeah, it's well directed. Now follows up with a slow ball. Does him like a dinner. Arun has a false idea of how fast he can run. It was picked up cleanly by Sher Ali behind the stumps.
That's going to be pretty key. I mean, Sher, right, he stops that one, but he doesn't look that confident in his glove work there. I think he's standing a little bit too far back.
He's an emergency option. They're a bit light in the keeping, I'll be quite honest. Even Zuvak, he's more of a batter that can do a job for you with the gloves. Now waits on another slow ball. Brilliant fielding. That's 2 excellent infield stops that we've seen. This time it's Farhad Momand that makes the stop, and Prague CC take 20 of Saeed Ahmed's 2, and they're 51 without loss after 4.
Yeah, that's good bowling from Ahmed. He'll set it for that. He would have hoped to have a wicket or 2 for his efforts, but in terms of his economy, he's very good. But you're right, some good fielding there from Hinger, and that is meant that this score stays around about, I would say, the average mark here at the moment. They'll be looking for a good over to finish the halfway mark with the score under 60, whereas, of course, Prague CC would really want to break out in this one.
Plenty of batting to come as well. Prague CC have been kind of breakout team in this group. Now, of course, they've had a lot of success domestically, but it's a different thing, I think, when you pit them against champion clubs in competitions that might have more clubs and maybe a generally higher standard of competition across the board. But anyway, Sami Rahmani to bowl over number 5. This is chopped down straight to point. Good running, they go straight away. I've got to say, they have improved a lot That sounds a bit funny with their running between the wickets because we had a couple of catastrophic runouts yesterday. But I think Davitsi, I'm going to give him props. Sometimes we're critical of his urgency out there, but I think he's recognised that, and there was no hesitation to go through for the single there.
Yeah, Romani was very good yesterday with bat and with ball.
Gets this down to long on. Well covered down there, it'll be just a single. Yeah, well, we're on wind watch, I think, because when the wind comes back, we've seen the quote-unquote vortex, which is basically the deep third and even straight behind the batter. Those balls really flying because the wind has been pretty strong for most of this week, and typically it's been right behind the bowler. Right now it's calm. He throws the hands at this and can't catch up with it.
Good delivery, yeah. Samuel Romani yesterday in the win against the Mickelin Eagles, 47 of 16 and then 2 for 12. These two teams have played before, and it was Prague CC that were victorious in a scores of 122 to 128. Prague CC winning with 4 balls to go. It's up in the air. There's nobody there. There's going to be 4 runs. It's a nice shot. That's well directed. And they're keeping this man back. 2 men back on the leg side for Saba. I think Saba now has exploited that part of the field on, I think, 3 occasions. So they might be thinking about making a change here. If the bowlers can keep the line outside he's off, I think you're better off having, it's a better option to have a fielder out there just stopping that boundary.
I mean, he really loves that shot, and I think the longer he's in, the better he plays it. He just seems to hit a lot more of them. Yeah, the ball before, probably 50-50 job. But Romani got the call, but he doesn't get away with the next one. Let's say a quick hello to everyone who's watching in our Superfan chat. I know that Chris Smith is in there, Kroom watching, and Chris Ward. A lot of people from the UK. I'm not surprised with the English invasion here in Group B with Hornchurch and Wimbledon to play a little bit later on. Hello to Wayne as well, who's watching from Australia. And hello to everyone, of course, watching on Fox Sports. Well, 1 ball went into the bushes, 2 balls come back. Don't know what they got up to in there. Anyway, a couple to come in the 5th. Again, it's that kind of wild heave. And that might have been the field. They did plug that gap and they left deep mid-wicket open. Davitsi goes for it, misses out. Yeah,
it's clever. It's I think the field change is good. It's a good delivery. He goes wider as well, Romani, and angles it into Davitsi. So Davitsi not getting the room that he likes to play on the off.
Pitches up. Davitsi just gets the mat down in time. He'll retain the strike and will hit the end of the 5 over mark. The score is 58 without loss. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network and all of our international broadcast partners. Rico Fort with me, looking fantastic today. A bit golden here because it is finals day. Only indeed. One team will earn the right to come back.
Yeah, it's gonna, and I know a lot of people in the fan zone and also on our chat are very excited about today, and they feel that it's going to be an absolute fantastic finals day. And I agree with them. I think this match has got a final feel to it, hasn't it? And then, of course, we've got another helping of Hornchurch taking on Wimbledon. Now, yesterday they provided us with an absolute humdinger. Everybody's waiting for the next match as well.
They're calling it the District Line Derby because 2 teams that wouldn't ordinarily play each other in London, they are here in Spain. The last 2 years T20 national champions. Anyway, we'll see them a little bit later. Right now, 2 teams playing for survival. Again, this is good running. I've got to say, Davitsi's improved this part of his game a lot, with the odd exception. But just those extra runs, if you get 1 or 2 of them and over, instead of just eating a dot, I think it passes the baton. And Ashokan has actually struck the ball pretty nicely so far, although he hasn't had too much of the strike.
Yeah, he hasn't. You can see that, just 8 balls. That's a clever slower ball again from Baluch. It was ill-directed, and I think Saba spoils a wide there. Okay, Baluch will go pace up for Arun, I'm sure. Does he sneak this in? No, he doesn't. It's going to be called a wide. He did pitch up once to Arun, and then Arun blasted him straight over his head for a magnificent 6. So he's going to be wary of that. But we haven't, for the pace that he has, he doesn't bowl too many short deliveries, does he, Baluch?
That's right. He's a swinger, really. That's a slow ball, and Arun is going to be gone. He picks it, but he just doesn't get the contact, so Baluch takes the pace off with good effect. It's Saeed Ahmed that takes the catch, and we have our first wicket of Group B finals day. The opening partnership is broken at 60.
Yeah, it's been a good little passage of play, this, for Hinger, because we know that the power play was 41. The next over from Saeed was a good over. They only went for 10 runs. The last over, just the 8 runs from it from Samuel Romani. And now Baluch gets a wicket here. So they've come back well. Remember I said they would have liked to have been around about the 65 mark at the end of 5, and they were kept down to that. So Arun, I think he's probably decided here, quite rightly, Benny, that there's no point sticking around with all this batting to come. I'm going to have a go. If I don't click, I make way, and somebody else could come out and do the damage. And talking about somebody who did some damage, well, this man, Naeem Lala, certainly did find his form yesterday.
Interesting. They put Lala up at 3, and he's then regular opener. The wind didn't really suit him, I think, opening, but now effectively will feel like he is because he's got Baluch steaming into him. And he's going to go on the pull straight away, and he's going to absolutely launch it. Well, that's 5 in a row for Lala because he finished the game with 4 Maximos yesterday in their history-making win over Wimbledon. And, well, the next day, it's much the same story. What a shot.
Yeah, good shot. And a little bit too short from Baluch. And maybe it's a slightly slower again, a similar sort of delivery that got the wicket of Arun. But Lala doesn't make the same mistake.
Typically, he's really strong straight, but just the wind has taken that shot away from him a little bit. Does Baluch pitch up now? He does. Confident looking drive, but he'll only get a single.
All right, go back to now Saba. Now Saba's got to do the same. He's got to have the same mindset as what Arun had. Got to get going, got to get the boundaries going. We've got to get this acceleration in. The last couple of overs belong to Hinger. We need to go back on top here with the bat.
Vitsi, left-hander to left-hander again. Well, now they're going to go on a slight fumble from Sher Ali, and they're going to get away with it. There's that urgency again. Lala takes a little bit of a risk, but steals the strike back.
I think this also shows just how important the wicket-keeping role is. I mean, you haven't got your number 1 keeper behind the stumps. You've got somebody who's doing a makeshift job, and that's going to cost you a few runs, and we've seen that already in this contest.
Late injury to Zuvak means that he hands the gloves over to Sher Ali. He just joined us. Lala gets a decent Yorker, and I think if you are offered 1 for 22 from Baluch, you probably take it in this cutthroat game. Prague CC, they had 69 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, so once again, I think Hinger probably going to be the happier team at the moment. We did see those percentages almost get to 50-50 at one point, but I think Hinger now probably once again we'll see it more in their favour. And I think what's happening here now? Are they doing a retirement?
They're retiring out to Vitsi.
And that is a major decision.
That's very interesting.
He's on 40 of 24. You know, I'm all for retired outs, but I don't think I quite like this one. I don't think there's a need for it.
Time will tell. They've decided that Davitsi has done his job, and you can see he's not thrilled about it.
Oh, that's a really tough call. Yeah,
here's the thing,
this is a really tough call.
Comes down to this. I think he's sucked up too many dot balls, even in that 40 off 24, and they feel they want a different option with 4 to go. So you've got the luxury of choosing, I suppose.
Okay,
and
let's see if it works out.
They've got Katawala out there.
I don't want the camera in the tent. It's a good delivery. It's misfield, though, from the youngster Yassine. If he stops this straight away, they're not taking the run.
You know, I know it's brave, but I can see the thinking behind it. He's going at 166 strike rate. I know he's played some great shots in there, but he's also missed out a lot. He's missed a lot of balls in there. So and if he hasn't quite hit his straps in 6 overs, what's to think he's going to do it in the last 4?
But here's a question for you. I mean, Catalana could prove me wrong, but I wouldn't have. I can understand making that move, though it surprises me. But I wouldn't have gone for Katawala to be the batter that comes out.
These two like batting together as well. But then let's say Katawala does fail here, but then you've got the Beast to come in next.
That's what I'm talking
you've
about.
You're thinking Beast. Look,
I'm thinking Beast or Ramakrishnan.
Yeah, Ramakrishnan.
Because remember when he came out when they needed quick runs, he went out and he blasted it straight away. So it's a
could have gone for another left-hander,
Yeah, it's a surprise.
Anyway, this is going to fly up in the air. It's going to run away for 4. So Katawala does get a boundary first ball. Well, one thing I often am critical about in especially finals and elimination matches is you don't want to ever look back and say, you know, could I have done something differently here? And Davitsi's got him so far, but I think if you actually look at the run rate that he went, the run rate the team's going, it's probably a little bit under. So they're saying, look, we think we've got that explosivity in the middle order. We want to get it out there by choice. Ramani. Another another big hack, and Yassine picks it up cleanly, but can't prevent the single.
Yeah, it's been good bowling from Samuel Romani. He really has sort of picked up the game, hasn't he, and raised the standard for himself the last couple of matches.
Poor Sabawin, though, if he had visions of raising the bat for the 50, it was quickly scuttled as he was given his marching orders for 40. Full toss.
Look at the height on this. It's called on the field. It's called as a no ball. So it was high, no ball. So the license now for Gadiwala to go the full Monty. You want to make the most of this.
Yeah, he's not tall. That's the thing, Lala. So even that, it's one of those ones. It's one of those ones that is borderline, but we know that they're very strict on those types of deliveries. Now wide, so it'll stay as a free hit. Lala thinks about going, but thinks against it in the end.
Look at Sher Ali here. He gets the glove onto it to stop it, and then he's scrambling. It's like he's trying to get his legs moving. It's like the legs are doing the wheel spin. Watch this. He can't get moving. Look, he can't get. Look at him. He says, "Yeah, that's what happened."
Yeah, he got there in the end. Well, still a free hit. This is going to test the fielder down there. Does very well to pick it up and keep it to a single. Yeah, Sher Ali's a guy, I have seen him keeping a little bit at club level, but it's rarely by choice. So he's a guy that used to have the automatic keeper, right? I bet they go for the automatic keeper right now.
By putting him behind the stumps, you lose an option off a bowler, don't you? Really? Well, we're talking about Sher Ali and putting him behind the stumps. Well, he hasn't taken too many cleanly, but when it comes off the bat, there's no mistake. So Romani gets the wicket. That is the end of Lala. Well, Lala's going to go Lala time because it's bedtime for him because he's out of here.
Yeah, a little feather. So Lala starts well, but that's pretty much going to be the highlight of his innings here. He'll go for 10. Caught behind by Sher Ali. And that's the thing. Sher's a good fielder. He's a good cricketer. So he actually has pretty good technique there. Just takes it on the inside hip. Makes it look easy. So Romani gets the wicket. Lala, probably a bit of a loose stroke, if I'm completely honest. Trying to muscle that one off the front foot. But he is the third wicket to go down. The second by choice. It is 80 for 3.
Time for the beast, Vinny. Sudesh comes out there. So we see Naeem Lala go back. So he started with a 6. But 6 balls is what he gets for the 10.
I want to say quick hello to Saurabh Gilitwala, who said Lala will change the game soon in the chat, and then quickly deleted it. Anyway, this one is going to be full and outside the off stump. This is the beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe. And he's one guy that we have seen do some pretty amazing things, but hasn't been his most consistent week. End of the 7th over, Prague CC at 80 for 3. Tonight's going to be exciting because we'll add another name to this list. Gina Brescia, of course, they came from the 2 seed spot to win Group A.
Tonight's the night, everybody, and it is the weekend. The happy weekend to everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. Of course you are, because you're tuning in to the European Cricket Network, and this is the Champions League of cricket, the European Cricket League, as we call it, and it's Group B finals.
Here's the other thing, if you're not aware, Davitsi, because he retired out, he cannot come back and bat. So he is a wicket.
Yeah.
And it's not like when someone retires due to an injury or illness, where they can come back at the fall of a wicket. Anyway, Katawala faces up to Zazai, who grabs the ball for the first time, and he's going to hit this one towards the fielder, and it's an incredible catch down there. Well, Nasser Baluch, he feels the impact, but he makes an impact. Katawala goes for 6. It's 80 for 4, but maybe some concerns. Baluch falls heavily on that shoulder.
Yeah, no, that is definitely would be a concern, because don't forget, as he's bowling on, so it's a great catch, but it's just the way he's landed here, and I wonder if it's as he's hit the ground pretty hard, and it's a great catch. This ball is dipping. He does wonderfully. You can see there. The only good thing is it could have been worse. This Cartama Oval, that outfield is nice and softy. So it's a great catch. So getting Katawala out there doesn't quite pay off. He did get a boundary of 4, quite luckily, off his first delivery. He'll go for 6 or 4, and maybe now it is the time. Yeah, it is. Sharon Ramakrishnan goes out. This guy is underestimated for me by Prague CC.
Yeah, they still bat him, I think, too low. He's at 6, but he's been good. He's been in form. This innings it's kind of a bit like going to a fast food restaurant at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's doing the job, but It's probably nothing that they're going to remember too fondly so far in the first 7 overs. On track for 116 according to the score predictor. Make that 115 now.
Well, there we go. It's well, I think he may have he's scratched himself a little bit there as well. So
all right, well,
here we go. Come on.
Here comes the spray.
Can I have one of those? Can I have one? It's a proper massage.
It's not the spray, it's the lotion. It's the magic lotion.
I think 12 is on the field for the moment. While Baloo gets
don't worry, he's
the
not on the field. Well bowled. Zazai gets it up in the block hole. Ramakrishnan just has to keep it out.
It's massage time. Oh, well. I tell you, I could do one of those first things in the morning just to get me going. I didn't know they did massages, you know. I thought it was just a spray.
Yeah, fell heavily. He's a key player, you know.
Oh, बस कर हमें नखरे पूरे कर दा आपने नखरे नखरे उठ कर. He just wants. कितना लड़की आ गई है मेरा थोड़ा massage हो जाए मैं खुश हो जाऊंगा. Come on, get up, get on with it. Another slow ball. Okay, he's in the air. We'll have to look at the height on this. So the catch has been taken. I'm looking both the umpires. They want to get this checked here. They'll ask the batter just to hang around for a moment, but it could be another wicket. Ramakrishnan could be gone for a 2-ball duck.
I think
Let's wait and see.
I think it is gone. You know, it's a ball that's dropping. Look at that. See, it's dropping. And I think with that trajectory, it's coming down below the waist if he was standing up. So, no luck for Ramakrishnan. And you reflect now the retired out. They hope that would change things. It hasn't really. Hasn't gone necessarily south, but it's kind of flatlining this innings a little bit, isn't it? Prague CC are 5 down now. They're 80 for 5. Well caught in the deep.
What clever bowling, really, because I don't think the batter's quite expecting it, and he gets 2 slower deliveries on the spot. The Yorker full on, and this one's another one, but it's a bit of a slow full toss. And Ramakrishnan says, I'll have it, but he doesn't. It's going to be a duck in the eliminator for Ramakrishnan.
Doesn't waste too many balls though, just the 2. It's well bowled by Umran Zazai, who has 2 for none off 3 balls. Ravi Solanki comes out to bat. He's going to get some bat on this, into the gap, that's 4 runs. Prague CC feel like they need a big finish here to get up to par.
They definitely do. All right, Solanki gets a boundary. Remember, the beast is still out there. He's only faced the 1 ball, so they can get the acceleration going. And just pushes this pretty wide. There's Zazai, that is well met by Solanki.
There's our umpire Nilkesh there. Probably had visions of diving and taking a big 2-hander to his right, but does the right thing and steps aside. Fielding has been good, Ronnie. Just putting a comment in about the fielding standards improving every year. Couldn't agree more. Pitched up, hit hard. That's found another gap, you know, and well fielded by Saeed. He closes the gap just in time and keeps it to 1.
Saeed is a good player, isn't he? And they're lovely to talk to him off the field of play as well. We will have a little chat this morning. He's a lovely lad. Well done, keeps it just to the 1. All right, the beast, he's got to go boom shakalaka.
Tries, it's a short ball, it's kind of armpit. Might go for 2 here. They are going for 2. That's pretty well judged, although they have to hustle. They have to hustle, I should say, as we get to the end of the 8th, and the score is 87 for 5. Just quickly, I want to say hello to Danush. He said, Rico, on point with the Hindi commentary. I'm very jealous of your language skills, Rico. Also, I want to say hello to Harry and hello to Rostam Ali, who is writing in after a long time watching. And there's been plenty of cricket to watch, Rico, because don't forget, earlier this week on ECN, we went past 5,000 matches broadcast, and that's in under 4 years of full-time cricket broadcasting. And when we say full-time, we mean it.
Yeah, quick and fast. Quick and fast is how they come. Yeah, 28 Vinny of the last 3 overs. The need to really push for the last 12. Got to try and get, for me, still got to try and get to that 120.
Need a big over. Tarek Zuvak hasn't bowled in the innings so far. He's bowling the 9th. And Ravi swings away. This will curve away from the fielder, and it's 4. Well, he's been a little bit of an injection here. We haven't seen too much of him with the bat, but I hear good things about Ravi Solanki. And that's a couple of boundaries he's been able to strike away now.
Yeah, error in the field, though, for me. That's twice. You're bowling to the left-hander. You're giving him a bit of width. I don't mind that. But set the field. Get that backward point in there. You know, move everybody round 1. That's what they've got to do here.
Moves a bit now, but still a lot of open space out there. Slower ball, locks him up. Get away with it.
Well bowled by Tariq. First time I saw Tariq bowl really well. It wasn't quite at his best yesterday. Was a little bit too short, but that's what he's got to be.
Yeah, you might say, well, why isn't he swinging at that? But he was hoping that was going to be a wide and get it again, but it just snuck inside. Well bowled by Tarek Zubak. That one does not sneak inside, so it will be a wide. ECN wide rules. Ball's judged as it passes the popping crease, and it needs to be completely inside that blue wide line. Even if a little bit of ball is on the line, it will be called.
Changing the field now. This is better for me. Third goes back a little bit wide, backward point back. The man who was at square on the boundary or mid-wicket comes inside.
Looking straight here. Goes over the offside, and it's classic Bermuda triangle. Great effort down there, but they're not able to pull it in. That's Imal Zubak, and he is on the field, just doesn't have the gloves. I think he sustained a minor injury in the warm-up. Don't know what it was, but I had to guess. I'd say it'd be the fingers, something like that, but he's not able to pull that one in. They'll get a single.
Yeah, Nasser Bullock is also back on the field of play after his massage. So he seems to be okay. All right, so keeping it now nice and tight. Nobody on the boundary on the offside, only long off. So interesting. And now wanting to come round the wicket. Oh, I don't know about this.
Don't know if I want to do that to the beast. Let's find out. Zubak. Well, that missed by a long way. Well, kept by it, Cher. Let's give him some props.
He actually moves his feet pretty well.
He's a natural. He's a natural, whatever he does,
Watch his movement here. That is really good movement. Yeah, it sort of glides across, doesn't it?
He's a good bowler, and we haven't seen it with the ball, have we?
And he can swing the ball.
Helix is asking, do we have a cake to celebrate the 5,000 matches? Well, believe it or not, the spectators did bring us in a cake. Did you get something on that?
I never did. I was being good. I saw the message and I thought, if I go anywhere near that, I'll polish it off.
It disappeared pretty quickly. I can tell you that much. Anyway, Zubak tries again, and the beast just flicks it away. Field's well placed this time. Just a single. It's a funny little innings, this one, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be a little bit under. Prague CC, let's not forget, their bowling and their fielding has been pretty elite in this series. They held Hornchurch to 109, for example, the other day. Yeah.
Their fielding and bowling, you're right, has been sensational. And if they bowl the same way that they have so far in this series, then it's not going to be easy, these runs. And that's why every time they get a boundary, every time they get something, it's going to make a big difference. There's the youngster again. What a moment for this young man. I mean, Yasin Khan, when I saw him this morning and I shook his hand, he was gleaming from one side of his face to the other, because he had a wonderful match yesterday, picked up 2 wickets. He's full of confidence, and he's now made a couple of very vital stops in this one as well.
Yeah, very well done by the youngster. Last ball of the over. Big swing and a miss, so the angle does the trick in the end, and a very good night from Tarek Zubak. Only concedes 9, and PCC needing that big finish. They're 96 for 5 after 9.
Yeah, it's not good to see. There's probably a lot of people. I know that Prague have a lot of supporters, a lot of fans around the globe that are watching and just sort of gritting their teeth and biting their nails at the moment. Say, come on, what's happened? Because it wasn't a bad start. Remember, I said 41 off the first 3 was good. I still think, I know a lot of people are going to be talking about this. The retired out there of Saba, I got to admit, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't think it was a bad rate. And I think Saba, you know what I would more likely have done to Saba? Maybe they did. We don't know. I would have more likely said to Saba, you got 4 balls. 4 balls in your off.
I'm neutral on it. I mean, if he had 4 balls, it would have been exactly the same as all the other balls. He was trying to smash everything. He was missing too many. I'm neutral on it. I mean, this is going to be the start of the last over. This one cramps Solanke a bit. Just the one.
Yeah, Omran Zazai, who bowled a beautiful 8, just the 7 came off it. Picked up a couple of wickets and starts with just a single. So at the moment, I mean, Wimbledon 73% to 27. They started, remember, 63% favourites. All right, changing the field. I'm not sure I like this move so much. Third coming up. A lot of going in that vortex. And when he's swinging like this, I don't know. This is a brave move.
It's interesting because at the round the wicket angle, kind of fake left armour angle, I call it sometimes, worked on the beast last over. Sazai beats the outside edge again. He's just playing down the wrong line there.
Yeah, he's got to use his feet. Exactly, Vinny. Got to use his feet. I'd like to see him take a little step forward and then play the same shot.
This isn't going too far. Take one. Beast just hasn't fired. I mean, what you're doing when you're retiring to Vitsi, essentially putting a vote of confidence in your middle order to fire. Now, it hasn't really happened. That's the thing. Now, if they did fire, then it would look like a very good decision. If they haven't, then it probably looks like the wrong decision. But it's hard to judge decisions by the outcome because it's a one-off game. So
Yeah.
I can see the thinking. I'm not that critical of the thinking, but one thing's for sure. Solanke's trying to put this one out of the ground.
Oh, it's going to be a no ball. It doesn't even. I don't think this pitch is on the pitch, or was it the height? One or way or the other.
It's
No ball gets called.
It's called for off the pitch. Check it out. Just misses the surface.
Yeah, so. All right, this could make a change.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to swing at it anyway. The difference is, like the sky ball, for example, instead of potentially being caught, you might be able to pinch a couple of runs out of it. First thing, though, you got to hit it. Solanke misses. He can't get a run.
Such good bowling, I have to say. I've been so impressed with the bowling of Oman Zazai. Romani, we know that he's good. And Tariq Zuwak got a good over in there as well. Buenos dias to Varun Prasad, and a talented left-hander that we'll see here at the Cartama Oval as well, who also is saying maybe it's not the best of ideas to retire Sabah.
Yeah.
It's definitely a talking point.
2 to come. Doesn't beat the bowler. It should be a run out. And it gets Solanke out the way, run out for 12. They decide to change the strike. You know, it's easy to say, to criticise the batting, but the approach is there. I just think they've really bowled well in the last stage of this innings. You know, mixing up their pace, getting their angles right. Solanke becomes the 6th to go, and it's 99 for 6.
The other thing I'll mention here while the new batter comes out is, yeah, you're right, the bowling has been quality after that, let's say after the 4th over. That 4th over from Saeed was such a good one. But remember what started this. There was a little passage of play where Prague CC were playing good shots and Hoodingham made some really good saves. Saves in the boundary. They stopped boundaries. So what should have been 4 became 1. If those went to the boundary, the momentum would have continued and Prague probably would have stayed on top. But those runs not happening, those boundaries not happening, they starved them off the boundaries and then the wickets fell. So you've got to give a lot of credit to the fielding and the bowling here.
And don't forget the other night that Hoodingham lost a bunch of early wickets.
Yeah.
There were also a few runs in there. So, you know,
They're not batting well, we know that.
This is going to be a tricky 100. Because here's the thing, they're going to chase it like they're chasing 150 anyway.
Yeah.
That's their approach. And if Prague CC can take a few early wickets, this game is certainly not over. As the Beast will have one more opportunity. Goes over the wicket. And again, well, this sums it up. Beast's going to be caught. And it's just an unhappy time for Wickramasinghe out there. And Prague CC in the end, they don't quite crack the 100, but they do set 100. They're going to finish 99 for 7.
Terrific effort, it has to be said, from the fielding side. It really is wonderful. Only 40 runs coming off the last 5 overs. It was 59 off the first 5. Great effort, but they know the job's not done. They can't be overconfident. They haven't batted very well in this series. We know what they can do, but you know, somebody like Sher Ali and the captain Zuwak could go out there and knock these runs off without dropping a wicket. That's the sort of form we've seen them in at times, but in this series it hasn't been that. They've gone out, they've played shots, they've got out, they've been rash sometimes. So Prague CC, yeah, they're going to be down here, but their management and their coach and their captain has to pick them up pretty quickly and say, hey, it's only half time. All right, we haven't got a lot of runs on the board, but just look what we did against Hornchurch. We restricted Hornchurch to 99. We restricted big teams to just over the 100. A little bit more effort, a little bit more, maybe a bit of luck on our side. We can go and defend this.
Yeah, they'll have confidence they can do that. I'm telling you what, they'll be throwing every single fibre of their being. But it was a bit different. Davitz against the new ball just seemed to hit the ball a bit more crisply. And look, the thing that we could say about this innings is there's only 19 in the last 18 balls. So they really held them at the end. But early on, this opening partnership did set up what looked like it could be quite a competitive score.
18 came off the first over, don't forget that. Saba, you know, he went ballistic in the first, but what a comeback it was. I mean, that was a great hit. That was Lala getting his first ball, and we thought, here we go again, because that we know was 5 sixes on the spin. This is Daviti. He is not happy as he's digging up the Cartama turf on his way back.
But
and I'm glad we didn't follow him into the shed.
I'll say this, it's very easy to be an expert after the fact. And let's just say, I'll say Sabo was batting average. Nothing average about that catch though from Baluch, although some concerns as he landed heavily on his right shoulder. But Prague CC had the confidence that they could do something more than average with their middle order. Now, I didn't work out, and it's so easy now to say, oh, that was a terrible idea. I think, I thought at the right time it was worth trying, because you'd hate to then just kind of stagger to this kind of a score saying, hey, we didn't bat so-and-so, we didn't bat so-and-so, we didn't bat Ramakrishna, we didn't bat Lala, we didn't bat the Beast.
Yeah.
Now, the fair facts of the matter is that they just didn't click in those last 5 overs, and that's the mystery. You never know who's going to be good on every given day. But I tell you who was good. The bowling of Hinger and their death over bowlers, they restricted. I think you think of the boundary stops that they made as well. No real clangers in there. And in the end, 100 for Hinger to keep building and make the top 3 in the group. Although Prague CC, I just got a feeling this game isn't as one-sided as it might appear, as they don't quite crack double digits in the first half of the Eliminator of the Czechs.
Yeah, let's have a look at the scorecard. Here it comes up. So Saba, the Ritzi, well, that's the talking point, and I think that will probably go on for a while. He gets to 40 and off 24 deliveries, and they decide to retire him out. Aruna Shukran played some nice shots for 17. Lala came out there, 1 big 6 he went. But then have a look at the rest of that scorecard. And the scary part of it is the number of balls used to get to the runs that they got to. Nobody really got going at all there. So that's a real shame for Prague CC. But it ain't over. It ain't over, because when you look at the bowling here and the bowling figures coming up, we know that Prague CC are more than capable of putting a similar performance in. I think the likes of Sudesh Wickramasakara, he is going to be fired up. It hasn't gone well for him with the bat, but he'll be looking to make amends coming out there with the ball. And look at that, 3 wickets there for Omran Zazai, obviously involved in that run out as well. I think he was brilliant. I think the bowlers, the likes of Samuela as well. And also, look, I want to give Saeed Ahmed a shout as well. He's bowled very short so far in this series. He proved to me today that he can get the ball right up there. He bowled some really good Yorkers. I think when you look at that, the captain's got to be very, very happy with all of his bowlers. They performed well. He's got to be very happy with the way they were in the field. They were tight. They stopped runs. And that scored quite easily. It could have been about 125 if it weren't for some of the fielding that they did. They were super hot here. It's an eliminator. You got to be. Remember, one team will survive, one will not. One team will get a chance to try and keep progressing and go all the way to the final. The other one, we have to say goodbye to. Prague CC, 99 on the board, so 100 required for Hinger to book their place into the next qualifier. Who will win? Who will lose? Only one way to find out. Stay tuned. Myself, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu will be back in about 10 minutes to talk you through the innings of Hinger.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back to, well, a very important match in this Group B finals day. It's the first match of 4. It's the Eliminator. Prague CC, having been put into bat, have got 99 on the board, and doesn't look like it's going to be enough. One thing we do know, though, is that Prague CC, they have been fantastic with the ball. They've been stronger with the ball in general than they have with the bat. So this is not going to be easy. You could say the same about Hinger. They have been stronger fielding and bowling than their batting. The batting hasn't clicked. Two men that are still waiting to get big runs on the board are making their way out there. To Sher Ali, we know all about Sher. He's got into the 30s, but he hasn't looked the part. A lot of swinging and missing. And then, of course, their captain as well, Zuak. He hasn't really made any contribution as yet. Or maybe he's waiting to do it in the very important Eliminator. This is like the biggest match of, well, it could be the biggest match of the career of the history of these two clubs. Whittingham, they're playing in their very first European Cricket League. Prague CC know all about it. They're never qualified before past the group stages. We know that there are big champions when they play the European Cricket Series back in Czechia, but they've never really made their mark on the big screen. So this is a huge, huge match for both these sides. And we know that Swedes and Czechians around the world will be tuning in to see how this goes. Not a lot of runs on the board, but can they be at their best in the field? Any chance that comes their way, they've got to take, and they're hoping for those 50-50 calls to go their way as well. It will be Zishan Azim who's going to open up with the ball, and he will be bowling to Imal Zuak, who is going to take the first ball. Welcome to everybody. Here we go. So played and no run. Yeah, he hits that pretty well. So I don't think the run's on there, but you can see the fielder straight away saying to the bowler, hey, if you want me to have a shot, get me on the stumps. Get me on the stump for me. Needing an incredible power play. Prague CC. Played away. Oh, misfield. It will go for 4, you know. That is not what you need. That's disaster. And I remember I touched on towards the end of putting them in the field, and I said how good they were in saving boundaries, turning what looked like it's going to be 4 into 3s. And no, that's not the start you want. That's Kemal Mutter getting that completely wrong. So 4 runs to Zuak. Zim once more. He's walking at this one rather than standing still. I think he's excited by the fact that both men straight, mid-off and mid-on are inside the circle, so he wants to get that big shot in straight down the ground. Also, he knows there's no wind here today. The 2 men that are allowed out are on the leg side, square leg and mid-wicket. So he wants to go down the ground, misses it. It's in the air, it's hovering, but out of reach of the fielder. They'll take 1, thinking of 2. Probably is 2 there. Sher Ali, he's not the best of runners. He has a look, thinks about it, and then he only decides to maybe think about the 2 once the fielder has finally got the ball in his hand. It says no, they'll just settle for the 1. There'll be a few nerves here for sure from Whittingham as well. I think until they get a couple of boundaries under their belt and start to motor, they'll feel the pressure for sure. Zishan Azim, he can spark some joy by picking up a wicket, especially a wicket of Sher Ali. Nicely played by Sher, just the dot. Listen to the screams. Screams of joy when there's no runs off a ball. They need this over to be a good one. And at the moment, they're keeping it under the required rate. With the ball to go, it's only 5. But still, I feel you win this match by taking wickets. A bit of conversation now with the bowler and the captain. Very important last ball. Get the feed and share. What are we going after this? He does go after it and he gets it. It will go all the way. Manos, arriba, arriba, arriba. Bolle. Inna zona. Shaka Lagya. They needed it and they got it. And that's got to be, well, they're saying that's 4. I thought that was 6. I thought that went all the way for 6. Yeah, it has been changed now. It is 6. So 11 on the first. So they're where they want to be. They're where they want to be. As Vinny Sandy comes back. Vinny almost got the perfect start.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zishan Azim comes in. We haven't always seen him in the team, but he's a very good bowler. We saw him playing for Bohemians actually last year, but he's a good pickup for PCC. 22 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, could this be a nail biter? Hey, I've got little shades of, Albi's Army, the Swedish side. They chased 67 to win in the Group D final 2 years ago, and this is a bit more than that, but it's certainly one you think they should do fairly easily in the modern game. But look, 11 off the first over, it's pretty much a draw. I just think that Prague CC, they're not going to let this go too easily, and something about that finals pressure. Hinger, though, they'll have that attacking approach. That was another fence fail, by the way, at the end of that over. It went about 70 metres onto the football field. Anyway, here's the beast. Didn't click with the bat. Can he do it with the ball? First one is glanced away. Mita has to make up for last time, and he does. Nice stop there. They'll get back for 2. Yeah, just little things. Starts matter, don't they? And Mita got a slightly unusual bounce that he couldn't deal with, and 1 became 4 last over. Not the start they wanted, but this is a good stop.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, makes amends a little bit by chasing that one down, keeping it to 2. It was nicely played by Zuk as well. He got tucked up by Suresh.
I'm going to see the back of Emil Zuvak, and instead they'll see this ball get horned away over fine leg. Maximo! Just not quite the zip we see from the beast sometime in that delivery, and Zuvak puts him away.
Yeah, there's the old MJ swivel. Oh, as he launches into that one. It's almost like he's expecting it. The one before he just sort of tipped away, and this one's been smashed away beautifully. And Shea liking that shot, and बहुत बढ़िया shot मारिया. Jabardast.
That Albi's Army game, believe it or not, it was the 4th of March, 2022. So in 2 days, it's 2 years. It's hard to believe it's exactly 2 years since that game. Of course, the Swedish side made it through to Championship Week. The only Swedish club to ever achieve that. Hit and hit past the fielder. That's 4 more. Well, Emil, he's one guy. He's just an uber aggressive, uber talented hitter. And well, having to collect the Grizzlies from all around is complex at the moment, but there's 4 more.
What did Tizer do there? Did he spill the coffee or something?
Well, the thing is, all the balls, the ones that are collected from the jungle, there's some sort of system. They always end their way back up in the officials' tent. So sometimes when they get thrown in, I think a couple get mishandled into the bush. Oh, it's a really good shot again. Slightly held back, I think, but he throws the hands anyway. 4 more. This is turning into a really big over.
Yeah, it was aerial, but it was in the gap. There's no conscious effort being made to keep that down on the deck. It's all about hitting it hard and just starting to see some of those shoulders from Prague CC starting to drop. These boundaries hurt them. They've raced on to 27.
Already up to 95% here, hitting it. Now this is going to find the gap as well as 4 more. As the second goes magical, an alarm bell sounding for Prague CC.
Good hitting. I mean, we've seen shots now. We've seen the straight hit. We've seen the clips on the leg side. We've seen the hook. And now we've seen 2 tremendous shots being played out on the offside. And the captain, Zuak, starting to show what he's made of.
I think you're ready. It's already looking like it needs some sort of uber collapse here to be competitive. Hinger, the kind of team that could implode just the way they play. No signs of it at the moment. Last ball the second. Zuvak is 30% more careful. Takes the 1, retains the strike. Probably smart cricket there, and it's 32 without loss after 2.
Yeah, an expensive over from the beast. 21 comes from it after the first one from Zishan, went for 11 now. This is now a bit of an issue for the captain. What does Mendon do here? Does he go back to Azim? Does he try something different? You've got to try something different for me. You've got to think, right, we win this match, we're taking wickets. I had to have a look around and say, right, okay, who's going to do something different for me? Who can make things happen? Maybe a little bit of spin. I would go straight to Naeem Lala because I think he's been your player of the tournament so far.
Looking at the table, they're Wimbledon and Hornchurch tying on 11 points. They'll meet in the 1 versus 2. Prague, 2-2 record. Picked up points in all 4 of their games, though. Competitive against all opposition. Of course, they beat Hinger in the night match on day 1 in Group B. They've gone for Padmaraju here, another kind of specialist early over bowler. But yeah, I would have thought that it could be time for spin. It's just because Prague CC have relied on their spinners a lot. They've done the job. But really, whoever it is, they're going to have to bowl very well. Let's see if Naveen can provide a turning point. The ups and downs of the 3-day group on display. Not a bad start by Naveen. Slightly tight one. But they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, good early call there from the captain. Yeah. Shouts Imal, and Sher Ali responds, gets to the striker's end. He's only faced a couple of deliveries himself.
Hello to Monica. I know that she was supporting Gina Brescia the other night. She was very, very happy when they qualified. I'm sure Gina Brescia will be watching pretty closely as well as the first team through. They get to have a good look at all their potential opponents over the next couple of weeks.
Young Louis Bruce in the chat as well. Hello to you, Louis. Hope you're well.
Naveen's got down here. Is it just a shoelace? It's just a shoelace. Puts immense strain on the shoelaces. Seen bowling.
Trying to get behind the bowl. I'm liking that from Prague CC. Don't go flat. Don't go down. Keep buzzing all the way to the end, boys.
Oh, that is hit up, and there's nobody back there. I think that's gone all the way. Maximo. I'm calling it here. Diana got a pretty good look at it as well down there. Let's have a look on the replay. It's either 4 or 6.
I think maybe
we're about to find out.
Maybe just before. Well, ask Diana. Diana will know. Well, you said there's nobody there. Well, Diana was there, and then she had to be pretty nimble on her feet to get out of the way, the ECM photographer. So, decision has been given. Now, he wants to move the field, but you can see Arun saying no, leave it. So it did go all the way for 6 runs. No, so they do make a change now. So the bowler gets his wish. I don't mind this field set to share. We know that he likes to go in this area a lot. Square comes in.
Well, he walks at it, and he's going to get it. That's gone all the way as well. Maximo, back to back. That's a tough place to be, and maybe it was time to change that pace, take the pace off. We're almost halfway there. We're only a quarter of the way through the 10 overs.
Yeah, good, nice shot from Michelle. Look, using his feet. It's a different game when you do. Comes down a couple of steps, gives himself a little bit of room, hits right through the ball.
This is where Prague CC, they need to pull together as a team. If they go down, they go down, but they need to throw everything at the Swedes here. You just got to try and win the next contest. 1 wicket at a time. There's still 54 to play with. I know when you see guys whacking 20 and over, it looks like a done deal. But there's going to be nerves, I think, for players that have to come out there. If you can get these 2, maybe you can open up the middle order. This time they'll just get a single. Opening partnership is now worth 47.
Yeah, good. I like the way that the 2 batters, especially Imal, is talking to Cher when Cher played and missed the last ball. He's talking to him and saying, hey, remember what we talked about? And that's exactly what you're saying that Prague CC need to do. Wicket-keeping is key here behind the stumps. Adite's got to keep talking, got to keep the boys G'd up. The captain has to, no matter what.
Now this time, slow ball picked and hit. 1 bounce 4. The 50 comes up for Hinger. Right now, they have 1 foot in the afternoon session.
Yeah, 2 power plays. We'll see them like for like, and it will be Hinger that are in front by 10 runs, 51 to 41. Both teams at this stage hadn't lost any wickets, but you can see that there seems to be just a little bit more power in the attack from Hinger at the moment. And this is a good start. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is the best start that they've had to any of their innings so far. It's one thing that we always said, Vinny, we know all the sides in this group. I mean, we can even talk about the Wimbledon Eagles, Prague CC, and also Hinger. We know they've got firepower. It hasn't always clicked, and Hinger, well, maybe they're starting to find their firepower at the right time.
Yeah, well, Pierce Fletcher in the chat. Of course, we'll see him for VOC Rotterdam, but he says there's every chance Hinger could win this group. So many players that can get on a heater. They've just got dynamic player after dynamic player. And maybe the extra pressure bringing out the best of them at the moment. Naeem Lala does come out to bowl in over number 4. Needing a dramatic turnaround, the Czechs. He's been bowling. I think now we've had a look at him as well during the group stage. You know, you're not waiting for it to get tossed up. He's bowling fast.
You can be smart here if you're Hinger. You can say, right, we know what he's going to do. He's the danger man. Hey, if we're going to stroke him around for singles, let's do it. We're way ahead. I don't think that's the way these two bat. It's not the way Sher Ali bats, but I think he's come on and over too late.
I'd just be playing him like a medium pacer. You know, I think he never really throws that one up to keep you honest. But he has been good. He's been really good at hitting the block hole as well.
He's been
with
great.
That pace on ball. There it is again, and this time it threads the needle, and Sher Ali with a bit of touch. He's not all crash and bash, is he? Big Sherry, he gets 4 more.
Yeah, and maybe the beast here, Vinny, without being unkind, showing a little bit of his age, just not able to get down here quick enough. He's very slow going down, and the ball gets past him.
The effort was there. I mean, yeah, it was a fair way away from him. It was probably slicing away even further. Well, Louis Bruce saying, oh, they're cricket on Sunday. He thought Sunday was a rest day. Well, Louis, those days are gone. We are 7 days a week here.
No, it's not.
On ECN.
Sunday's a rest day.
I know what you're going to say. Now, this is hit straight to the fielder, and he's dropped it. Oh, that was a dolly, really, and sums it up for Prague CC at the moment. And to rub salt into the wound, they're going to get an overthrow.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Remember I said everything has to go right, and you have to create a bit of luck. First, it was that misfield in the very first over when Zuak got his first boundary, and now this one. You got to be swallowing that up. And that's got to hurt. That's Naveen putting it down.
It really does hurt a lot. And they've prided themselves on their fielding so far in this tournament. Now short. It's like a bouncer, and it's going to bounce off the bat, and it's going to get dropped in the crowd. Well, Maximo, but heartbreak in the fan zone. Heartbreak as well for the Czechs. It's 6 more runs.
Yeah, it's that short one, but it's really well played. And, well, he's going to blame the rucksack on his back. It could have been a great catch. It's not to be in the fan zone. In the 60s now already. Jamal on 37.
Now, hit away off the back foot. They'll just get a single. This is just the nature of 10 over cricket, isn't it? You know, some games go one way, some games go another. You can put the same bunch of players out there 24 hours later and have a very different result. That's what it's looking like at the moment. Don't forget the Czechs. Some injury issues with Ritik Tomar, of course, taking that blow in the helmet the other night. Probably their premier pace bowler, Samira Mataranga, as well.
Yeah.
Bowled very well, but then split his webbing, and that's put him out as well. Lala frustrated. He throws the ball into the turf as his over goes for 12. There's a missed opportunity in there. It's 63 without loss after 4.
Yeah, you got a feel for him. I still think in this group, Vinny, that, you know, we've seen some class bowling. My pick of the bowlers in this Group B has been Lala. I think he's been fantastic. I know you've seen more of him than I have. You know more about his batting, and I heard you talking a lot about his batting. Didn't see it until yesterday. So now I know just what a strong player he is all round. But on the bowling front, he's bowling throughout this group. It's been magnificent. He's caused problems for every single team.
Yeah, it's just the approach and the confidence of not only Lala, but all of his Czech teammates out here. I know that there was a lot of buzz in Czechia. A lot of the feedback came to me that they were very proud that the Czech club was able to beat the English T20 champions, Wimbledon, yesterday. Right now, it's a tough day. It might be a short day for Prague CC, the way things are going. I think you've got to stick with spin. I think they will, as this is going to be Ravi Solanki to bowl over number 5.
You can see the guys just trying to rally around and say, come on, boys, come on. You know, and you're right. You're right. It's been a great adventure for them. They had probably the highlight of maybe the history of Prague CC when they got that
Well, it has to be
against Wimbledon yesterday.
Has to be.
So you gain away with something. But don't let yourself down at the end. If you're going to get beat, well, don't go down without trying. Well, it's, he thinks he's caught it in his pads.
Yeah.
He's got a little smirk about him. He knows there's no bat involved, but he says, well, why not? This is going to be a nice little highlight here. It's a swing and a miss, but the pads do the job.
Different type of spinner, isn't he, Solanke? There we go. Use whatever you can. Takes this on and gets it. Again, the wind's not a factor at the moment. It's going to bounce off some of the machinery as Zubac goes large. Maximo! And the Swedes get 6 closer to victory.
It nearly puts a hole in the hose there, the giant hose. Don't do that. There'd be water everywhere. Good hit, powerful hit, and you're right. No wind blowing this way today, and that is just going to keep on going. And, yep, the fence is there for a reason. Just what? We don't really know. All right. The field is not quite ready. Nice to see that the Wimbledon boys are...
I wonder if the wind's coming today, because it's calm.
It's very calm.
It's calm. I
A lot
noticed
of cloud as well.
Yeah, notice it driving in today. This one's shot a little bit too wide. I'll just settle, take the one run.
Yeah, it's a lot of cloud about as well. I wonder if we're going to see some of the big seamers of Wimbledon or Hornchurch getting that ball to really seam around, because it's that sort of day, isn't it?
Tosses it up, challenges the batter. Can't quite get the middle on it. Zubac will move to 45. Hey, so Prague CC will see them in the European Cricket Series in Czechia, which is scheduled for the second half of June. But I can tell you they're on an active streak of 19 ECS wins in a row, and there's 2 trophies in there. Their last win actually rolled by United for about 50 or something like that. That was 2 years ago now. Oh, that's hit pretty well as well. Some early catching practice for Wimbledon. In fact, they won't be able to catch it. It's gone miles over them. Another fence fail, and Maximo. 6 for Sher Ali.
Yeah, well, the fence will do the job for the rugby ball, but not the cricket ball. Really good shot. Gets down on one knee, and he just absolutely crunches it. Hey, talking of Prague CC, and of course, Prague CC from Czechia, I want to give a big shout out to all the Czechia women that have been playing some really good cricket at the moment. Hello to all the Czechia women. I'm sure they're tuning in because they love their cricket.
I bet they are.
And it was great to see them in Barcelona, where they took part in the ECIWs. Played some really good cricket as well.
Well, then I'm going to say hello to some of the Swedish women that were playing in the first ever ECIW just at the start of last season. They've got some very good players in there, and a lot of women's cricket. Good club scene in Sweden as well. This will be the end of the 5th over. 78 without loss after 5. Just quickly, if the Prague CC team can get another win, they'll equal Alby Salmi, a Swedish club, with their ECS record wins in a row. This is what's coming up in his qualifier 1. It's the District Line Derby. That's what Kevin's calling it. And very, very creative. I like that. Wimbledon versus Hornchurch. Looking at that, Gordon does come back in for Hornchurch. He didn't bowl all of their bowlers last night. Both teams 3-1. They finished on an identical point score of 11 points. Hornchurch winning the toss and electing to bowl. Well, they did bowl first last night. They kind of got whipped. But we know they've got a few options they didn't use. So that's coming up, and it starts in around about, carry the 4, about 40 minutes time. There you go. Here's Lala back for a second over. And he's going to start by getting smashed away. More catching practice in the fan zone. Almost. That's lodged in the trees. Sher Ali moves into the 40s. Hey, I was just going to say as well, so Alby Salmi had that record run of 20 ECS wins in a row. But do you know who stopped the run? Hinger. So there's a little bit of history being created involving these 2 teams.
Liking the batting of Sher Ali this morning. He's not just standing and swinging. He's moving his feet around beautiful. Hello to everybody in the chat. Well, I hope you started your Saturday with a delicious egg muffin on National Egg Muffin Day. Oh, nothing better than an egg with melted cheese and a slice of ham nestling in the middle of that warm buttered muffin. So yeah, National Egg Muffin Day today.
Now he wants to get funky, and he does. No fine leg. This is going to be a good race between man and ball. Mehta does well to chase it down, but he can't prevent 2. Egg Muffin Day, hey?
Yeah, National Egg Muffin Day. And I know there's one that you'll enjoy even better, though.
Good.
And banana cream pie day. I know you like your bananas.
That is true.
Banana
I'd probably go the egg muffin. I'm more savoury, you know. Sher backs away and gets one here. I tell you something for Hinger though. These two, think about how rusty they looked 2 days ago. What a difference a couple of days can make. They looked under-practiced, which is to be expected.
And let's face it, Hinger, we haven't seen them bat. We've seen them slog and swing the bat. We haven't seen them bat. It's the first time that you can really say they are looking like a team that can be dangerous. I mean, both of these guys have batted so well. And remember before the start of this innings, I said this could go either way. Hinger, they're the sort of team that these two could knock the runs off, they lose no wickets, or it could be a real scramble. And it looks like I was like the first time. That's beautifully played. And even though there's 2 men back there, nobody can stop this. This is a glorious stroke. Well, Imal Zuwak started well ahead of Sher Ali, but Sher Ali now is catching it up pretty quickly. What a delightful shot that is. Beautifully played.
That was belted. That was an absolute bullet, wasn't it? So closing in now. If this was a bonus point game, looks like they would actually do that. And believe it or not, we only had 2 bonus point games out of 10. So a lot of close contests in there. This will be a wide. Lala does the variation, take a bit off that. There's Asad Ali, a.k.a. Armani. Looking stylish as well. If you took that hat off, he has a fantastic haircut under there. Can't show it, unfortunately. That one's launched as well, and it's almost done. That'll tie the scores. It's 50 for Sher Ali as well off 18 balls, and the Swedes are flying through this eliminator. It's 99 without loss after 6.
Shaba, Kinna, Sona, Shakka Maria. अपने शेर आली ने अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली बहुत जबरदस्त प्लेयर है मैं काफ़ी बारी देखिया है नो ਜਦੋਂ खेलदा ना स्वीडन ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਹੰਗਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ खेली ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली सी अच्छा परफॉर्मर है जितनी भी खेलदा रन जरूर मारदा उनेरी भी फॉर्म होगी that's a really good knock from Sher Ali. I was just saying I've seen him play in a lot of places and he always performs. Don't forget he made a little cameo in Barcelona as well back in December 23, came into a side and scored a half century. He's a good player. He scores runs and it's nice to see him moving around. He's using his feet. He's looking the business here today and Hinger, they're looking the business as well.
All right, it's almost done. And get through at least one more ball. I mean, you got to take your hat off to Prague CC. And some days it's your days, some days it's not. But they have been outstanding the way they've conducted themselves, the way they've tried to bring that professionalism into their game. But they'll get another ball to talk about it. That win yesterday over Wimbledon, I mean, that's something that they will remember for a long, long time. Not just PCC guys, but all across Europe.
Wants to do it with a boundary, does need to bring up his 50 as well. That's the plan. And he will.
Yeah, he does. And fittingly, it goes with a Maximo. Unbroken opening partnership of 100 plus will do this. So twin 50s for these two. And Hinger start to show us what they're really made of. A couple of days is a long time in ECN cricket. And right now, the Swedes are the first team through to the afternoon session. Qualifier 2. And of course, they'll meet the team that doesn't win the next game. But right now, Hinger, are they just clicking at the right time, Rico?
Well, based on what we've seen this morning, yes, they are. I think they were tremendous with the ball. The only question mark I had really was with Nisar Iqbal opening the bowling. I didn't understand it at all. It didn't go well. It went for 18. But after that, they really sharpened up their game plan. They were superb in the field. And it's the fielding, really, that gives them this victory. They fielded brilliantly. They kept the likes of Prague CC to under 100, and then these two, as I suspected they could, go and knock the runs off. It's great to see two good batters, two important players for Hinger going out there and scoring the runs. It's a great half century for both the openers, Sher Ali and also Imal Zuwak. They do the job. We can see that their name now goes into qualifier 2. Who will they be playing? Well, we ain't got long to find out as Wimbledon take on Hornchurch. One of those two teams will go straight into the final. The other will play Hinger in qualifier 2. But let's take time to talk a little bit about Prague CC as well while we look at the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had a really exciting 2 days and a bit, I suppose. This is the first game really that they haven't really pushed their opposition. Even when they lost their 2 games, one against Hornchurch and then yesterday against the Eagles, they were in winning positions. This is just one where it doesn't go for them, and it kind of started with that misfield as well. You know, again, sometimes you can have the right approach and not the right outcome. I know people will look back and they'll they'll look at Davicii getting retired. But, you know, they were bold enough. I think we actually worked out that if you took out the first over, he was 22 off 18 in the last 5 overs.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that kind of puts a different spin on it, doesn't it? So, look, at least they can say they tried everything there. I think they tried everything to spark that innings, but it just wasn't ever going to be more than average. In the end, it was a little bit less than average, but there was some greater than average ball striking from Imel Zubak and Sher Ali. Well, the two keepers, if you like, well, they were keeping things in the firm hands of Hinger as they chased this down within 7 overs.
Yeah, I mean, well done to Hinger and also to Prague CC. It's been a series that a tournament they will never forget, the European Cricket League, because they had some fantastic games. I mean, some went their way, some didn't. But in the end, they got to the final stage. They get eliminated in the first match, but they'll go back with some very good memories and some good performances as well. And they're a team we know. They're a team that will learn from that. They will learn all the time. They've already added to their squad. They've got some good players in there. And don't forget, they didn't have the luck. They lost 2 key players through to injury.
That's true as well. Wimbledon versus Hornchurch. This is going to be an amazing game because no team, I think, really wants to go through Hinger in qualifier 2. Whoever wins that one, straight through to the final, and that's starting in around about half an hour's time with Wimbledon batting first after being sent in by Mark Whitlock of Hornchurch. There's the scorecard. It's kind of nice that both Imel Zubak and Sher Ali bring up their 50s in the end, both in very, very good time. And that 100 was swept aside in 6.5 overs. As far as the bowling went, well, no one really had too much to celebrate. Although Lala, I think he had a very good time with the ball. That guy, I would have said, a batting all-rounder. And he certainly had his moment. So did a lot of the Czech guys. I think Ramakrishnan, you know, with that chase the other night where he was the hero. We saw bits and pieces out of their players as well, like the Beast. You know, he's still one of those must-watch players in Europe, and certainly wishing Prague CC all the best. And, well, probably gives us an opportunity just to give a bit of a shout-out to all of our viewers in Czechia. I know that there's a lot of them out there. We're really looking forward to getting back to Czechia for the ECS in the second half of June. Wishing everyone the best for the season. They've got 3 divisions there now, and it's really growing. You mentioned women's cricket as well. We've met their national team a little bit. Also, the junior academy that Chris Pearce runs is doing some great things for Czech cricket. So keep up the good work. And hey, Rico, we're trying to get him across to Prague for the first time, aren't we?
I'll be there, maybe.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed I'll be there. No, but you're absolutely right. Good things happening in Prague, in Czechia really, with the cricket. You know, I mean, Prague CC, great club. And I think what's good, and you touched on this the other day, what's good about cricket in Czechia at the moment, because cricket has generated so much enthusiasm, a lot of people getting to play cricket, both men and women. So it's growing all the time. You mentioned Prague CC, how they've grown from that, new clubs are developing. And I've talked to the players now, talked to their coaches, and I've heard a lot of good things about the juniors. So cricket in Czechia is good, so keep it up.
Be proud of yourselves right now, though. They can step aside. I'm sure they'll enjoy the rest of Group B Finals Day in their own way. But we'll be back in around about half an hour because the 2 English clubs going to tangle again, this time under the sunlight on the Costa del Sol. Until then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico full. Corey Rucker's still nowhere to be seen, but the English derby is coming up. We'll see you then for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. It is finals day, Group B here in the European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European Cricket. And coming up now, we have the big English derby. Well, some people are calling it the District Line Derby, as we have the top two performers from Group B going head-to-head for an automatic spot in the final. So it is going to be Wimbledon, who finished top, taking on Hornchurch, that finished second. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the two captains and the giant coin.
Wimbledon, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin, yep. Hornchurch, the away team, you will call, yeah? Yep. There you go. Parry match has been called. It's come down parry match, so you've won the toss. Okay, toss won by Hornchurch, you're going to bowl first.
Thanks, mate.
Have a good game, guys. Have a good game. All the best. Cheers.
So Mark Whitlock of Hornchurch has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first, so he wants to go on the chase. Now, these two teams met for the first time ever last night in match 10 in Wimbledon. They did bat first and they batted big. Biggest score of the series so far. But I did notice Hornchurch, they didn't have Billy Gordon playing. He was rested and also just didn't bowl a couple of their key bowlers. I've got to say that Wimbledon, they've impressed me a lot how quickly they've picked this up. One player to watch, Charlie Whipple. I think he's got mystery spinner. I think he could be pretty tough to take on. I will say that Jalpesh Vijay has been brilliant though for Hornchurch. He's been the form player at the top of the order. This is anyone's game really. I think it won't be too far from 50-50 when we look at the odds. And there's something big on the line because you're getting the first spot in the Group B final tonight. The other team will have to do it the hard way. Neither team wants to do that. It's never too hard though working with this guy, Rico Full, who's going to take you to the first ball. I can tell you Hornchurch have sent in Wimbledon. What do you think? Let's get ready for the start of the Group B qualifier 1.
Well, I hope you're ready for this clash, because two teams that thoroughly entertained us last night will do it all over again. Last night, we know how it went. Wimbledon batted first there as well, put 183 on the board. Tim Lloyd scored 86 of 27, and it was also a very good contribution from the captain of Wimbledon, Jonathan Webb, who made 58 of 23. Mark Whitlock was the bowler that took 2 for 31, but as Vinny touched on there was several players that didn't play or really get a game in that one for Hornchurch. Billy Gordon was one of them, as mentioned. And we also didn't see any bowling there from Gavin Griffiths as well. I'm sure this time around they will be firing in. This is the big one. The winner goes all the way through to the final. Wimbledon, courtesy of that win last night, 60% to 40% favourite in this one. But I think you know what I'm going to say. It could go either way. In that match yesterday, 183, Hornchurch made 156 in reply, and we saw good knocks there from the likes of Jalpesh Vijay. First time really I've seen him at his best. He was just amazing to watch. Desmond Edwards has been good with the bat as well, and Adil Malik is a classy all-rounder for them as well. 28 he made of 10 deliveries, so a little bit of stretching being done there in the middle by the batters as we get ready to go, ready for the battle of bat versus ball here on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Euros of cricket. Club champions coming together, 35 of them, representing 33 nations. Only one champion though. We know Gina Brescia qualified as the winners of Group A. Who will be the winners of Group B? Well, one of these two teams will be contesting for that right later on tonight. Who will it be? Here's the first ball. And it's nicely played away, but there is a fielder in that spot. And a number of balls flew in this area last night from Wimbledon, so they've got that plugged pretty well straight away. Nice stop there from Lesbourne Edwards. Billy Gordon with the ball. Same openers as last night. Lloyd getting off the mark, handing this strike over to his captain. Uppish. And just wide off the fielder. They'll take the single. So Jonathan Webb, like his partner, getting off the mark with just a single. And a lot of expectation from the chat as well, and people around the world that are tuning in. Got mixed feelings from the chat. Some are go Wimbledon, others are saying, come on Hornchurch, blow the horns. It's a nice looking shot, and he's going to have to rush here and thinks about the shy, does Griffiths. You can see he's lining up, and then in the last moment decides not to. Didn't quite back himself. Gordon, back to his mark. I'm wondering, with this extra cloud cover, that wind just starting to pick up, whether this ball will start to seam about in this fixture. That's a nice shot. He holds his pose beautifully. That really is a good shot. This is all about keeping your shape. And Jonathan Webb, the captain of Wimbledon, does that beautifully. Just watch this. Gets that little shuffle across, puts himself in the right area, and then executes the shot beautifully. Lovely strike. The first boundary. It'll be 6 carreras for Webb. 9 off the over so far. Still a couple of balls to come. And now he goes the other way. Once again, good early movement there from Jonathan Webb. Just gets that shuffle across outside the off. And this one gets fired in towards him, this time from the bowler, Gordon. But he's very quick hands. And gets the middle of the bat once again. So back-to-back sixes here for Jonathan Webb. So, see the Hornchurch boys trying to get behind the bowler here. Come on, Billy, they're saying. A little bit full this, a bit high. Let the umpires have a look at each other and say, yeah, we're happy with that one. So we'll finish with a dot. 15. Come off the first. There again, so and it is pretty high, but the umpires don't go for a review there. I think that's one that Billy may have got away with, but anyway, I think they're there or thereabout. But normally we see those called. This is how the schedule today looks. As I said, this is the first qualifier. One of these two giant teams from England, Wimbledon or Hornchurch, will make their way through to the final. The winner of this match will be in that final later tonight. The loser has a difficult match up against Hinger, who is, well, a team that's starting to find their form. This one will be called a wide. Harry Hankins comes into the attack. You can see what he's trying to do, just keeping that ball outside that off-stump corridor. Trying to get Tim Lloyd maybe chasing at the wide one. Hasn't Harry been in fantastic form? He's bowling well. Hasn't quite hit it off with the bat yet, but I'm sure it will come. But with the ball and in the field, he's been exceptional. It goes down the ground. It's a miscue, and there's the wicket. There's the wicket. Lloyd goes, and he goes early. The man who scored freely last night, scored 86 or 27. He's going to be the first to go. And it's just good bowling. I think he holds the pace off this as well. And Lloyd goes through with the shot. He's looking to go over the man who's there in the long on position. Doesn't get it right. The catch has been taken. It's 16 for 1. Just watch this again. Just doesn't quite get it right, and it's a neat catch taken. And they know that's an important one. And the two Hankins in the action. It's a catch taken there by George. So the breakthrough. And Hankins is the man that does it again. So Harry Hankins, the bowler. George Hankins, the catcher. It's going to be 2 on the board. 2 or 3. And that's a big wicket to get. Here's Tim Lloyd, who cracked 86 last night, goes. Well, he goes. A new batter comes in. I can tell you that's Charlie Whipple. And also, Vinny Sandu comes in to the box, and he's bringing a guest with him who's pretty up and about at the moment. Well, I tell you what, this box will be rocking and rolling, and it is. You probably heard the screams there. Well, let's just say you can probably guess it's somebody from Hornchurch that Vinny Sanders built up here. Charlie Whipple will go first ball golden duck. It is 2 in 2 for Harry Hankins. He's on a hat-trick. He's been here once before and he was so close. That is a really good catch taken there in the deep, coming all the way across. Really well taken. Excellent catch. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Here's another one taken with those two combining well. Both the Hankins. You got to go, you got to go. He does a little bit of the biz away celebration. Wow, what a turnaround in this over. So Charlie Whipple will go, caught George Hankins, and he's going to go for a... It's going to be a golden duck. Well, I was trying to introduce him, and I will now properly. Vinny Sandu.
Well, we might be introducing a hat-trick here. Hankins didn't bowl last night, Harry Hankins, and now he's got a crack at a hat-trick in qualifier 1.
It's played out, no run, straight to the fielder. He doesn't want to take on Adil Malik. What a bit of bowling this is, though. Harry Hankins, the bowler. George Hankins, the catcher. New man who comes in. Here's another guy who has impressed with the bat. Is Hamish Merriman.
Yeah, well, pressure. Pressure's a funny thing. There's plenty of it floating around on finals day.
Oh, good delivery. Change of angle, change of line, gets this through. Well, Merriman, certainly, there's no way you can say he's not feeling any pressure here. Of course you are. He's seen off the hat-trick ball, but yet to get off the mark. A good delivery there once again.
Well, Rico, I do have a special guest. Probably bring him in at the end of the over, just for a quick one, because he's pretty invested in this. I'll tell you who that is in a second. Right now, Merriman yet to score in 2 attempts.
A bit too wide this time when he gets called. He just has a check back at the umpire, does Harry, but I think he does just catch some of this line as he gets that movement away.
Good call.
Yeah, but again, he draws the shot out of the batter.
Might get a little nick on that. Umpires have been outstanding, I've got to say. A tough job to do. There's a lot happening. Right now, Cockney Corner, they are cock-a-hoot with this start from Hornchurch. Hankins 2 for 2 in the second, still with 2 to go. Yeah, the Hankins combination.
This might be it. Well, I thought it might have been a little bluff here. He was bringing the man on the boundary behind square up, and I thought maybe he's going to bluff and then bang the short one in. He still may. And he does, but he's going to catch that wide line once again. This is pretty high as well. Might also be perhaps one for the over.
Yeah, I think it's a wide, straight over the tram line. For me, it was probably about chest high as it went past. Let's have a look. Yeah, more or less. But Hankins getting the ball to fly here. Oh, he's right back towards the edge of that 30-metre circle that we've got here in ECN cricket.
Well bowled, gets the Yorker and he gets it past the infielder in the 30-yard circle. That's Arthur George, but he's got protection there from Lesbourne Edwards. It's just a single.
Now, we had Tom in from Wimbledon CC last night, and he was a very good guest, follows this ECN cricket, and we've got another guest here, but this one is going to be pretty animated. I know that you're pretty animated, Rico, and that's why you get paid the big bucks. Just wait till you see who I've got here at the end of this over.
Well bowled, what a cracking over it's been as well from Harry Hankins. 2 wickets, just 5 runs. Remember the first one went for 15. This one only 5, 2 wickets go down, and Wimbledon at the end of 2 are 20 for 2.
Yeah, what an over that was by Hankins. And now you imagine he'd come back. Remember, Hankins didn't bowl last night, also didn't bowl. Gavin Griffiths, Billy Gordon didn't play. Didn't bowl Adil Malik. And what a difference it can be. Lloyd 86 last night and goes for just 2 here, qualifier number 1. That's how these teams finish, not too far between them. Wimbledon with the 1 loss to Prague CC. Hornchurch with the 1 loss to Wimbledon. And it looks like they're going to go back to Billy Gordon in over number 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, a special guest commentator and a fantastic human being coming in. Is the Hornchurch president and the man I affectionately call the chairman of the board, Jeremy West. Welcome, Jeremy.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny. What an honour it is to have a few words in the famous commentary box. We've loved it over here for the last few days and last year as well. Great honour to be back, and Cockney Corner is absolutely looking forward to a fantastic day today.
Now, Jeremy, I've actually had the pleasure of visiting Hornchurch Cricket Club, and I had a really good time over the bank holiday weekend last year. But what does it mean for the Hornchurch community to come back for another ECL?
It is unbelievable. When we got the news that we'll be back, everybody wanted to come. We've really got great support in the locality, the other teams around us, and we just can't wait to enjoy today, and fingers crossed we'll be back. But it means the world to us to be back here. Fantastic competition.
It's well bowled by Gordon, getting that ball to talk a little bit away from the batter. Now gets another crack at Webb. Oh, this is the one that goes the other way, bounces over the stumps. And look, Billy Gordon, he is a real talent. And we were just talking about him off air.
Yeah, Billy is, funny enough, I was very much in Hornchurch when he played his first game for us as a 13-year-old. But he's just got so much talent, bat, ball, as a captain. He means the world to us, and he typifies everything that's good about Hornchurch.
And his parents are here supporting him as well today. Now he goes full, turns into a full toss with the batter on the charge, just a single. So, yeah, obviously, it's a great community there, and I know that there's a lot of good causes that that the club supports as well. No, Oddballs is something that we're seeing supported all the time.
Yeah, we're a family club. We really are a bit of an unusual club. I don't think probably a few years ago we were taking that seriously, but we've just got better and better, and everybody that comes to us loves to be part of it. We support charities. We do anything that's probably a little bit unusual in cricket these days, club cricket, but we're there in the community. We've got a fantastic social media. People love us, you know, in Hornchurch, and we're just on a high at the moment.
Yeah, well, finally, Billy gets knocked away for a boundary here. Nice little shot. I mean, it's friendly rivalry, I suppose, natural rivalry with the Wimbledon club. What's that been like this week?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, good luck to them. One of us is going to go through, and we wish them all the best if they do. And it is friendly rivalry.
Yeah.
And we were there last year. We won our 2020, and we know what it is to experience it. They do. It's their first time over here. Yeah, so it's just a different game. It's a different atmosphere. Everything about it is beyond what we could ever think it was going to be.
That's true. I mean, you've got a lot in common, and you're right. You say one of you will go through, well, maximum one of you will go through, because don't worry, you've still got the Swedes hanging around.
Yes,
they're hitting their straps as well.
Yeah, that's true.
This morning. Last ball of the over, another full toss. This is dropped. And that ball never hits the ground from the moment Gordon releases it. It's a tough one for Malik, a real stinger on the edge of the circle, but Merriman dropped on 5. Hasn't hurt him yet, into the power play, but Hornchurch do have the better of the first 3 overs of this one. It's 26 for 2. And well, the chairman, one thing I love about you, I call you the chairman of the board, you ride every high and every low with this team, don't you? You're really invested.
I certainly do, and I absolutely love it. We're so tight as a unit. The boys love one another, and you know, I love to be part of that. And I don't play now. My legs, well and truly done for that. But you know, I love everything about Hornchurch. Can't look into it, every single result, even the youth sides of a Saturday. And yeah, just love it.
You talk about the youth, and yeah, obviously I got the pleasure of meeting a lot of the juniors there, and I was involved in their trophy ceremony last year. But also at the other end of this scale, you've got someone like Dougie.
Yeah.
And we might have to talk a little bit about Dougie.
Well, Dougie is our legend. He's 87. He still plays now and then. He's 3 wickets short of 1,300 wickets for our club.
He's been stranded just short of that for how many years now? We'll come back to that in a second. Here's Griffiths, who's probably the fastest of the Hornchurch bowlers, but this has gone up and out of here. Well, pace in, pace out. Webb goes large. Maximo. Welcome, Gavin, who we didn't see bowling last night. That's a really good shot by Webb. But yeah, Dougie is... How often does he play now?
Well, when he can get a game, he'll play.
But Dougie is behind the bar. He's compiled all of this material as well. Because Hornchurch, I mean, tell everyone, how far back does Hornchurch Cricket Club go?
Well, it's 240 years, so it is probably the oldest sports club in Essex. we've had our ups and downs over the years, as you'd expect. But
oh, that's the shot again. This time Webb is going to put that one over the tents. Maximo! What a shot. And Webb turned this innings around for Wimbledon. Yeah, but he's...
Dougie probably wouldn't mind me saying, but he's probably got the quickest divorce in kind of history, because he was divorced on a Friday. I think he married the cricket club on the Saturday. And he's literally, it's his life. But he's been immense for our club. We tried to get him out over here this year, but he won't. And he didn't have a passport. And shame. But,
well,
I think he's technically, he hasn't got a clue on phones, anything. But he is watching it today.
Someone will be putting him in front of a TV. Yeah. I know that much. Here's Griffiths. Comeback ball, but it's just going to go the same way. This time offside. Maximo! Well, what batting this is from Webb. Things turning around pretty quickly. This form of the game, though, I've been curious to see how Wimbledon are going, because obviously you guys took a little bit of time to hit the ground last year. Probably didn't quite know what to expect. No. Wimbledon had a very impressive start, but also going down to Prague CC, I think they're finding out in real time what this game's all about.
It's completely different even to the 220, because in an over it can change dramatically. We just see 2 wickets in the second over there after a good first over.
Griffiths is a really experienced campaigner, played a good level of cricket. He goes to the slower ball there, so he won't be flapped by that start, even though 3 have disappeared. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching back in Hornchurch, I'm sure they'd love to be here.
They would.
Cockney Corner's been a different dimension, something we've never really seen here at the Cartama Oval. Bringing so many people. That must be a great experience for everyone.
It is. You know, when we knew we were coming, we only knew December time, but I think, you know, the flights were kind of booked up the following day by about 60 odd people, and that's the support we've got.
That's a pretty good shot as well. Throws the hands at this one. I think it might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo! 4 in the over. And Griffiths not getting the kind of assistance from the wind maybe at his back than he did earlier in the tournament. That's a really good cricket shot, though. 4 sixes out of 5, and this time it's Merriman that whacks him away. Anyway, how nervous do you get, though? You must get a bit nervous.
Very nervous. I actually woke up this morning and having gone through last year where we got through the first round on run rate to get into the super final.
That's true.
It really is, I am nervous.
That's okay. Well, I'll only hold you up here one more over because we want to get a look at you. But Griffiths goes for 25 in that over. Wins the last ball, though. 51 for 2. I'll put your cricket brain on now. What do you think's a past score here between you two teams? And similar in a lot of ways, obviously the type of cricket you're typically playing through the season. What do you think?
Well, having come here last year, I think if we got maybe 120 to chase something like that, we'd fancy it. But we have got the batsmen. We've got, unfortunately, George Hankins this year hasn't really kind of fired. Last year he was 40s, 50s, 60s, more or less every game, which got us off to a fantastic start. But we've just got to hope and back our batsmen. But I think it is going to be probably 120. Hopefully no more that we'll have to chase.
But what I would say, with the talent that both teams have in both departments, because one of these games, I think anything's chaseable and anything's defendable, depending on if one team can really hit their straps. Adil Malik gets an over here in over number 5. This is hit pretty powerfully, and it's outside the range of the fielder. It's 4 more. Merriman. Don't forget, he got a life earlier on, and making the most of it. 4 runs. Adil didn't bowl last night. He's another one of those players. No. He is a class act, isn't he, Adil Malik?
On a grass wicket, for our leagues, I think he's been the leading wicket taker in the Premiership of Essex for the last 2 years. And
well, right now he's going to disappear maybe back to Essex, because that one's gone a long way. Maximo, his partnership growing for Wimbledon. But yeah, those pitches at Hornchurch as well, they do take a bit of spin, don't they? He really makes the most of those conditions. But he's a handful.
The one thing that we've seen in this game, catches win matches, and 9 out of 10, Malik will have caught that one there. But that's this type of cricket.
Hang in there, Jeremy. Stay with me. Anyway, could come back a little bit shorter. And Merriman misses out. Tell us a little bit about the community, though. I know that you're a big supporter of Dag and Reds as well. I'm always keeping an eye on them in the football.
Yeah, my company's been the main sponsor of Dagenham and Redbridge for 20 years. It is a great club there. It's a club that's done...
Oh, Chance picks it up. goes the long way. Just gets home. Bat plug victim is Merriman. Murray did really well to jump on that. Now, Murray had one of the all-time shockers last night, and won't mind me saying that. But look at that. He swipes and misses, and the bat was nowhere to be seen. And believe it or not, that's an opportunity.
It is. Big opportunity for us.
Merriman gets lucky again after being a bit unlucky. Last ball the over from Malik. It's been a good one, all things considered. 12 off it, plus this. And it'll stay at 12. So at the end of 5 overs, the score is 63 for 2. Let's welcome you into the Dream Box. And, well, kind of one of my dreams coming true. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with the chairman of the board, Jeremy West. And I got to tell you, I got to say thank you as well. You invited me to be a part of your club for the Charity Day and the Sponsors Day last year. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it gave me a taste of where you've come from. And it just reminds me that every single club has a story. And your story is an exciting one. I know you're pretty on edge today. It's a huge day in the calendar for Hornchurch CC, isn't it?
Oh, it is immense, yeah. And it's a great honour to be. We can't believe what a fantastic competition this is. Last year we were all bowled over with it, and this year, when we knew we were coming back, I mean, it was like going, all your Christmases come at once. We absolutely love being here. We love you, Vinny. We love the commentary team. We love everything about it. And, you know, I can tell you our boys are 100% up to trying to get through to the next round. But that's cricket.
That's cricket. And the beauty is the unknown is what makes it exciting.
It is.
Like,
it is.
Interesting saying you love the commentary team. They've heard that you've got some that you love more than others. We won't go into that just yet. But look, we're ready to start the 6th over. I'm going to keep you here for one more over, Jeremy, and I'll let you get back to your people. And it's going to start with another headbang. Well, it's been a good week to wear a helmet, hasn't it? And this time it's Merriman who's been dropped and then was almost run out. Now he gets shaken up because that first ball from Arthur George lids him. Pretty pacey pitch, this one, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Anyway, I know a lot of people are following on. And I was just going to say that you do a magnificent job, Jeremy. Once I learned a bit more about you and through your company, Western Co., which is a very, very trusted and important company in the area. You really do a lot of things to try and support the community. Oh, that's smashed. Well, get hit, then hit back. And that's exactly what Webb does. He gets the strike back and puts it over the ropes for 6. This game, though, it can change so quickly, can't it? It can change so quickly. We've already seen 2 or 3 momentum shifts in the first 5 and a bit overs of this one.
Yeah. That's the nature of the game, isn't it? It is literally an over, can swing it round one way or the other. I might just go back and tell everyone, they might not be aware. So typically the winner of the ECL is invited back automatically for the next year. And in the history of the ECL, it's only ever been the winner that's been invited back. As we see George come in again. This is pitched up and is hit very, very well. Wind not really a factor today. That one travels Maximo as Webb moves to 47. Yeah, so just if you're not aware of the Hornchurch story, Hornchurch ended up finishing 2nd last year, losing the final to Drew, who'll be here in the next week. I'm sure you'll look forward to seeing them. And so at that stage, you thought, you'd have to re-qualify through the English T20, which is, we're talking literally hundreds of clubs feed through that competition. So you thought, oh, that's our best chance gone. But because of the expanded format next group this year, there was an extra spot. And so it was decided to give it to the runner-up. So you only found out, was it October last year, that you'd be able to come back. And I know you were desperate to come back. Because George gets him jumping and sneaks it inside. So what was that moment like when you found? Because I know you've said, isn't there any way we can come back? Isn't there any way? I said, look, it's not really a choice thing. A bit lucky to get away with that. Maybe Milkesh thinking that the batter moved a bit. No, as I said earlier, when we actually knew that we were coming back here, it was just all our club, from our junior section right the way through. It was just sensational.
That's good batting. He gets a bit of bat on it this time. Takes an early jump there, and Webb reaches 50. He does in 18 balls. He's a class player. And, Jeremy's right next to me here. And he knew this is going to be tough to qualify through this group. A lot of people calling it the group of death. This game's taken a few twists already.
It has.
Well batted by Webb, brings up the 50 in 18 balls. And anyway, Jeremy, I just want to say big thank you to you for joining us here in the commentary box. I know you're desperate to get back to Cockney Corner. Watch this last ball from George.
Yes!
Well, there you go. Teddy Coney! Unbelievable. Well, we've heard some loud commentary in the commentary box here at
Catch of the
ECN.
match! Catch of the match!
Never mind catch of the match. That's probably the catch of the week so far, because Webb was up and going, and 51 is all he'll do in qualifier 1. That is an incredible catch. Teddy Coney.
Teddy Coney!
He's a very good fielder, Teddy.
He is,
We don't
he
always
is.
see him out there in the 11 here at the ECL, but that is a game-changing catch.
Unbelievable catch and unbelievable, and always even better.
Look at that. That is a worldie. This will be a great shot of it. Goes full extension, protects the ball.
Fantastic.
Uses his other hand to break his fall. And there we go. This is the real time. And you've got a third arm there. There's Rico in the bottom. That is unbelievable. How about the backflips there?
Oh, fantastic.
From Arthur George. Well, there's plenty to have a look at there. This is ECL cricket at its peak. That is an incredible piece of fielding. And as if it couldn't get any more entertaining. How about the backflips coming from Arthur George? Hey, take nothing away from that innings from Webb. He really turns it on. 7 sixes in his 51. The score was 80 for 3. Well, Jeremy, no better way for us to end our conversation. Thanks very much.
Thank you for having me, both of you. Pleasure and fantastic, fantastic. We look forward to the rest of the game.
Yeah, well,
Thanks.
we'll be keeping an eye on you, the chairman of the board, and maybe we'll see some of his trademark marches. Oh, I mean, not only a great catch, but saves 4 as well. Gives us a chance to breathe. Tatum, the new batter, comes out at number 5 as we welcome Rico full back into the commentary box. And Rico, right now, the win predictor saying 50-50 contest.
Wow, well, I've just picked myself off the floor after that catch. Well, we were all excited in there. What a catch that was. An absolute humdinger of a catch from Ted Coney. And that then swings this back in the balance, because let's face it, I know Merriman's played some nice shots, but it was all about the captain, Jonathan Webb, that seemed to be taking this match away from the Hornchurch. This is another opportunity, and it's another wicket. So Tatum will go. Well, Tatum in tatters. He'll go for a duck, a 2-ball duck for him. Malik picks up the wicket. And now we can really see a downslide here from Wimbledon if one of the batters doesn't get going. I think all eyes now have to be on Hamish Merriman to really just keep them going and see if they can get to this sort of, I mean, they should be on for a 140 type of score here, but wickets now falling pretty regularly. Nicely done.
Safe. I mean, technique's so important. He does everything right in front of the head. And sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. Tatum goes for a 2-ball duck. And Malik breaks through with a wicket. It's 81 for 4. Well, Rico, I've had the pleasure to commentate, I think, over 2,000 matches with you. And I've heard some pretty loud things, but I don't think I've ever heard a scream from a co-commentator quite like Jeremy West. I mean, he really lives and breathes Hornchurch Cricket Club.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's why we have to be neutral, otherwise we'd be a bit like that. Okay, well, to take the single here. So this is going to be pretty key here now. I mean, takes the single, James Weir straight away. But all eyes now on Merriman. He's got to try and keep the attack going. Yeah, what a wonderful moment. What a great bit of cricket we just saw there. And you can see that he's playing for it was Webb. He played the shot earlier, tried to do it again. He thought he got away with it. But it was a great catch. And this is a great shot. It's a slog sweep for 6. Well, that man almost loses his dinner. What's going on? He said, why are you all shouting duck? Well, he's walking with it. He said, duck, what for? Well, he almost loses it.
This has been chaos, and I'm loving it, to be honest. Batter comes back and fields the balls. The new one's thrown out, saying, I'm keen to get on with it. Merriman, he got lucky a couple of times, don't forget. Now, a few comments coming in as well. Now, Murray, just bending the rules with their helmet. He has to keep in a helmet if he's up to the stumps. He's gone for the jockey lid.
Yeah.
Pretty big one as well. His last ball of Malik's spell.
Just take the single, that's clever. For Merriman, when he moves to 30 of 16, he'll keep the strike. So James Weir is his partner at the moment. Not a bad spell there at all from Adil Malik. 1 for 21. I'm sure he'll have a big part to play with the bat as well. So 89 for 4 at the end of 7 overs.
Yeah, looking at some of the upcoming events. And yeah, Portugal, the next stop, with the Western Shield to take place for the first time on the 6th and 7th of April. But of course, we've got a 3-week ECS round. Then in France, the likes of Nabi and And some of those Dreux players, as well as some of the national team players, I think will be taking part in the first ever ECS France. Then we're going to Brescia, of course, Gina Brescia. I expect them to be a part of that one. Estonia for the first time in 4 years as well. Then Greece, first time in 3. Great to go to all these different locations. Stay with us. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. You can watch it all for free. All right, time for a new over. Griffiths comes back. Another catching opportunity. They've held him, Hornchurch. Now this time it's Arthur George that takes the catch. And Harry Hankins actually comes on to bowl over number 8. That's his 3rd wicket, all caught in a similar area of the ground. And Wimbledon, there's been runs, but there's also been wickets. It's 89 for 5.
Great captaincy. They know that this is the wicket you want. He takes a single off the last, doesn't need to go and strike. And I think that's when the captain, Mark Whitlock, says, OK, I'm going back to my strike bowler. I need to remove Merriman. Get rid of Merriman and anything can happen. That's the 5th wicket to go. Now I get the feeling that Hornchurch will be trying to tighten the screws and keep him under 120. As soon as he hits this Hamish Merriman, he knows he's in trouble. And he's very, very annoyed with himself for playing that shot. So he goes, and now we're going to see just how much resistance that Wimbledon have at the lower end of the order. 89 for 5.
Yeah, good catching though. We saw one go down, didn't we? We saw Adil Malik slip. Let one slip. That was a tough one. It was at him, but it was hit pretty hard. But apart from that, they've been pretty good in the field. And I suppose that easy drop is countered by the fact that Ted Coney pulls out a ridiculous catch to his right. Hornchurch, this is very them.
I wonder if Ted Coney knows what a jalebi is, because that was a jalebi catch, I'm telling you. You know what a jalebi is? He's smiling. He says, no idea. Somebody should buy him a box of jalebis after that catch.
It's well bowled. Hankins has bowled really well in this tournament. And this time it'll just be a single. Of course, it's not quite the final yet, and there's still a few twists and turns. These two would be the favourites, I suppose, to meet in the final regardless. But Hinger, just that kind of wild card team at the moment, aren't they? That are starting to hit their straps, waiting for the team that doesn't win this game.
It's up in the air, it's catchable, and it's taken. There's no mistakes, and that is another wicket for Harry Hankins. He's now taken 4, and he's got 3 balls to go to see if he can take a fifer here. We've seen one in the ECL 24, and that was it was from Aftab, wasn't it? Afghan, Arafat, beg your pardon. Arafat Afghan has taken 5. It's only the 2nd time when he took 5 that we're seeing that on the European Cricket League. Are we going to see it for the 3rd time?
Yeah, they've held the catches, like I said. I mean, most of these are regulation at this level, but Weir, unfortunately for him, can't get going. It's Les Edwards that takes the catch. And it's 4 for Harry Hankins, all caught. And Wimbledon have hit the skids a bit. It's 90 for 6.
Yesterday, these are flying for 6. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, true.
But today, I mean, as soon as he plays that, I said, yeah, that's going to go. But of course, yesterday it would have, not today, been snapped up. Good catch. So, well, wicket starting to tumble here ever since that wicket there off Webb.
Could he get 5?
Good looking shot, and this one ain't going to be stopped. That's 4 runs. That's a delightful shot. The new batter that comes out, Jonathan Speller, gets one pitched up and he plays it beautifully. 4 runs.
That's the thing. I mean, these are quality cricketers. I mean, you're going to get down. Okay, Speller's come in at 8, but that's a cracking shot, and they decided to keep the mid-off up. This is to do with what this wind has been doing. Now, it's a light breeze at the moment at most. It was pretty calm this morning. So they've kept the deep third back. They've kept the mid-off up, but just meant that straight drive went all the way to the ropes.
Goes back to that shorter ball outside. This is the go-to ball, isn't it? This is what Hornchurch, the length that they've bowled so well, which some of the other teams, the like of Hooding, the likes of Prague CC and the Micklin Eagles really struggle to deal with.
Well, there you go. Afghan, the only 5-wicket haul of this ECL so far. Only the 2nd 5-wicket haul in ECL history, although on ECN this year we've already had 6. Of course, we started the season on the 17th of January, and Sohail Ahmed did it on opening day. Can Hankins get a 5 here? Last chance.
And it's just going to drop short off the fielder. So it won't be this time. Lesmond Edwards is not going to be able to snap that one up. But what a spell of bowling. Huge applause for Hankins. He's bowled brilliantly. 4 for 11. Sensational.
Yeah, I mean, not just the wickets, but also the runs. bit of trivia, the first 5-wicket haul in ECL was Fasi Chowdhury of Albi Zalmi. He also got hit for 5 sixes, and he had 5 wickets, 5 sixes and 2 dots in his spell, well. 5 for 30. Don't think they ever bowled him again. But anyway.
They didn't. You know, you're right. They didn't. It was quite amazing.
2 overs to go. I mean, let's see what the expected score is saying. I would have imagined about 120. It'll click on in a minute. Here it is. 116. Okay, yeah. Maybe the 6 wickets just dragging it down a little bit. But that 120 is going to be an interesting score because at Wimbledon, they've got some pretty good bowling options as well. They've had the classic mixed bag. Really, that's what this ECL is all about. I often say teams never have it all their own way during a group. It is Griffiths that comes back now for over number 9.
And he strays down the leg side, and that's just an easy put away. And you can just see the disappointment there from Whitlock as that one gets past him. It's not where he wanted. His main strike bowler be putting it. Gavin Griffiths hasn't had the best of time so far. His first over, remember, went magical because Webb took a liking to him. Gets a bit of comforting words said to him there by Adil Malik.
I wonder what his tactics are here. I mean, he's been able to kind of blast through a fair few batting lineups just with his pace and with the wind at his back. Now they're going to put the third up and the long off back. It tells me he's probably going to bowl fuller. I've just been keeping it simple. I've been trying to nail a Yorker.
He's going to go probably shorter outside the off. That's why Cooney goes back up.
A slower ball instead. That's the other option you could go to. They're not really picked, I think, by Speller. 120 is going to be an interesting kind of total because Wimbledon could easily turn the tables with their attack as well.
Yeah, I mean, just remember that Hornchurch, when they haven't batted well, they've been able to defend with their bowling scores around about that. So Wimbledon, they've got the same amount of firepower in their tank as well. So this is going to be interesting. But I reckon if they can get to that 120, that'll be it. They'll settle for that, Wimbledon.
Great contest here in qualifier 1. Slow ball and diddles him again. Now they're going to run. There could be a chance to run out here, but Griffiths fumbles the return. That's actually quite clever running because it takes a long time to get to Murray because it is a slower ball. This is actually a tactic we've seen a little bit creeping into the game.
Yeah, I wonder if Richie Lamb is seeing this length that's been bowled and thinking, you know what, I fancy it better. Speller's already shown he's pretty good hitting straight.
Should it mean, look, to be honest, Griffiths throws that. It's the 7th wicket. Wickets do tend to matter even at this stage of the innings because they're 6 out, being 7 out. You start being able to think you might be able to bowl them out. Anyway, change of striker. Let's see what Lamb's got on the menu.
He hits this pretty well, so expecting a shorter one, I think, Lamb. And I think that's why he's keen to get up there. Maybe he fancies himself more of a puller and a hooker than Speller. But he doesn't. He gets a full one. All right, back to Speller. And I think this is where Gavin Griffiths goes back to the shorter delivery outside the off.
Yeah, well, I mean, beat him with 2 slower balls. So now, do you surprise him with the quicker one or you just stick with what's working? You've got to try and get in Speller's head. Is he expecting a slower ball or really in the end? It's a bit of cat and mouse going on here. Griffiths none for 30, but he's been a lot more effective in this second over.
Well bowled again. It's going to be a single.
Goes pace on again there. That's the risk because back of Speller's mind, even though he's thinking, look, this might be a slower ball, I'm going to kind of set myself with my timing for a slower ball. But it's very hard to then adjust to the quicker one because then you're not really getting a big shot on it. You're kind of just keeping it out. That was a nice drive, but couldn't get under it. Gets 1. So it's been a good comeback from Hornchurch. They've taken wickets in clumps, haven't they? They took 2 quickly, and then they've taken 4 pretty quickly in the second half.
It's going to be a wide ball, I believe. Yeah, it's gone all the way over the head off the batter. I actually, even though this is the wide, I actually think this is slower. I don't think this is
it's a slow ball. No, it's a slower
ball, but it just pinged off the surface.
We saw one. It might have been Katawala that played the most ridiculous jump hook yesterday. It was about that height, and he just, it's like he was slam dunking a basketball with a cricket bat in his hand. It went miles. One of the shots of the week. Anyway, Griffiths to close out his spell. Sovers only had 8 come off it. One of them was a bye.
Okay, trying to get it in the gap, but he won't. It will be fielded out there by the little man himself. I'm looking forward to seeing him with the bat again, Jalpesh Vijay. End of the over, and it's remember, it started with the boundary, but he recovered from that very well, Gavin Griffiths. After that, it was tiki-taka, And the score at the end of 9, 104 for 6.
Look, and you see the class of Griffiths there. Remember, he got whacked in his first over, but it's cool head. His guys played professional cricket. It shows. And recovers from adversity. 4 for 11, though. Harry Hankins steals the figures. Adil Malik with a wicket in his spell. George was used for 1 over, but it looks like they're going to go for Les Edwards. I actually think he's got a bit of pace about him. Les Bourne will also probably bat in the number 3 spot for Hornchurch. 104 for Wimbledon. This is where if they could somehow just wangle a magical over here, get mid-120s, something like that, they'll feel they're hitting with a bit of momentum. But right now, got to say Hornchurch have had the better of this qualifier 1. Let's see what Lesbourne is providing us here. Last overtime, seatbelts on.
So swing and a miss, and maybe there was an opportunity to steal a bye there. But there's obviously the feeling here that maybe Richie Lamb is, despite him being on 3 or 4 deliveries and Speller on 10 of 7, there obviously is a belief that he's the better batter. So
yeah,
that's, I think, why they don't scramble that bye.
Yeah, maybe. Now you're running. Probably run out. Do you throw it? You do. Welcome to the ECL. 1 will bring 2, or will it? Oh, well. Pretty close. I think he's just in.
Yeah, I reckon he just makes it in. I think the bowler has a little bit more time, you know.
Yeah, well,
the first time round.
Had to throw from his knees. Oh, he might be out, you know. He is out. Look at that. Just out. I mean, big cheer goes up, but they probably should have got 0 out of that. In the end, they get 1.91. Here we go. I love it. He takes a bit off the throw, thinking it'll make it more accurate, but often that makes it less accurate. And does well, recovers, and Speller finds himself just short. It's 1 by and run out, and Wimbledon 105 for 7. Hey, and these ECN moments, they don't just happen with some of these teams, you know, when we get down to, you know, quite amateur cricket. They'll happen even with some of the better players going round. But still, Speller started well. He ends up contributing 10 to the cause as he goes. It's 105 for 7.
Yeah, he makes his way. I suppose he does the right thing in the end, trying to get Richie back on strike. And now let's see if Richie Lamb can reward him for the sacrifice of that wicket and ping one out of the park. He'll try, and he will. So there you go. That's what the sacrifice brings. It brings a boundary.
Yeah, but look, it does work, I suppose, getting him back on strike. Again, I like that Wimbledon are picking up these tactics pretty quickly. I mean, the fact that they're running to the keeper, running over throws, just trying to squeeze every last one out of this innings. Lesbourne, I think this one's hitting the line. It'll be called a wide.
All of these, with 3 balls to go in the innings, are very valuable runs.
Now, if you think that that's an easy throw from the bowler, and it was, you just go and look on YouTube, you'll see guys like Kane Williamson missing from about a quarter of that distance. So that's the thing. In the moment, can get in your head, especially when it's like, oh, this is easy. I shouldn't be missing from here. It's funny. Some very good people have missed those stumps, trust me.
Good slow ball. It's only going to be a single, though. They think about it, and, well, they're going to get him. That's very smart cricket. Very smart. The batters, they do hesitate, and I'll be interested to see if they didn't hesitate. The hesitation gave the fielder the time to think and throw it to the right end. So in the end, they get the key batter who's trying to get back on strike, Richie Lamb. They'll get 1, though, so 114 for 8.
Yeah, and it also gives Murray more time so that he doesn't have to throw at the stumps. See, he basically just goes the full-on diving like an NFL running back. He goes to the line, and he does the business. Yeah, Murray, he's been solid in that position during this 10 overs, but pretty handy little 10 as well from Lamb. It's bits and pieces at the moment for Wimbledon, trying to get a score on the board. 2 balls remaining. It's 113 for 8.
Yeah, good work there by Harry. But again, I think the batters, they just hesitated. Back to the action. And they're running again. In comes the throw. And this time they make it.
I wish that had gone quicker back to Edwards, because I wanted to see if he shaped up to throw again or whether he just eats it after he's missed the stumps from about 5 metres.
Good running.
They'll be happy with just a 1 here. Now, it's going to be Matthew Benning to have the last ball. Wimbledon, Maximo takes him to the 120. Game on here at the Cartama Oval. with an automatic spot in the final of Group B on the line.
Yeah, left-hander is Benning. Now that field does change. 2 men go out on the leg side.
I feel like he's a bit of a minimo risk just with the shape he was getting, especially if he's going around the wicket. And let's see if he can get it right and make the adjustment to the left-hander. Very tall batter, Benning. Both these two expect them to bowl in the second half.
Gonna be gone, gets a little snick. No mistakes there from the keeper. Murray takes the catch to Benning. He will go without scoring. Second ball, is it, or first? I think it's his first.
Yeah, that's a
gonna
golden
get a first
duck.
ball, golden.
Golden duck to finish.
But he knows that his job is not with the bat, is with the ball. So watch out for him. But what a crazy innings that was. It started well, didn't it, from Hornchurch. Then we saw Jonathan Webb start cracking the ball all over the place, put a good partnership together with Hamish Merriman. Remember, those two came together with the score on 16 for 2. And then you saw Webb go, and Merriman went, and then, well, you saw Wimbledon just couldn't get going again. It was a great, I would say it was a great exhibition of T10 cricket. It shows everything and anything can happen.
That's a really good way to put it, actually. I mean, they were 80 for 2 with 25 balls remaining. But from that point, they only get 34 more, and they lose 6 wickets in that closing part of the innings. And it's got to be advantage Hornchurch here, but still plenty to be written here in qualifier 1. But didn't we see some good stroke play as well? And it really was the third wicket partnership of 64 that sets up this score. Without that, I think it could have been trouble for Wimbledon.
Yeah, but you know what? There was when the El Presidente was up here and Malik dropped the catch, he was saying, you know what, catches wins matches, and Malik putting that catch down he would normally take. But remember, that was when Merriman was on 5. And if catches win you matches, you got a catch coming up here that you're going to see, which does win you matches. And I know when we got it queued up for you, but it was an absolute stunner.
Yeah.
And it was to remove the danger man, Jonathan Webb, who just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it because he played for that shot. That was a nice one there, stopped by Merriman when he started to click. But
it was the turning point, really. Like I said, there were 80 for 2 before that. Before that, well, there was a few balls that might have brought the rain. Hopefully there's no rain that's going to join us here on Group B Finals Day. But Webb, well, he is powerful, and he took on quality bowling, and really he made them pay with a lot of these strokes all around the ground. He's made good choices. Now. Yeah, so he got to 50, and though this is just before the end of over number 6, he went across, he was able to angle it across, but Ted Coney, oh, what a catch that is. And, well, the chairman of the board, he was thrilled. And, well, so was Arthur George, who went the full backflip. Hornchurch were never really looking back after that. And despite the odd blow, they kind of got that one boundary and over for the last 4, but that doesn't really help you. You need to get those subsequent boundaries. They never really came. Hornchurch held their catches from there on in, and despite the odd blooper in the field, I think they're pretty comfortable chasing 115.
Yeah, I think so, and yeah, you know, so go back to what I said, catches do win matches. What a catch that was from Ted Coney.
Here
Unbelievable.
It is. ECN moments, cue the music. It don't have to be based on the continent. It did actually end up in a run out, believe it or not. Pretty good kind of emergency keeping there from Lesbon. Well, there's the chairman of the board. He looks pretty thrilled. But Wimbledon, I'm telling you something, they are very, very confident they've got what it takes to defend this score as well. Murray did well. That throw skidded off the pitch as well, so he did well to block it, ran it back in. That was a good option. Last ball, thick edge, caught behind, and the score remained 114. Those last 3 overs, Harry Hankins only concedes 6 in the 8th. Griffiths only concedes 9. Remember, he was expensive early on. Yeah. And Edwards only 10 in that 10th over. Looking at the scorecard, Webb 51 off 19, but only lasted 1 more ball. One of the catches of the week by Ted Coney. Apart from that, Merriman 30, lived a charmed life, but his luck ran out on 30. Pair of 10s. It's a moderate starting hand in Texas Hold'em, but Lamb and Speller will provide that 10 extras as well as Wimbledon strike 114 after being sent in by Hornchurch.
Yeah, I think Charlie Whipple and Brendan Tatton will be disappointed. I mean, they're key positions, and when they don't click, well, then you're leaving too much for the tails to do. Richie Lamb and Jonathan Speller getting double figures there for them, but it was a great performance. These two teams provided us with a high-scoring extravaganza last night. Well, this one, is going to be a low-scoring epic. It has that feel about it.
How about Hankins with 4 for 11, backed up by his teammates, including the fellow Hankins out there, who I think we'll see opening the batting. Of course, I'm talking about George Hankins there. Also, wickets for Adil Malik. And towards the end, we saw them closing things out pretty well. George with a wicket, Les Edwards with 1 for 8 off his over as well. We'll take a break. This is exciting, so don't go too far. We'll be back in a moment, and we'll find out which of these 2 English clubs will go straight through to the final, and which club will have to go the hard way through Hinger, who are waiting for them. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying Group Finals Day as much as we are. We'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back as we get ready for what could be quite a spicy end to this match number 2 on this finals day of Group B. Match number 12 between Wimbledon and Hornchurch. Wimbledon, so it was a bit of an up and down innings. They started badly with 16 for 2. Then we saw a fantastic 64-run partnership between Jonathan Webb and Hamish Merriman. And that partnership came to an end because of an unbelievable grab, and then everything changed, and Hornchurch ended up going back on top. At one point, it looked like they could be chasing around about a score of 145, 150. It's not to be. It's 115 required for victory, but it won't be easy. We know that Wimbledon, they'll be throwing everything at this. What's up for grabs? Very simple. The team that wins this match makes it all the way through to the Group B final. And that means they avoid a rather uncomfortable clash against Hinger, who are playing some good cricket at the moment, the Swedish champions. Here's the first one. Just played straight back to the bowler, Oliver Pike, who was very good last night. He was getting the ball to move around. He opens up. So they go to Pike before they go to Benning. He also has a lot of pace. George Hankins, chairman of the board, who was in here, was saying it's a shame he hasn't yet clicked with the bat. Maybe he will when it matters. It's going to be a wide. It's a great take by the keeper, James Ware, diving down the leg side. Just tries to tuck him up a little bit here, but strays down leg side. Gets away with it, really. It's one that you'd expect the batter to put away. Hankins is out there with Billy Gordon, who's the non-striker. Let's play it away. It's going to be a chase for the fielder. It's not going to get there. It's going to be cuatro carreras. Well, Cockney Corner will like that. They start applauding. The first boundary of the innings. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. Once again, just trying down that leg side. Gets in a good position early. That's George Hankins. Pike back to his mark. Starting to get just a little bit more overcast now, getting a bit darker out there. Wait, it's the call. Fielding down there by Merriman. Yeah, a few more clouds about. Maybe some people saying it could be a chance of a bit of a shower. Hopefully not. I mean, sometimes we've been very lucky in this part of Cartama because of the mountains around us. Oh, well, that's going to be a minimum. That's not a good delivery at all. And this time, there's no way that James Ware can get to this. So that hurts you big time. In a low-scoring contest, to give 5 away like this, that ball does move pretty late from Pike. I mean, it looks like he's heading towards the batter. Then it starts to get away. Oh, that's a Gandhi one. That hurts you. It's that wind just starting to pick up a bit now as well. So this one's going to get over the batter. They will take the single. Yeah, I was mentioning the mountains, the Sierra de Cartama quite often keeps the bad weather away. We sometimes have a little oasis of good weather here. Well, let's hope that's the case here. A lot of cloud at the moment, which probably means that the old Grizzly may seem about a little bit more than normal. Pike just maybe a little bit too quick, that one for Gordon. He goes to play the shot, maybe just a bit late on it. So gets the dot ball in. If he can finish with a dot, he'll be quite happy. And just the 11 coming off this over, when you consider it's been 6 runs given away in wides. It's uppish, but it's over the infield. It'll be 4 runs. It will be 15 off the first. And Billy Gordon hits his first boundary as well. So both the openers are off and running. And Oliver Pike, it's not the best start from him. And you can see that it's going to be Richie Lamb who surprisingly gets given the second over. 23 matches since the golden ball. Could it be, people? Could it be? Could the 2 English teams provide us with a golden ball? Well, one man who would love to see a golden ball because he's wearing his golden shoes is Vinny Sandu, who joins me back in the box.
Yeah, good day for it. Got a little bit of gold on you as well. Here's Richie, over number 2.
Shot, absolute beauty. He doesn't have to move when he hits this. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Boom! Shaka Lagia.
That's a pretty confident shot. I think Hankins is a little bit more careful early on tonight. I think he knows if he bats a good chunk of this innings, they should do this fairly easily. I think the minimo helps him out as well in the first over. Now Hankins, he's a guy who scored a double century in a 50-over match earlier in the year, I suppose last year now, and he's a key to this batting lineup. He's a key that hasn't clicked yet.
And scuffs this, but he gets lucky. Just out of the reach of the fielder. I think that's better, that's there. This could have gone anywhere. So he tucks him up a little bit.
Yeah, 12, 0, 5 and 16. That's what Hankins scored in each of the 4 group matches. I'm telling you, he's a lot better than those figures indicate. Gordon, interesting choice to open.
He wants it, and he'll get there.
What do you think's behind Gordon opening here? I mean, you've got someone like Jalpesh Vijay who's done that job and done it very well. To be honest, seems like the most in-form Hornchurch batter. Do you think there's a strategy between not opening with him?
I think they know that for them to go well, that he needs to get some batting in him. And I think they know that Jalpesh is going good. He's in good form. And they're probably saying to Billy, right, okay, there you go. It's not a huge score. You can pace this. And that's why I guess give it a go. I quite like it.
The other thing is that Gordon, well, he's got a hamstring that's dodgier than the 3 a.m. chicken curry left over. And just the extra workload concerns me a little bit. But I have gone with him and he's looked okay. Hasn't had to do too much so far. Just 3 balls faced and hit 1 boundary. 85% here, Hornchurch. Lamb trying to move those numbers.
Shot. That's an absolute beautiful shot, George Hankins. And we know his class. I mean, those figures that you just called out, they don't really belong to a batter of his ability. He's done everything right apart from click with the bat. His fielding's been sensational. Some of the catches he's taken have been great. And it's only a matter of time. And you know what they say, you know, form can come and go, but class is permanent.
Yeah.
Now, this guy is class.
Good shot, nice little pickup shot, got real low for that one.
Yeah, you're right, though. He's not rushing into his shot, is he? Like that one there, he doesn't try and power it. He's just concentrating, getting bat onto ball, taking the single. And a score like this, chasing a score like this helps and allows him to do that. They need to go just under 11 and over. So this is pretty comfortable at the moment. But Wimbledon know the same way that Hornchurch put the pressure on them by taking those wickets and changed everything around. Wimbledon are more than capable of doing the same.
Things can go south pretty quickly. I mean, we saw that Prague CC about this time yesterday against the Eagles, for example. Both these teams finishing on 11 points. Wimbledon winning last night, but it's got a different feel this game. Yeah, I think with Hankins, I think he can afford to be a little bit more selective. Now, you don't want to reinvent the wheel. You don't want to think your strategy's all wrong just because you have, say, 4 failures in a row, because it's a kind of game where it's inherently risky. But so far he's made pretty good choices. Benning comes on. Can he break this opening partnership? Last over of the power play coming up.
Starts with that Yorker. And it's well played, well watched, nicely dealt with by Billy Gordon.
Hornchurch have a bit of a reputation for just finding a way to get it done. It's not always pretty. Had a couple of ugly wins in the group stage, but here on finals day so far, I have to say they're playing the better of these 2 teams. Still a distance to go in this one though.
And this is going to go for 4. It sneaks it in between the man at backward point and point. It's 4 more, and the applause and cheers all around Cockney corner. I mean, they're confident but still nervy at the same time. And every time the ball goes to the boundary, there's a roar.
See Hankins, he's fired up. He bangs his bat, says, great shot, Billy, keep it up.
That one's on the knee of the fielder. Doesn't get away from him though.
Yeah, get your body behind it. That'll be a stinger though. Gordon's just got a very easy, simple technique. You know, he stays fairly still. He's playing the ball on its merits. He hits through the line of the ball really well. He's nice at also opening up his wrists to access point.
Shot. What a good shot this is. It's that Yorker length delivery just gets it slightly wrong. And against good players, that slightly wrong means it gets whipped away for a boundary. Look, just going down the leg. And that's quick hands, great movement, great shot, great timing, 4 more.
Again, we see a lot of batters premeditating and having these kind of triggers that sometimes aren't helpful, but Billy stays still. That was the correct shot for that ball.
The single, and you can see they know the numbers. They know the numbers. They know what they've got to do. As soon as they get those 2 boundaries and over, they know they don't have to take any risk. If it's not there, they don't need to take the risk. They're going at 10s, they're needing 10s, and they're doing it at the moment pretty easily.
Would you go straight to Whipple here in the 4th end of the power play?
It's a risky one, really, because if he goes for plenty, then it could be the match. So they probably want to go and keep with
maybe
the main strike. Yeah,
Pulsar with the left armers.
Pulsar probably first. 4 more. Gets a bit of whip into the deck. No chance for the fielder. Cuatro carreras más. It's the end of the 3rd over, the end of the power play, and they are well ahead where they need to be. At this point is when Wimbledon was struggling. They were 26 for 2 as opposed to 44 without loss.
Well, it's finals day where dreams are made and hearts are broken, and I can guarantee you both those 2 things will happen on this Saturday on the Costa del Sol. Consistency. That's what to get out of those first 3 overs. Consistency, not necessarily trying for huge overs, but just staying ahead of the rate. And it looks like they may go to Whipple. The reason I think this is a good move, it was my instinct, is look, you need to do something bold to change things. And I think Whipple is your kind of X-factor bowler. He's not easy to pick. He bowls a lot of wrong-uns, and he's got a lot of balls that, you know, they look like wrong-uns that kind of skid straight on. So I think he's something different. Let's see if he can break through for Wimbledon. Gordon on strike.
It's a bit of a false shot.
You can already see there, I mean, where he puts that is perfect because Billy's not quite sure if it's going to turn into him or if it's going to go straight. And you can see, but no, credit to Billy, he doesn't swing away. He knows, okay, that's a good ball. I'm happy just to knock that 1 for 1, make sure he gets some bat on it.
He uses his feet well, gets there, plays it away, nice shot again. And it seems to be plenty of cheers at the moment from Hornchurch and their spectators. Look at that, good footwork, gets to the pitch of it, plays it away. And one thing, Vinny, is that, and they know it, Hornchurch, that's why they're happy at the moment. Yeah. You do not want to, neither one of these 2 teams want to be playing Hinger at the moment. Hinger are on a high. That is not going to be an easy match. Gundy ball, tries to do something different, gets it wrong. Oh, well, she was cheering 1 minute. Next minute, the ball's on the floor. She almost ends up on the floor. And she gets a little bit of spice here from the Grizzly. Watch this. Watch out, watch out. There's a Grizzly about.
Yeah, well, we saw the knee buster. There might be the ankle buster as well. That's one that they'll be happy to take for the team down there. That's one that Whipple, you said it was a bit of a gamble. I mean, that one gets away from him. Wristspin is not easy.
And there again, you see, they've got the 2 boundaries. And once they've got those 2 boundaries, they're just thinking, right, unless it is a Gundy ball, unless it's one that's right in the slot that we can guarantee putting away to the boundary without taking any risk, we don't have to. They don't have to take any risk. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. For the 2nd time in the innings, it's going to be a minimal 5 wides. Wimbledon, they've sort of hurt themselves here as well, haven't they? Remember, we saw that in the very first over from Oliver Pike where 6 wides came off. So
tough one for the keeper, I mean, because of the bounce he gets, and also it's not particularly easy to pick as a keeper either. And that one was the wrong end. He's outside the body. Things kind of falling apart in the first 4 overs for Wimbledon.
Nice looking shot, and that's wide off the fielder. He's going to have no say on that as well. That goes all the way. Bolle, brrr. Shaka Langel. That's the man with the jalebi fingers as well. And chalo Hornchurch aliyan munde no jalebiya khila do. Kenda main kadi jalebiya khadiyan nahi. Go on, give him a jalebi or two. Let him know what the jalebis are after his jalebi catch. And there you go again. Just respects this one, takes a single. It's a magical over. And Vinny, this is what I was afraid of. I just think in a low-scoring one like this, if you go with your spin and it doesn't come off, if it goes magical, it's the game gone.
Yeah, look, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Doesn't seem to bowl too many or any genuine leg spinners, does he, Whipple? It's just his natural thing to bowl out of the back of the hand. But again, good decisions made there. And I think, I suppose Wimbledon, they haven't really been their best friend here either, because they are bowling at least one or two balls that are kind of hit-me balls and over. If they weren't doing that, then the batters are kind of forced to make something out of nothing. So I don't think Wimbledon have really bowled to their potential in this inning so far, and the numbers would reflect that. 66 without loss after 4.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Hornchurch haven't had to take any risk. Their batters have just batted purely and played ball to merit, and there's been too many bad balls. There's been too many extras, and Wimbledon know that. And they're trying to get themselves back into the contest, and they're hoping that Jack Pulser, who is given the ball here now, can make the difference.
Okay. Now going to go to Pulser, lefty. Still, we've seen games lost from here, haven't we? We've seen that one wicket can spark something. Can Wimbledon play the way back in, one ball at a time? Pulser trying to move the needle in over number 5.
Short, gets pulled, but to the fielder. There's a man out there. So it'll just be a single. So Hankins more than happy to give the strike back to Billy Gordon.
Yeah, just looking in complete control at the moment. But I mean, you're up, you're down. Every game's different. Plenty more to happen on finals day.
Short one again. So same shot now from Hankins. So they're not going to be too bothered here at the moment. They can afford, I mean, they're so far ahead. That rate just around about 8 required. They'll take their time and they'll go after the right ball. Pulser wants a breakthrough. And he's going to be another single. So bowling to his field. But both batters looking so comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. It's tough. You can tell a lot by body language here at Wimbledon. And they're trying their best to kind of keep the game face on, but I think they felt the game slipping away here. Maybe conserving their energy for potentially 2 more big matches tonight.
Okay, maybe first chance. Wiss is coming down. Going, gone. Well, that's the difference that day makes. Yesterday, this is staying 10 or 15 metres inside of the boundary rope with the wind blowing. Today, it just keeps going. 6 runs.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is one that's blowing back yesterday, but 24 hours is a long time in European cricket, and Hankins gets the 6 moves to 40, and now 40 required for victory.
Oh, shot! What a shot this is! That's a blast! Que guay! Que genial! Que grande! 6 carreras. He moves early. The bowler goes for the shorter one, says, where you think you're going, sunshine? And, well, that's the reply from George Hankins as he blasts that one away. 6 more, and look at them. They're up and about. They're having some fun. They're looking to put their place in the final. Remember, there was heartache in the final for Hornchurch last year when they lost to the French champions Dreux. They're looking to make amends, and this one's going to fly over as well. It's been called a wide, so it's another minimal as Pulser bangs this in out of frustration, I think. And it's going to be 5 more to go onto the total. And Wimbledon, it has to be said, they're hurting themselves more than they're being hurt.
Yeah, 5-star alarm. That was huge. That was still going on the way up as Weir couldn't do anything about it. Needed a net to fish that one out. This has been just a bit of a forgettable 5 overs for Wimbledon right now. Hankins on 46.
Oh, class. And this is no edge. He's played for this. He knows there's going to be this heavy delivery, and that brings up a classy 50 for George Hankins. And I said at the time, form can come and go, but class is permanent. And when you need to perform, when you need the big players to perform, that's when they do. And that's a sign of big players. George Hankins gets 50 of just 18 deliveries, 90 without loss after 5.
Well, look, they started by being fairly conservative, if you want to call it that. They were just, maybe not conservative, I think they were just selective. I think the beauty of experience in this form of the game, even the fact they played 1 year of it, if you want to call it that, one ECL, you can just see that coming through with these two. They've gone for experience at the top of the order, and Hankins, he's starting to turn it on. Looks like this one's in the book, but still plenty to happen on finals day. Right now, I think Hornchurch, their supporters might have to pace themselves as well. It looks like they might be in for a long night as well.
It could be, couldn't it? But yeah, I mean, Wimbledon haven't helped themselves here, and they've now got to prepare for what's going to be a very tricky qualifier number 2 for them.
No doubt. I mean, we normally have some upsets. Now, I don't know if you can call Hinger over Prague CC an upset. I suppose according to the rankings it was. But Wimbledon have got a proper banana peel game coming up against Hinger that are just starting to hit their straps. So, well, the stories and the action from Group B going to be ringing around all day. Right now, another one. Cockney Corner's been busy, hasn't it? Speller comes on, and he goes much the same way. Hornchurch now just need 21 for victory.
Yeah, just trying different bowlers here now in Wimbledon. I think they know this game is done. This is now an opportunity for someone like Speller to come on, get his arm over, so that at least they're getting ready for the next match. And what a difficult one that's going to be. That's up in the air as well. This one will be 1 bounce 4. So boundaries coming quickly. Look at the body language of the players. Wimbledon, arms folded. They know they're going to get done here again. Remember, they suffered that defeat to Prague CC yesterday. That would have hurt them, but they came back on fire, didn't they, when they got the win in the night match against Hornchurch. But they've got some more work to do here. They're going to be losing their second match. Classy play, classy shot.
I wonder if the crowd's a factor, you know. You can really hear them arcing up at the moment. And, you know, that experience last year to get so close to the European Championship. I mean, they came so close to getting knocked down at the group stage. They finished 4th in Group A last year.
Net run rate.
They have a very good record in knockout games, Hornchurch. I suppose Wimbledon do too, because you have to win a lot of them to win the English Championship in the first place. That'll bring up the 100 now, the 100 partnership for Hornchurch. 15 for the victory.
Balls all round. They're looking forward to what will be a bit of a relaxing afternoon for them. And, they prepare for the final later. Wimbledon, on the other hand, it's going to be a testing one for them. They've got to prepare for another match, one which they would have hoped not to have played, one they wanted to avoid. Hinger have won in sensational fashion against Prague CC, knocking off the 100 without losing a wicket. Yeah, a bit like this.
We've seen two teams not be able to take a wicket today. Last ball of the 6 coming up.
It's a good fuller delivery outside the line, so they will take it into another over. The score 101 without loss after 6 overs.
Let's have a look at what's coming up then, because we're around about 1 hour and 40 minutes away from the next game, and look, the way things are shaping up, it would seem that the next game will be Wimbledon versus Hinger. You see the timing there, 3 a.m. luckily, 3 p.m. GMT, which is 4 o'clock in Central Europe, and 8:30 p.m. in India. So it might be getting a bit late depending on where you're watching from. Put on a pot of coffee, do what you have to do, but this is one night of cricket that you don't want to miss. You don't want to miss it.
It's the weekend coming, it's the weekend. You can celebrate, you can have some fun on this, Group B final Saturday. All right, they're going to go back to Pike. He gets the wicket, goes right across here, Billy Gordon. So the first one does go, and he does get it right. Pike, remember, he didn't quite execute his line very well in his very first over, went for 15. He's another one of the bowlers that was guilty of bowling and giving away 5 wides, 6 wides in that first over from him. But he's got a smile on his face, and that's a good sign, I suppose. It shouldn't be all doom and gloom. Remember, there's still another chance, but that's a good delivery. It's full, straight, it's pretty quick. At least they do get 1 wicket. So it's not going to be an absolute grubbing.
Yeah, look, took a little bit of the pad on the way through. Playing across that one, Gordon shows all his experience and skill there to put his team on the road to victory here in qualifier 1. 34 for Billy the Kid. It's 101 for 1.
Yeah, and you heard saying that Billy started at the club as a youngster. I think was it 13 or 14 years of age, stayed with the club, and he's grown with the club, and he's become part of the club. And what a fantastic moment it is for Billy Gordon to walk up these famous Cartama steps, knowing that that 100-run partnership with George Hankins has more or less secured a spot in the final for Hornchurch. It's nicely played, just dabs it away. I think this is also useful. He's not going to get too much time out there, Jopas VJ, but just to get out there, feel bat onto ball, even if it's a couple of times. It's it's a good feeling to be. He wants to be not out. He wants to go back. He wants to go back with a win, and it's all about having that confidence then going into that next match, which of course for them will probably be that final. Down the ground, catchable, and oh no, that sums it up for Wimbledon. And I guess I'll say this here. If you're going to have a bad one, have it when you got a second chance. Yeah, and they do have a second chance. So maybe get it all out of the closet now.
To be fair, this is belted. Like, it is hit so hard, and he's kind of on the move. Maybe could have given himself a bit more space by being back on the rope. But Hankins does smash them. Another opportunity, and this time it will be caught. So not so lucky the second time around. That's Whipple that takes it skating around to his right. So both openers go in this over from Pike. Although the finish line is in sight. Hornchurch, 108 for 2.
Well, he gets an extra 6. But next time round, Whipple, he does take the catch. To George Hankins, well, just listen to the applause he's going to get when he goes up those steps. I mean, they are going to be up and about for him. They know that he's a key player. He's one of the key batters. They know they needed him to get back into form, and he does. And he does it in style. Just listen to the ovation that he'll get. Yeah, well batted. George Hankins, 57 of 22. He needed that. He needed that knock. He's back.
Yeah, George having his say in qualifier 1. He'll want to make up for last year's final under lights, I'm sure, as well. So, nervous few hours for everyone concerned. Even Hornchurch, I mean, you've got to have those butterflies in the belly. They'll have a lot of time to think about the final. That's the thing. Whoever qualifies from the next one, they won't have as long. They'll be straight into the warm-up. Les Edwards comes out at 4. Just 7 runs required for victory.
Just push and go. Yeah, Les Edwards. We've seen him at the top of the order as well. He's a very, that's the way, sort of nervy sort of batter. He's always moving. He's fidgety, that's the word. He's all very fidgety. He moves around a lot, sometimes too much, and gets himself in a bit of trouble. But
reminds me of like waving a magic wand sometimes, the way he really swings the willow.
Yeah, that's a good delivery. Much better over from Pike. I mean, if only, this is the thing, if only his first over could have been like this one.
Here's the thing with Pike. I mean, I really like his action. He generates a lot with his wrist snap. And under lights, he really got the ball to talk last night. Now, assuming that Wimbledon go through, and that's probably not an assumption that you can make too easily, that could be a real factor, I think. Under lights, Pike was getting the ball to go late and at pace. Right now, 7 overs in, 108 for 2. Still 7 required, but that over only went for 7. Don't forget 6 of them with that drop over the boundary. Speller comes back for over 8.
Gets it through, so it's another dot ball. So I suppose taking it deep. Hornchurch, the Cockney corner, just getting a little bit quiet for a moment, but I think they're only needing 7. So that's well bowled. I think this is a slightly slower delivery from Speller.
It's good length.
Goes for it, and he'll get it. Shaba, manos. Arriba, Vitro. Well, that is sweet. Sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than the bowler Rasmalai. And now, well, that will level the scores.
Yeah, well, VJ, he's been a class act. The old strength to weight ratio is off the charts with JP, isn't it? And now any score will send Hornchurch through to the final.
JP is well liked at Hornchurch. He's there to maybe send him into the final, and he'll do it in style. Seis carreras, balle, balle, ginna zona shaka lagya, and Hornchurch, they are stronger together as they book their place in the final for the second year running. This time though, they'll be hoping is a different result. Who are they going to meet? Well, it could still be Wimbledon. These two teams have played each other twice, and it's 1-1 at the moment. But Wimbledon, if they are to make it, they got a difficult encounter against Hinger coming up, as the Swedish champions have found their form when they won the Eliminator today against Prague CC. Well, this Wimbledon, they know that their work is not done for the day. If they thought they were going to put the feet up, it's not to be. It's going to be back to the drawing board for them. But it will be Hornchurch that will be resting and then putting their plans together for the final later tonight. Well done to them. And I think you got to say there was a time when they were under pressure, especially when the likes of Webb and Merriman were creaming the ball to all parts of the boundary. But a moment of magic, it has to be said. That jalebi catch, which was outstanding from Ted Cooney, made all the difference. And after that, Hornchurch never looked back.
Yeah, let's have a look at the schedule then. So we're back in an hour and a half to take you into the next one. And Wimbledon and Hinger will meet for the right to meet Hornchurch in the final, because Hornchurch turn it on, finally clicking with the bat. A mixture of power and patience, I think, in this power play sets up an easy win.
Yeah, and I think they needed a run chase like this, and certainly George Hankins did. You know, it's one that he could time. It's one that he could say, yeah, I can relax a little. I don't have to be looking to get 16 or 18 runs and over. It was just right for him, and he timed it beautifully. He played some lovely shots. His footwork was epic, and he had a really good partnership there also. Don't forget, a 100-run partnership with Billy Gordon as well, who played some good shots of his own as well. But we're just watching really an array of masterclass shots, really. And George Hankins, with every shot that he played, he just got better and better, and the confidence starts to flow. So he's back. Hornchurch are back. Yeah, they are. They're back in the final. And this one was another one of those wides. I mean, that's the other thing. When you have a look at the extras here, Wimbledon, they've shot themselves in the foot, really. They gave away 16 extras, 16 of those in wides. And when you only got 114 to play with, you can't be doing that. So it's a comfortable victory for Hornchurch. They did pick up a couple of wickets towards the end, I suppose, and it was nice that Oliver Pike was able to get a couple. He didn't have the best of starts, and yeah, you're right, Vinny, if we do see them again, Oliver Pike could be pretty key, but that's one that got away. But well, one was dropped, but the next one was caught, and that's a good catch from Whipple.
Yeah, Hornchurch just have a knack of growing into their groups, if you like, or even their weeks here. Well, the conga line was on, the chairman of the board leading the way, and a bit of trouble with some recruiting down there, but I'm sure they'll have some time to work on it. Well, Murray, what a difference about 18 hours can make. He was, they were hiding the bed sheets last time we saw him last night, but right now he's very, very happy, and so are all of the Hornchurch faithful as they bring up the win with 15 balls to spare. And Hankins led the way in 57 of 22, 5 fours, 5 maximos in there. But I love the stability of Billy Gordon at the top. And then you allowed Jalpish Vijay to bat in the 3 spot. He didn't do too much wrong either. 120 coming up with a quarter of the innings remaining. Hornchurch, they've got some time to sit and look. And Wimbledon, they've got a real tricky one against Hinger, who've really got nothing to lose. They've come from 4th. They had to kind of bite the bullet last night. They had to win against the Mechlin Eagles to even make the finals in the first place. 2 for 22. Pike, good second over from him. He took 2 for 7 in that over. Also had one dropped over the boundary in that over. But no one else had the answers. And so these two have met twice. It's one apiece. We may get to see the decider later on tonight. We may not. We'll have to find out, Rico.
Yeah, have to find out. But Wimbledon, they can't take anything for granted, really, can they? Remember, they did that and made that mistake once already against Prague CC and Hinger. They are just as likely to do the same thing. And you said the key thing here. with Hinger, they have got nothing to lose here. They know they're the underdog big time, and I think that has probably taken a lot of pressure off them. They'll go out there firing.
And let's see what happens with the wind. I think Hinger would love it to stay windless and maybe be able to hit down the ground with a bit more confidence. So we'll have a break and we'll be back in around about an hour and a half. The toss is about to happen. Stay tuned, EuropeanCricket.com. And if you're watching on our channel, ECN European Cricket Network, we'll try and give you that news there as well. We'll take a break halfway through Group B Finals Day, Red Letter Day, and only one team can survive. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Big thank you to you, Rico. And know that Rico will sit the rest of the day out. We'll be watching from the sidelines. Corey Ruckers, potentially, will be joining me for the second half of Finals Day when we return to the Cartama Oval in Andalusia for more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back. What a finals day we've had so far in Group B, and it continues now. Sudden death cricket coming up. 2 more matches, 3 teams in the running. Each team will eliminate 1 from the equation. So coming up, it's qualifier 2, and it's Wimbledon of England taking on Hinger of Sweden. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Wimbledon, you're the home team, you will toss the coin. Hinger, you're the away team, you will call. There you go. European cricket has been called. It's come down Dream 11, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl.
Okay, toss won by Wimbledon. We're going to bowl first.
Wimbledon win the toss and elect to bowl. I think that's a good toss to win because both these teams just seem to have looked more likely while chasing in this series. So Hinger will get the chance to bat first. An unbroken opening partnership early this morning between Imal Zuvak and Sher Ali saw them across the line against a slightly higher ranked Prague CC. But Hinger are a danger team. They're the exact kind of team that Wimbledon wouldn't want to run into at this stage of the competition. Of course, we know that Hornchurch, by winning qualifier 1, they're straight through to the final and they're waiting to see who wins this contest. Wimbledon, look, they've had sometimes they've been up, sometimes they've been down. Hinger much the same, but really the next 20 overs will sort out who will survive and who will have to drive back home after this one. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers, who's in the commentary box for the first time today. Wimbledon winning the toss and bowling. Let's get ready to say goodbye to another team.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandu. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, wherever you might be watching from. Hope you're doing well. It is finals time of Group B. Looking forward to this one. It's qualifier 2, as I like to call it, the preliminary final. And the loser of this game, unfortunately, will be knocked out, and maybe we'll see them next year. The winner will be going through to the final versus Hornchurch. Asad Ali and Tyrone Peters are our officials for today. Good luck to those 2 gentlemen. Also, good luck to all the players who are making their way out to the middle. There'll be a few nerves, you'd imagine. As they all know, this is it. You lose this one, it's all over. Thanks for coming. But you never know what happens in this T10 universe. Can Hinger cause a little bit of an upset here as Wimbledon will go in as the favourites. Having a look at the track record, 3-2 for Wimbledon, 2-3 for Hinger. And overall, I've been really impressed by the keeper of Wimbledon, James Weir. He sort of takes control with the gloves then. You've got Lloyd at the top there with Jonathan Webb. They are bowling first here, so look out for Pike with the ball, and Speller also bowls a very heavy length. For Hinger, obviously they've got some seriously big players. Nasir Baluch, look out for him. Sher Ali need to have a big game if they are to get over the English champions. We look at the supercomputer, 73 to 27. I think it's a little bit closer than that. I'd maybe give it a 65 to 35 if I was the supercomputer, but I'm not. This will be a good game. I think just with Wimbledon winning the toss and bowling first, it just suits them a little bit to be chasing here. They're going to know what they're going to need to do in the second half of this final. Warm welcome to everyone around the world and all of our network partners as well. Fancode in India, Australia, Fox Sports a little bit later in Australia, but I hope you're still awake. We've got La Liga Sports TV, Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Swiss Sport in Switzerland, and Sport in France, and many more. We're almost set to go. Can the Swedish champs get on a run for the rest of the day and knock the 2 English champions out? Or will it be Wimbledon or Hornchurch back for championship week? Looks like deep third, deep backward square are the 2 boundary riders. Here we go, ball number 1. Shot, nice shot, clipped away. That's going to be 1 bounce 4, and this is a positive start. Zawak just clips it nicely. Well, I would say this about the Swedish champs after watching a little bit from afar. They just seem like a team that's growing and growing and growing with a bit of momentum, a bit of form and a bit of confidence, and that's always a dangerous sign for the other teams if that starts to happen on finals day. We always talk about teams timing their run. Are they starting to time their run to perfection? Short ball, 6, clobbered, miles, and I mean miles. The bowler takes a tumble pike, and this is a dream start for the Swedish champs who are looking to go bang, bang. This would probably be one of the hardest tasks an ECL team has had to do in the history of our ECL. Knock 2 English teams out back to back. If they are to do it, they're going to have a perfect afternoon, and this is a perfect start, 10 off 2. That went miles. Game on. The comeback, gets it full, gets it swinging a little bit. And doesn't give Zawak the chance to get underneath it. Wimbledon have had a good week so far. They've really enjoyed playing at the ECL, but they do know after losing the one earlier to Hornchurch, they can't have any more blips if they want to make it back for another week of cricket in the sun here in Spain. Oh no, well, if there's certain things not going your way, this might be one of them. It's a wide down the leg side, it lands on the popping crease and balloons over the keeper. And this is a dream start for Hinger. That is so unlucky. The keeper has no chance at all. It's going to be 5 wides. Double thumbs up, you can understand. Have a look at where this bounces past the crease, hits a Tortuga, and just takes off. 5. Edged, and just going to be 1. You just feel from the very first 4 balls, things are already going the Swedes' way. And the supercomputer now a little bit more at parity, 37 to 63. That's where I thought it should have started with. And we've got a very interesting contest on our hands. Sher Ali on strike. He is a player that can hit the long ball pretty consistently. But he's going to be gone. Oh no, what a poor shot. He checks his shot. I'm not too sure what's happened there. Has it stopped in the wicket? Has Pike rolled his fingers across it? I don't think so. I think Sher Ali's just, well, bunted it straight to cover. He has to go. This is a big wicket because he can be destructive, and the score's 16 for 1. As I welcome back Vinny Sandy. Vinny, what happened right here?
Oh, this can happen when you're first there. You just don't know the pace of what's coming at you, and it looks crazy in slow motion. But you got to remember, you got a fraction of a second to react. Now, if you're a 0.12 early, 0.12 late, it can have bad consequences. And Cher can just try to get bat on ball. I mean, I bet he wishes he had that back. He's even practicing there. I wish I just swiped across it. Maybe something good might have happened, but instead, it's back to earth for Sherry. A golden duck in qualifier 2, and Pike strikes back. It's 16 for 1.
Big wicket. We've seen a lot of Sher Ali, and when he goes, he really goes. Unfortunately, a golden globe this time. As we get to the last ball. Well, the first there's Derek coming out better late than never.
All right, well, here's Pike. Oh, risky little shuffle away from Zazai. Is that Zazai? They put up the order. Well, he has hit the ball well. That'll be the end of the first over. 16 for 1 after 1. It gives me a chance to welcome you back into the box, Corey, because you've had a day and a half off, and there was some discussion that there was some safe house that was set up for you, but you're now back with us. And of course, the big news is that Hornchurch, they're straight through to the final after beating Wimbledon in qualifier 1, and Hinger accounted for Prague CC earlier in the day. So just 2 matches remain in Group B. And as predicted, we've had plenty of twists and turns already in finals day.
Yeah, we have had plenty of twists and turns in this competition in general. And you are right, with Hornchurch sort of hovering there, getting a bit of extra rest, one of these 2 teams is going to have to play some good cricket for the rest of the day.
Not so windy, pretty calm.
It is very calm.
Vortex has been deactivated for now. And this is a little bit short, hit away very, very strongly. Zuvak's on a heater early. He's a guy obviously can handle himself against the short ball. That wasn't even that short, but Maximo 6 off Benning to start the second over.
I think it was signalled 4 by the officials, so they might want to have a closer look. It did look like it went a long way. And
oh, well, I'm crazy.
That's why they're paid the big bucks, Vinny.
I guess so. I just went on the sound. Forgot to watch where it went. So 4 runs. Check that one. 20 now on the board. Pitched up and straight to mid-on. So that's this is their approach hitting it. We've seen a lot of their innings be chaos. We've seen quite often they've gotten into trouble as far as wickets lost in the first half. Now, this morning wasn't one of those mornings. They went through without losing a wicket completely. But yeah, I just think when they've got wickets in hand, they've got even more confidence to go for their shots. They tend to go for them anyway. That's the thing. Yeah, it's going to be 4 as well. Over pitch this time. Benning traced the fence again.
I think the other thing as well, Vinny, compared to day 1 of Group B, when you're getting your eye in and you're not used to the pace, they're starting to get used to the pace of Hornchurch and Wimbledon. I think on day 1, both these Hornchurch and Wimbledon were banging it in and people couldn't play the short ball. All of a sudden, a few days later, you're feeling it again. You've got your mojo back and they look good.
And the thing is, without the wind, it's not behind the bowler's back, so they're probably not quite as rapid as they were earlier in the week. This one keeps them honest, though. So they're forced to keep it out. I think we've seen some of the top order batters as well, even with these kind of quote-unquote rogue teams, just be a little bit more selective. And I think, I mean, you saw that with Hornchurch in the chase against Wimbledon in the first qualifier. But I think you can still afford to be selective. Not many bowlers are getting 6 where they want them.
Yeah, I do agree, Vinny. The wind is gone. It should be a high-scoring evening.
Wanted to bang it in because I want to see what happens. Goes full. This time, slightly to the right. Oh, slow to go. This would have been out. Zazai could have been gone without scoring, but couldn't pull off the direct hit.
I think Zazai was a little bit guilty of a late leave of the crease. He would have been gone, Vinny. You're right, just in shot. So he gets a life early.
I think that's kind of about wanting to control the strike as well. Second last ball, the over was marginal. He runs because it wasn't straight at the fielder, but came back pretty quickly. It's the last ball of the second. And he just launches it, and we're not a factor there. That's into the clouds. Maximo! Some distance from Zazai as he gets off the mark in style. It's 31 for 1.
Would you say this afternoon, if the Swedes are to knock out both English teams in a day, would be the biggest day of ECL we've had? It's a hard thing to do.
Well, they'll be wishing there were 3 English teams in the group and they could do them in the final. Maybe they're the kryptonite. Anyway, Hinger, let's not forget, these 2 teams, they met on the opening morning of Group B, and that was match number 2. Hinger kind of begged, borrowed and stole 109 for 5 off the 10, and Wimbledon chased it down in the 8th over. So fairly one-sided game on that occasion, although Hinger did take a point away.
Do you think Hornchurch have a team they'd rather play? Or do you think they're sort of... Do you think they're sitting there saying, look, we'd rather go up against Wimbledon, we feel confident, or maybe against the Swedes?
It's very hard to answer that question. I think that they understand the danger of both opposition. Wimbledon, obviously, with their discipline, if you like, but without necessarily that rogue factor that we associate with some of these continental sides. I think Hornchurch know both are dangerous. I'm not willing to put words in their mouth. I think they're pretty happy to be there as the first team through. In the block hole, well bowled. This is Richie Lamb bowling over number 3. I'll tell you a bit of trivia as well. Of course, this is the 3rd finals day that Hornchurch have played in, but it's the first time they've ever skipped qualifier 2. They had to do it the hard way in their final. They finished 4th in the group, in Group A, had to win all the way through, and then on finals day in the championship week, they had to get through CIYMS.
Well, knowing how they've spent some of their nights, they'll enjoy a bit of the rest.
Shot. That is a blast and a half, and no fence is stopping that. Maximo Desire, the promotion number 3, working.
Yeah, that is a genuine fence buster. It's actually gone in the football goals over there. That's a really hard shot.
That should be extra points. It's gone into the football goals, which is about 120 metres from the centre.
It just kept on rolling. It's gone straight through that net. This is a dream start. Has to be said for Hinger, who sent into bat. They'll love a 130, 140 in a final.
He's going to get lucky here, just down to the outstretched glove of Weir, and the luck seems to be on the Swede side as well so far.
You start certain games of cricket and you just have a weird feeling, or there's something in the air. Right now it's happening. The ball is going in the direction they want, even if they mean it or they don't mean it. They're having a little bit of luck here and there. The 5 wides hitting the popping crease, that edge for 4. This is a dream start for the Swedes. They're a dangerous T10 team.
Lamb with the comeback. Slower ball, clever, hangs in the air, and there's the luck again. because that could have easily ballooned to a fielder, but they get away with it, and that's the end. Oh, it's not the end just yet. Scorers are very quick today. Zubak gets back.
This is like one of those finals where, remember the Belgium versus England?
Yeah.
Where Drew versus Forfisher. It's sort of like conventional cricket meets T10 cricket in a funny way. It's just that sort of big disparity in the way they play. But either team could win.
That's going to be knocked down. That's well done. Should just get one here. But 3 runs saved at the end of that over. 13 off at 44 for 1 after 3. I'll give you my best analogy. Imagine if you took all the Major League Baseball players and you took them to the back streets of the Bronx and you challenged them to a game of stickball.
Yeah.
And I'll get so far, but there's a little bit of the X factor creeps in. And that's a pretty healthy power play. Consistent scoring, 44 for 1. Maybe about evens in the power play.
Oh, I'd actually give the tip in my hat to the Swedes here. Only just. I think being sent in, if you have a power play where it's in the 30s, you're always playing a bit of catch-up in your mind. They're ahead a little bit at the moment with 9 wickets in hand as well and some serious striking to come. I think they're just ahead in this one. The one thing about Wimbledon, though, they've got plenty of bowling depth. They field pretty well. They won't be too deterred just yet.
I wonder as well, someone like Whipple with his kind of mystery spin. Excuse you. It's Zubak. Nerves all over the place here. That's Zubak is going to face up. End of the power play. 5 outfielders in place, and Speller to continue. And another edge. This time they put the third a bit finer. They've read the room there. It's good field placement. That's shake and bake Brandon Tatum. That does the fielding.
Yeah, good fielding. A bit of a vortex, we like to call it down there. A lot of balls fly in that region, especially from this end with the extra bounce. 45 off 3.1. Zazai 17, Zawak 23.
Vortex has been turned down a bit though without the wind. Still flies though. Wow, that's going to be a wide. I think this is bouncing off the pitch, but it's after the actual line of the stumps. So, yeah, that's good communication between the officials. Yeah, that's bounced past the stump, so it'll just be a wide, not a no ball. Good swing, though, from Speller, if you want to see a positive in that.
I was just about to say, got that to go late.
Again, need a broomstick to reach that. And it'll be another to the total.
So how you been, Vinny?
I've been well.
Everything good?
How was your day off? You had Peacock Friday off. Now some talk because...
I went to the mall, got a Peacock shirt, of course. It's Peacock Friday.
Sure.
So can't wear it today,
See you next week?
Yeah, see you next week. Got next Friday off as well.
Are you off next Friday? Yeah. Interesting. Oh, well, here's Speller trying to get the breakthrough. And, well, big swing and a miss at times. I think is one guy you actually can take the pace off to. We've seen that be an effective tactic a couple of times so far.
Yeah, good length, really good length, in between sort of length. No, it was a good day off, thank you. You've got to love Malaga, Andalusia region. It was a beautiful part of the world at this time of year.
This is a nice reel. An X factor at 3. And now he's going to smash that. Well, that has some length on it. Wow, that is big. It's over the fence. It's up the road.
Oh, boy.
Maximo. And a large one for hitting it.
That is beyond large, Vinny. That's up near the van up there, which is on the hill, the ambulance. It hit the road, and it just kept on going.
Yeah. I think these are some of those moments that some of those Wimbledon guys will just have to have an out-of-body experience and say, that's some striking. That's the one thing that a lot of the UK teams always say when they come in, geez, some of these boys can hit the ball a long, long way. And that was right out of the screws. Zazai, knowing him, he wants to go again. Tries, gets a bit of bat on it. Just be one. And running between the wickets. Sometimes the continental teams have struggled in that department. That's a good decision. Just a single.
Would you say the Hinger, the Swedes, are potentially timing their run perfectly? They look like a completely different team from day one.
Well, they couldn't go any slower. I mean, they struggled. They didn't get a win in the first 3 matches. Yeah, but it seems to be clicking. Even something like Sher Ali getting out hasn't hurt them so far. Little glance as well. That's some batsmanship there from Zubak. He's more than just a slogger, I tell you that much. That's a really delicate shot and 4 more.
Just showing a little bit of the batting panache you want to see. It's not all brute power. That's really good batting. Tickle it around the corner. Take 4 for your trouble. We got a final on our hands, Vinny.
Zubak was instrumental in a famous match on ECN that we called the Impossible Chase when he was playing for the Swedish national team against Belgium. They were about 68 after 6 overs, chasing 150. Ended up doing it with 5 balls to spare. And Zubak scored a half century in that one. So he's calling a crisis. Now he's going to belt one back. And, oh, they're going to take one. That's, I suppose, technically a chance. It's also one that might remove your finger from your hand.
It was ridiculously close to going onto the stumps as well, and I don't think he was back in his crease. It sort of spun past the stumps. Watch this, Finn. Have a look at the non-striker here. In the hand, he's not in his crease.
Yeah, it's weird. It kind of bounced and then spun. And, you know, Tyrone Peters, his whole life flashed before his eyes. And I'm not sure he liked everything he saw. But right now, that's the end of 4 overs. And it's 59 for 1.
A dream start. They've got the rate up. Can they stay consistent for another 6 overs? If they put on 140, 150, that's a pressure chase. That's a big pressure chase in the final.
Now, how's Jules in the comment section saying, apparently on Cricket 22, there's a T10 option. And he set up a tournament. There was England, Jersey, Netherlands, Ireland. So he played that. Was as close to ECN as possible.
There you go. Well, imagine if we made the ECN video
did
game.
We talk about that one time?
Not that I can recall.
We had a random question once about this. Anyway, they go to Whipple with his wristies. He's going to start with a full toss, and it's going to thread the needle. It's going to be 4, so he can't find the surface. And it's 4 runs to start the 5th.
There's something in the air right now that anything they touch is turning to gold. He splits the gap perfectly. Whipple gets put away for 4. The tall right arm leg spinner. And this is a dream start.
Bowls more wrong-uns than anything else, though. That's just his natural delivery. That's more of the toppy, and it's in the air. They're going to get lucky, or are they? They aren't, because Whipple will take the catch. And Zuak goes for 32. Change as good as a holiday, and the spin does win the battle in the end for Wimbledon. And Hinger loses skipper 63 for 2.
Yeah, very big wicket. Well bowled, Whipple, and good catch as well. Just to get the boys in the huddle, maybe stem a few nerves. The tall sort of right arm leg spinner, you're right, Vinny, a lot of wrong-uns. So actually, this cramps him for room. It comes back into him. He didn't pick it. And he'll have to go, but a good cameo, good catch, and we've got a good game.
Yeah, I thought for a second it might be another ones that just pops into the open space, but I didn't bank on the long strides of Whipple, who identified the opportunity really quickly. Zubak just tries to sweep that one. I don't think he really picked it. He's annoyed to get out at that stage, but gets them off to a bright start. We'll see if they can carry the game forward. 63 for 2.
Looks like Romani's come out here at number 4.
He's the other batter from that impossible chase. He was there at the end. He hit 34 off 6 in 1 over. He's 34 off his only 6 balls in the match. And there's another wrong. It's in the air, and it's going to be 2 in a row. Well, Whipple has done the trick. He's on a hat trick. No luck for Romani, who goes for a Golden Globe, and just like that, it's 63 for 3.
Don't think they're picking him, Vinny. It's spinning, coming back into them. Looks like it's going to be a leg spinner, but this is the way they play. It's high voltage. It's sometimes crazy cricket, but 2 and 2.
Yeah, I think this is one that does break a little bit left to right off the pitch. And the thing is, what makes it hard to pick, I think, is that the same kind of action, he also bowls this top spinner, which just doesn't spin at all. It just kind of spins on. But anyway, good catch by Lloyd. He's solid. And Sammy uses 1 ball. Can't avoid being caught. 63 for 3.
Well, it's a hat-trick ball. I mean, you wouldn't put it past him here because you imagine that the players from Hinger don't mind just keep going at it.
We had 1 hat-trick in Group A. We've had 1 in Group B.
It's good consistency.
Well, that would mean this isn't a hat-trick. First ever hat-trick on the 29th of February, by the way.
First ever? Oh, okay, yeah, leap year. Get you. Yep.
You know your calendars. Now, left-hander comes out. I think this is a pretty good matchup for Whipple. He's not your regular leg spinner. Hat-trick ball. All right, he hits the keeper in the head. You have that on your bingo card?
Didn't have it in my bingo card. A lot of bounce.
Yeah.
A lot of bounce.
Hey, Said Ahmed, he's a guy, he likes to pump things over mid-wicket and he doesn't mind going to fetch it, but Whipple's a different kind of a cat. No, he doesn't really care. He picks it and he puts it out of the ground. Maximo! And Said is away with 6.
There's certain teams you just have to love that play this format, and the Swedish champs are. They don't mind they lost 2 wickets. They just go at everything. That's a really, really good cricket stroke.
Actually doesn't quite hit the middle. It's on the outside half of the bat, but still gets enough. Now checks his shot just in time. He'll get a single. It's true about Whipple, though. Hard to pick. And I wonder what Zazai's approach is here. He's a swinger from way back. But can he survive this ball?
This might be a moment to maybe just see off one, try and run a single and keep the strike.
Full toss. I was asking for it. That's a no ball.
Well, it might be close, you know.
Yeah, he's quick appealing. Probably should have spent some of that energy putting the ball out of the ground. Let's have a look. Oh.
Well, the thing is, when you're trying to judge if it's dipping or not, it's always difficult. It's very close.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of at the crease. And, yeah, I don't know if they want to have... Yeah, they're going to call it. I mean, it's probably one of those ones that's kind of on the border. Like, I know you want to go technically at the line, but he's kind of standing at the crease. It reaches him waist high. So those ones, typically the benefit goes to the batter, and that's, I think, why they make that call. It was a tough one, but, yeah, Whipple gets it wrong end of the day. Saeed, he can run at this if he wants. He's not really a runner, though. He's a swinger as well, and he does swing high. And that one is also long. It's going to end up banging into the palm tree. It's Maximo. 2 for 20, magical, but a couple of highlights as well. And Hinger up to 5 overs, 79 for 3. The free hits cashed in.
You got to love them. They lost 2 wickets, but they don't mind, Vinny. It's still 20 runs off the over.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting team, isn't it, Hinger, who really didn't have a good start with the bat, but we want to welcome you into the box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers. You talked about Hinger timing their run. They've had some heartbreak. They've had some good moments, but they're still here. That's the main thing. And I called this a bit of a banana peel game for Wimbledon because Hinger is not the kind of team you want to run into when your tournament's on the line.
We've had it in the past with Dreux, Belgian ball, the national team. They're just a team that are a bit of mavericks. I mean, they lost 2 wickets at the start of that over and they still took it for 20. It just breaks the normal cricket sense you're brought up with. It's totally different. You've never seen it before.
Yeah, well, that marginal call going to Hinger, and they make it count, don't they, with 6 more off the last ball of the over. Let's get back to the action now because 5 overs to go. They double this, that's 158.
It's a lot.
You know, Wimbledon have the batting to chase that down, but also, got to say, Hinger, they bowled really well this morning. And they go to Baldwin, the offie, and he just gets pumped down on the ground. Interesting option. Turning into Zazai and Hinger. And they're not too worried about the 3 wickets right now. They feel that they're flying on the way to a big score.
They're on a bit of a heater, Vin. They're on a jet. No, actually, they're not on a bit of a heater. They're on a heater. They've hit a lot flush. I mean, yes, they lost a couple of wickets. It hasn't deterred them. Right now, the Swedish champs are pushing the English champs deep.
The thing is, as a finger spinner, an off spinner to a right-hander, I feel like your options are reasonably limited about what you can do. Okay, you can probably dart it in. You can probably make it a bit quicker, but...
Baldwin did, I watched him the other day, he did have a little bit of a ball that was a bit of an away swinger.
Yeah.
So maybe he's going to come in and try...
The one fingerer.
Yeah, we call it the nude sort of delivery that comes off one finger. Yeah. So I don't think he'll bowl traditional sort of off-spin coming in.
Zazai, he's got Maximo's in mind here. He wants to turn this into a big over. Can Baldwin fight back? That was it, I think.
Oh,
misses out.
Boy, has he missed out. Any bit of bat on that was going away.
A couple of real Gundy balls haven't gone the distance.
I don't know. If I was Hornchurch, I think I'd prefer to play Wimbledon. The Mavericks of Sweden just...
Hitting at way up to 42%. Hit across the line from Zazai. He'll get a single.
You ever swung a bat that hard?
I don't think it'd be good for my spine.
Yeah, there's no questions asked. They go pretty hard at it.
I mean, it's the cricketing equivalent of Happy Gilmore, isn't it?
It is.
Sometimes that we see here, and just breaking the game, breaking the mould. But here, left-hander on strike now. What does he do? Does he go the kind of in-curver? Does he go the away spinner?
Now you want a bit conventional. Maybe go the opposite. Play the bluff, slow it up, bowl it wide of off stump, really go slow.
Yeah, Saeed doesn't really move his feet. He's very good at pumping stuff over mid-wicket. So I might kind of throw one up a bit, but I try and get a bit of turn, actually. Maybe you can get a miss hit. Baldwin, clever bowler. He tries it, it goes up in the air, and it goes back to the line, and it's been caught, and he stays inside as well. Tim Lloyd's fielded very well in this series. Saeed gets it 99% of the way there, but not all the way. Baldwin fights back with the big wicket of Saeed, and it's 86 for 4.
It's a big moment. It's a really big moment. When he first hit it, I thought that's going for 6. Nice safe catch on the rope. This game still alive. It was wide of off stump. Exactly what we thought, but it was pace on. And a good catch. He had about, well, less than a foot to work with.
Depends how big the foot is, but yeah, Lloyd, he's been solid, hasn't he? So another one goes.
They'll keep coming.
I think that maybe they bring on Baldwin specifically because the left-hander's there, and on paper it's a good matchup. Saeed, well, he'll have another chance to impact the game in the second half. He can't quite clear the ropes. Lloyd reels in the catch, and Baldwin strikes 13 for 4. And of course, we had Tom Weston in last night from Wimbledon, and I asked him, who's the player that maybe we haven't quite seen the best of yet that you think might have a big finals day? He pointed to the off-spinner, Joe Baldwin.
Cool. Well, they've still got plenty of batting to come.
4 wickets down, still over 4 wickets to go. 4 overs to go, I should say. Tariq Zubak. Guarantee you he'll be swinging too. Not this time though.
That's good. There's still a room in this game for that. Gets Zazai back on strike, who's 32 off 13. Good over from Baldwin so far. Can he close it out?
And remember, Zazai did start the over with a Maximo off Baldwin. We're just threatening to pick up at the moment. Certainly nothing like we've seen over the first 2 days of Group B. Goes pace on, and he kind of picks it and uses it, gets it around the field of 4 runs to finish the over. So boundaries bookend the 6th, and with 4 overs remaining. Hinger 91 for 4.
Interesting game, really interesting game. Despite the wickets falling, they're still taking overs for 12, sometimes 20. Big 4 overs coming up. 150's on here. You've got Baluch in that lineup, Iqbal, Mohammed. They all hit a long ball.
Just surprised we haven't seen Baluch in the top 6, although he did injure his shoulder slightly, his non-bowling shoulder. Corey Rutgers, the European coach there, almost had a heart attack.
But his bowling's okay still, because I think his 2 overs are pretty massive in this game.
Yes, good point. Also didn't bowl the first over this morning, bowled the 3rd.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Anyway, Pike, like the cut of his jib. He's going to bowl over 7. Nice kind of heavy ball. Tariq Zuak gets a piece of it, and Zazai, well, he's been a good kind of hunch-based put up the order at 3. He's 36 off 14. I think how long he can bat, how deep he can bat, could have a big impact on what this final score is. Gets out of the way of this one for a wide.
Yeah, I think he just got himself in. It was a bit like the limbo, just trying to get under the
bar. A lot
bar.
of these guys have this trigger, which is like a different trigger than a lot of traditional batters where they go back and across.
Well, he almost fell on the stumps. He went that far back.
Can't get hit wicket off a wide. Would you ever see that? I've seen it twice. That's a lot of games sometimes. We'll try the same again here, Pike. Tries to cramp him. And see here. That would have been a wide if he'd gotten across. He misses the leg stump. Well taken between the batter and the stumps by James Weir. I've got a question for you. 136 on the board. If you could play a bit of deal or no deal, if you're hitting her right now, if they said you can have 130 or 138, would you take it?
No. I think they do. I think with the platform they've got, I think they still have a fair chance of 150. Your XP can be much higher than that. I'll take it. It's tough to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
I just think if they went into the sheds at 138 from here, I think they'd be slightly disappointed because of the start they had.
Yeah.
I think this is a genuine, with that start, they want a 150.
I mean, there's the chance for more, but there's also the chance for less. But the question is, that high 130s, is that going to challenge this Wimbledon batting lineup? Having said that, batters had a bit of a rough one earlier. Sweden were bowling well earlier. This is picked up. It's away from the fielder. In fact, it's got what it takes to get over the line. Maximo! Well, Pike kicks the ground like a B-grade country western singer there because he was annoyed. He got a bit too close to Tariq Zubak. And that one creeps over the boundary.
It just feels like they're finding the boundary every time they are under the pump a little bit. A bit of them started the last few overs well, dot ball, a one, but then they're finding that boundary still.
Had 2 boundaries in the last over. It's the first boundary of this over. 100's up, and now this is high, really high. It's like a pull shot that's going to go over the boundary straight as you like. Well, they say play straight, but I don't think you'll find that one in the coaching manual. Maximo.
Well, for you baseball fans out there, that's a Shohei Ohtani bomb straight 400 feet. How he's hit that for 6 there, I have no idea. They're pumped up. I mean, they truly believe they're on here. 150's on Vinny.
Doesn't matter how you get him, that excess is suddenly up in the high 140s. That was a remarkable shot over centre field. Now, again, tries to follow him. This is where I think with Pike, you can go the old kind of fake footwork, try and back away and then come back and get the white.
Cricketers these days, when they get that sort of ball that's coming at waist height, have that lovely ability to still hit the sight screens. The baseball shot straight. This is amazing. This is a great way to start this preliminary final.
Bulich to come in next,
yep.
Potentially as well. Don't forget, not required yet. Wow. Well, don't know where he's going here. It's almost going to be stumped. Now they think about it. Now they think about it again. They decide not. That's a dot ball. But even the dot balls are exciting on ECN. That's the end of 7 and hitting a 107 for 4.
Just has that feel, doesn't it?
Look, 140s here. Hitting a, I know you weren't with me this morning, but they really shut down the Prague CC batting lineup, particularly
I
in the
think
second
Prague CC
half.
had a good little group as well. I thought they played really well. Yeah, they've been able to click at the right time, haven't they, Vinny? And right now they're clicking very well.
How about Group C that starts tomorrow with all Old Victorians of Jersey, as well as Alton of Switzerland, Gamblers of Portugal, Afyon Karaisa, SHS of Turkey, and CC Academic Sofia of Bulgaria. Pretty interesting group coming up.
Always exciting when we get a new group.
Out. He hasn't hit it. That is out. Tell your story walking. Back to basics. Desai batted so well for 37, but he just couldn't get any bat on this. So Speller comes back with immediate effect. Yeah. Pretty easy decision, that one. It's 107 for 5.
You can see the big smile on his face because it's very good execution. Just another wicket, gets the boys in the huddle. That's exactly what they want. And every time Wimbledon look to break away, we wouldn't just claw them back a little bit.
Big 3 overs coming up. Huge 3 overs. That's back foot right in front of the subs. Look, he's already walking. He puts his hand up and says to his partner, don't bother running, because I tell you what, I'll see you later. I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's more than likely touching a bit of leg stump.
Good knock, though, from Zazai. That's what they wanted out of him. 37 off 17 again. Going to have to play as a team, bat as a team. With 5 wickets out now. They still don't go to Bulich, they go to Nazir Iqbal. That tells me there might be something wrong with Bulich's shoulder.
Yeah, you'd have to think so. Bulich would have come in if he was 100% fit, so maybe he's just in the team to bowl. Nazir Iqbal now gets an opportunity, still 2.5 overs remaining.
He didn't have the magic spray, but he did have the magic lotion this morning.
Nice.
He heard it taking a catch. This is in the block hole, and will knock down. Means that Iqbal will be restricted to a single.
Do you think Speller's probably been, he bowled 1 over earlier, he's been watching what's going on, thought, you know what, let's take everything out the coach's manual, just focus on one task here, and it's 6 Yorkers.
Yeah, I still think, you can tell the batter you're going to bowl 6 Yorkers, and then bowl them, still pretty hard to hit.
Yeah.
At a high level, maybe they ramp a bit more and stuff like that, but that's it too much here. Misses his spot slightly, but it's going to work out because Lloyd doesn't drop catches, he's not dropping that. Zubak the next to go, and hitting it. 108 for 6, and Speller gets 2 here in the 8th.
Yeah, big 2 wickets because they're starting to get to the stage if they can get 1 or 2 more. You come into that number 9, 10, 11 who maybe don't have as much batting experience, and all of a sudden it might not be 150. You can keep it to 130. So good comeback this from Wimbledon. Speller's come in doing a job.
Yeah, he is. They need someone to click, and maybe Bulich come to the creases is what they need, but yeah, we'll have to have a look, see who comes in. Is Bulich that comes in at number 8. Let's see if he can have a heater. He's the one guy I think from here could really propel this score to that 140 and above still.
Well, I'm watching him run to the wicket, and he sort of kept his right arm a little bit locked into his midriff, so I don't know if he's fully fit. It's brave, considering you need your shoulders to bat, so we'll have to see if he's got much mobility.
Got full Danielson from Karate Kid 1.
Oh, I hope he doesn't do anything silly here.
I hope. He swings for the fences. Here we go. Last quarter of the innings. Oh, he gets a bit funky, and that's probably to conserve a bit of energy because he lets the ball do the walk. And Nasser gets 4 to start.
Well, if you do have a sore shoulder and you don't want to swing the blade too much, this is the right option. And if someone's bowling Yorkers, this is definitely the right option. Good batting, smart batting, 4 more to the total. Swedish chance finding ways of getting the run still. I'd go again here. I mean, they're not going to change the field. 5 legs in the ring. Go again, back yourself.
Well, he tries it again. This one's even better. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, if he was in the wild, he'd avoid the line because he doesn't move at all the way he hits this. And have a look at this. Gets all of it. Gets 6. To go with the 4 to start is not.
Brilliant batting. Brilliant batting. And they're not going to move fine leg back again. So why not go again? Chance your arm. If he can't hit it straight because of his shoulder, 3 ramps in a row potentially.
Fakes it this time. And as he nicked it, it's off the end of the bat. Well, that's the ball. I think it still would have been a wide, even with the movement. So Baluch burgles 10, but he doesn't last out the over. 118 for 7 now after 8. That's 3 in the over for John Speller.
A lot going on, isn't there? He slows this one up, goes a bit wider, toe of the bat. Easy catch for the kid. 118 for 7. It's a lot going on, Vinny.
He's been unlucky to reach that, really. I still think that's going to be a wide. Moves maybe a couple of stumps, but that's well outside the line. Easiest of catches for Weir behind the stumps. So a bit of luck's a fortune. Hinger, they had the luck early. Maybe that's a bit that goes against him there. Baluch, let's see what he can deliver with the ball. They want 2 overs out of their spearhead, but as he goes, it's 118 for 7 with 12 balls remaining.
Do you think at any stage now they're thinking about the wickets column or not really?
Not really. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Sometimes defences, attack's the best form of defence anyway. They swing the bat.
Do you know if they've got much down 9, 10, 11 that can come do a job?
Yassine's in the side, the youngster, and I think he'll be the last to bat. Still got a couple of adults before that. That's always handy. Anyway, Momand into the side. And he's going to hit this down the ground. I think it's going to be another one, and it is. So the night starts with a wicket, and Benning catches in. This innings is imploding pretty quickly. 118 for 8.
4 wickets in the last 7 deliveries in this game, and you just said live by the sword, die by the sword. Well, at the moment, they're starting just a little bit to die by the sword. They're backing their ability to hit 6's first ball, but it's not a very easy thing to do.
It's an instinct kind of shot, you know, just hopes he can get this in the middle of the bat and send it over the ropes, but the timing not quite there. Again, first ball of an over, first ball of a guy you've never batted against in your life. So what you probably don't realise unless you've ever grabbed a bat and headed out there is that timing is everything, and if you're a little bit out, it doesn't work out. Iqbal goes for 1, and it's 118 for 8. Zafar comes out to bat. Now I do think you have to be a bit more careful. Maybe try and get to that 130. Or you could just do that. It's in the air, and they are going to get a bit lucky this time, and there we go. That's the mystery Tortuga. He runs straight past it, and Zafar gets 4 somehow.
Bit of side spin, Vin. He spliced it, didn't he? And unfortunately, ran straight past it.
Do you want the physics explanation?
Go on.
Well, see, you're running and you're assuming the ball's going to stay at a consistent speed, but when it hits the ground, it decelerates quicker than you can. And then with that natural spin as well, that's a shot. That'll show you exactly what happened. They get 4. And now it'll be 9 out. So, well, 4 and out. Maybe you take it, maybe you don't, but still an over and a half to go. Well, careful is for the week. It's 122 for 9.
Is everybody in a rush? It feels like everything's happened very quickly. 8.3 overs, 122 for 9.
Well, here's Yassine, who's going to come out. Now, he's the youngest man to ever take a 5-wicket haul on ECN. He did that at 14 years of age. He's since turned 15, but he's going to come out to bat. And I think now...
He's got to defend.
If you can take 9 off the last 9, you do.
100%. 100%. Don't get bowled out. Run a couple of singles. It might be a bit boring for the style that you're used to playing, but don't get bowled out. 130. You take 130. How many wickets in the last 1.3 overs?
I offered you 136 and you turned it down.
That's why I don't gamble anymore. Look at this, Vinny. Bit of running repairs. 2 men. Suiting up the young man.
That's nice to see him trying to work it out. Probably had 0 plans of batting in this tournament, Yassine Khan. Yeah, so we've had 5 wickets in 9 balls now. But hey, we've also had 15 runs in those 9 balls. All right, Yassine.
Oh, good luck, young man.
Well, he's got big Benning at the other end. Hopefully he does live to be 18, but we'll find out shortly as Yassine faces up for the first time in the ECL. A little kid from Sweden. And he's going to swing, and he's going to get 4. Well, I was wondering what the tactics would be. I thought maybe the sniper's red dot was between the eyes, but Benning pitches up, goes for the stumps and goes to the boundary.
You can't not love this format. You just can't. The young man from Sweden comes in and he gets 4 runs. He'll tell his friends back home it was through the V, through covers. What a shot.
Educated edge. Seems a big ECN follower as well. You know, follows us all around the continent. Let's see if Benning's out of patience with him here. Young upstart. There he goes. Could be a wide. You know, he's only little. That's another run to the total.
I think you just got to keep this simple here. Surely going full at the stumps. But anyway, these are valuable runs.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of a chat from Momand. He hasn't actually faced the ball yet. Interesting. I mean, I know we had a big 10th wicket partnership in the Australia versus New Zealand test the other day. Could they put on like another 13 or so on the next day? Can they survive it though? Oh, he's hit that great. What a shot. 4 runs from the youngster. 4 carreras. He's running on pure adrenaline right now.
Oh boy, what a shot from the youngster.
I mean, the ball before, his whole life flashed before his eyes, and it didn't even take that long. He's only 15 years of age.
Oh, this one might be coming up a bit in the rib cage.
He's bowled his bounce already. Well, he survives it. End of 9, 131 for 9.
Oh, you got to love it. You got to love the stories.
136, and you might still get it.
You got to love the stories. A young 15-year-old from Sweden just pumps one over cover.
Too young to know the danger.
Right now, he's red mist. His eyes are just on. He's so excited.
And how about the team? This is the kind of thing that gets your team up and about. I mean, now we're talking par score. If you've gone on the numbers, actually, this group has been 122 par, believe it or not. It's been a bit lower scoring. But,
what a game. What a 9 overs we've had.
Richie Lamb to bowl the 10th. And Momand hasn't actually faced yet. And he will face the first one of the 10th. He came in at number 9. Since then, he watched Mohammad Zafar get a 4, then get out. He's watched Yassine hit a couple of boundaries. Here's the 10th over. He hits it all right. Oh. I don't know if I'm turning runs down anymore.
I'm taking the run here.
You got the youngster.
Youngster's 8 off 3.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm taking the run. I know he's a youngster, but still, every run here, you want it.
Yeah.
I get the thought process, but
well, I guess, yeah, time will tell. Up in the 130s here, hitting up, fighting, scrapping for a few more. Yeah, well,
it's not like Moman's a top order batsman and you're saying, okay, you're the number 4 batting with the number 11, I'll take the strike. You're both right down there. So anyway, he wants to face the 6 deliveries. He's got his opportunity. Can he find a boundary or 2?
All right, Momand taking the junior supervisor role. And this will be up in the air. It's going to curve away. Well, they want 2 here. Bit of hesitation. They will take a couple in the end. So I suppose they gave up the 1, then they pushed for 2 that time, up to 133.
Fighting hard. Could get to that 140 mark still, being a little bit like maybe a French cut or something like that for 4.
They do say that teenagers, they don't feel fear the way that regular people do. Right now, Yassine, he's watching it from 22 yards away. Oh, the old nutmeg. As the old cat in a hot tin roof footwork from Momand. They do survive the ball, though, 2 to come. Tell you what, if it is 136, I'm going to say, well done, supercomputer, well played. Because just knows stuff. How do you describe that one?
No, Moment's just
don't back away.
Get some runs here. Read the room.
I'd be backing away.
Oh. Not a good last over from Moment because
it's been good.
You know, if you say I'm going to take the 5 balls, there's a responsibility. You have to get bat on ball minimum.
I think
a couple of the shots haven't been someone that deserved to face the 5 balls.
I wanted to see more Yassine.
Yeah, correct.
And now, well, they do bat out the 10. 133 plus this. They'll be swinging the bat, and they'll be running for anything. Last ball coming up. And Lamb trying to close things out. And they're going to get 4. Well, I guess all things considered, they'll take it. 6 off the last. It wasn't the regulation 6 singles with 9 down. They get a 2 and a 4. There's 4 dots in there. And, oh, well, très bien, supercomputer. 137 for 9. Pretty spot on with the prediction. And Lamb will finish with 19. But that last wicket partnership just kind of gave them that little boost. 15 put on for the last wicket.
Yeah, we don't often see 15 for the last wicket. There was a big cheer from the Hoodiger sort of dressing room, the tent, when that ball went for 4, because they truly believe they're in this game. What an interesting first 10 overs. And this is a great qualifier 2 final.
100%. I mean, if you want to go on the run rates, it's more than average. And look, they'll feel they've got a little bit of momentum as well. And Wimbledon, I think it's all about the start as well with the power play. They could really kind of smash and bash 50-plus power play. Then they're probably intelligent enough to cruise to victory. But right now, hitting it, the Swedes gathering momentum at the right time. And Zuvak was on fire early, the captain. A meaningful contribution. Lost his partner, Sher Ali, off the first ball he faced. But then the decision to put Zazai up to 3 paid dividends. He came up with 37 of his own.
Yeah, the first 3-4 overs were genuine T10 style from the Swedes. There was a lot of 6s, a lot of 4s, a couple of wickets, just brutal hitting. And Wimbledon, what I'll give them credit for, Vinny, is throughout that innings, despite the big 6s raining at the start, they never really dropped their heads. You could still hear them in the field. They seemed quite calm, Wimbledon, while there's destruction going around them. This was a one that was super close to hitting Tyrone. Whipple came in, he took 2 wickets, but then went for 20. Quite an interesting topsy-turvy first 6-7 overs.
Yeah, it's kind of an average score, but there was nothing average about the way that it came together. I think spin was pretty important. Saeed didn't quite get the contact to get this over the line. I think they caught pretty well as well. Look, 137 it plays, doesn't it? But this run of wickets just kind of set the innings into chaos because, yeah, they lost 5 wickets in 9 balls. And so they went at that stage from 86 for 4 to 122 for 9 very, very quickly. But they also had a few boundaries in there as well. So it's kind of hard to wrap your head around it. But that's ECN cricket in a nutshell. Got to say, Tim Lloyd, had to have someone catch for my life. I might nominate him. He looks very, very solid down there. But then all kind of chaos broke loose because Baluch, you couldn't really swing the bat. Despite that, he lands on that right shoulder. He nicked off, though, after hitting a couple of boundaries. Speller got those 3 wickets in the 8th, then Benning with 2 in the 9th. And this is where it looked like they might just kind of collapse to be out around about the 120 to 125. But then a couple of things going the way of the Swedes. You saw that boundary, which probably shouldn't have been one. And then with 9 down, little Yassine came to the crease. And, well, we're a bit worried for his welfare, but he had other ideas because he went bang, bang with 2 boundaries.
Yeah, he did, and he was pumped up, wasn't he? This came to the last ball of the innings, clipped away for 4, getting them up to 137. I like how you said 137 plays. Feels like a poke hand. They've got king-queen suited. You know someone's got an ace, but you've got a king and you just want to play it. They're thereabouts. If they can take a wicket or 2 early, Vinny, this is game on.
Yeah, we'll be putting them on the table. Don't you worry about that. It'll be fit or fold for these 2 teams, 10 overs away from knowing if they'll make it to the big dance with Hornchurch tonight. 32 for Zuvak was on fire early. He was so annoyed to get out when he did. He was caught bowled by Charlie Whipple after skying 1. Sher Ali no good. 37 for Zazai was the innings that really set this up, I thought. Ramani no good. Saeed Ahmed with 13. Little contributions. Tariq Zavak with 14. Baluch with 10. And Momad and Yassine Khan scramble their way into the 130s, high 130s for Hinger. And Wimbledon, again, I think they're favourites in the game, but we know that Hinger, they bowled really well this morning. And I suppose the question is, can they take the chances, if they're offered any chances, from the Wimbledon batters? 3 for 26 for Speller. Got them all in 1 over. 2 for Benning and Whipple, who never came back after that 2 for 20 over. Wickets also for Oliver Pike and Joe Baldwin. Well, Corey, get out the popcorn because this could be a very, very exciting second innings.
Yeah, very exciting second innings because one of these teams, unfortunately, will have to go home in about 50 minutes' time. 138, it's one of those sort of in-between scores. I think Wimbledon noses ahead. I think it could have easily been a score in the 150, 160 region at one stage, but they finished well, they bowled well, and I think just noses ahead at the halfway stage.
Well, we'll see what kind of a nose that is because we'll be back very, very shortly. Hornchurch watching on with interest as well. Hitting at 137 to defend for a spot in the final. And as for Wimbledon, to make it, they will have to chase 138. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, alongside Corey Ruckers. Don't go too far. We'll be back shortly with more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. It is finals day here in Group B. Qualification spot on the line, and right now it is going to be Hinger coming out to defend their score of 137. Well, it was a thriller minute kind of first innings to this one, qualifier to the winner going through to meet Hornchurch tonight. Wimbledon, the English T20 champions of 2023, are coming out. 138 the victory target. Right now, game is finally balanced. Hinger were very impressive in the field and with the ball this morning against Prague CC. Hard to believe this is a team that dropped all of their first 3 games before sneaking, if you want to call it that, into the finals by beating the Mechelen Eagles in match 9 last night. Sher Ali is going to keep the gloves for Hinger. Imal Zuvak picked up a slight injury in the warm-up this morning, so Sher's been doing that job. And again, they're not going to Buluch in the first over. So almost ready to get going. Syed Ahmed is going to open the bowling. Regular opening combination out there of Jonathan Webb and Lloyd, Tim Lloyd to face up. Let's the first one go. And just sneaks inside. Bit of a away movement there for Syed Ahmed. Start is everything. You can see the percentages there, 66-34. So they're basically saying, if you played this game 3 times, Wimbledon would win twice and Hinger would win once. But you don't play it 3 times, you play it once. There'll be repercussions. Oh, in the air. Well, this is a chance. Infielder goes back and he takes the catch. What a fantastic bit of fielding that is. I mean, they had 2 fielders going at it. You'd rather both go than both not go. And Lloyd is gone for a duck. Syed Ahmed with the wicket. Oh, wow, it was one of those ones. Often the outfielder will take those, probably an easier catch, but the question was he going to get there? And to be honest, the infield was never pulling out of this. He was going come hell or high water. Great catch, just look at this. That's Imal Zuvak, the captain. Well, I suppose he pulls rank. Bit of a good old-fashioned limbo contest down there as well from Mohammad Zafar. But that's a big blow early. Lloyd goes without scoring, and it's none for one. That's the nature of the game, I suppose. Lloyd doesn't waste too much time at all. Thick outside edge there, bit of the away movement. Charlie Whipple comes in at 3. He plays and misses first up. Hinger getting the best of the opening exchanges. Wimbledon top the group. We have seen it happen before. Top teams go out in straight sets. Saw that with CIYMS, for example, last year on finals day of the championship week. Careful looking shot. One goes, one doesn't, and he could be gone here. Direct hit. And I think that's out. I think that Webb is gone for a diamond duck. They want to have a look at it, but it's a one-stump direct hit. And right now, they'll check the replay, but I can tell you Webb's already walking off. Unbelievable scenes as Corey Ruckers rejoins me. What a start this is for Hinger.
Oh, Ricky Ponting, eat your heart out. Oh, what a run out. This is going to be gone, Vin. It is. One stump to Aimer. It cannons into the wickets. Are you believing this? Wimbledon, the English champions last year, now up against Sweden, the champs from their domestic season, and they're on the ropes.
What a bit of fielding. And guess who? Zuvak. Well, he picked up a slight injury. He's been wicket keeping, but he's hurt himself somehow. Did a fingernail. Now, you called it. Ricky Ponting. Jonty Rhodes, eat your heart out. Diamond Derek activated, and it's none for 2. Horror start for Wimbledon.
Is there any other format in the world where you could get the English T20 champs last year versus the Swedish T20 champs or T10 champs?
T10 champs.
Put them in the ground.
Yep.
And this is what you're seeing.
Short answer is no. New batter out there is Merriman. He faces up and kicks the first one out. Burning it over here as well. We haven't had a run in 5 balls. Yeah, look, in Sweden they do use a T10 competition to determine the winner. And that's something they have done for the last couple of years. There's over 70 clubs in Sweden. Hooting it. One through. This is a maiden. A double wicket maiden to get going. Well, they needed 138 in 10. Now they need it in 9. Drama in Cartama, and it's nothing for 2 after 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, you'll find out the bottle of Wimbledon here. If they go on to win it from here, they are definitely worthy, because right now the Swedish champs have the English champs on the ropes. What a game.
I mean, what a
game.
What about fielding? I mean, what about
fielding wins
life?
Games.
Zubak should be keeping. He has a late injury.
It's like taking Gilly. Gilly, just go to backward point, take a catch over.
Away. Obviously, they want his bat in the lineup. He takes a catch running backwards out of the circle. Then he hits one stump, and he's ruined the game for both Wimbledon openers who are back. They have a combined none.
And the openers have been in red-hot form anyway.
Yeah,
over number 2.
Whipple's good, though. Misses out on this one, and there's no wide call. That's 7 balls without any runs.
What a
format.
Well, what a format. You only get this here live on the ECN at Cartama Oval. We've seen some crazy games at this beautiful little ground. It just feels like it's brewing up for another one. Oh, they need a boundary just to steady the nerves.
Oh, slower ball, whipped away. Doesn't get a lot of it. Think of 2. They'll get it. Oh, no, they won't get it in the end. They turned it down at the last moment, so just a run. We finally have a run.
Yeah, he missed out on that, actually. We'd be disappointed not to clip that away for 4 or 6, but it'll be Merriman back on strike. And, well, Wimbledon have more batting to come. They're probably going to have to rely on some players that they didn't expect to, 5, 6, 7, 8, that haven't had to bat so much in this tournament so far.
Times like this, I'm glad I'm a commentator. I don't fancy it out there right now. Staring at the big donut on the screen with your team on the line. Now keeps this one out as well.
There's certain players that will thrive off it, though. There's certain players that will come in for Wimbledon and embrace this challenge. I'm sure their road to get here was crazy. 15, 20 wins all over the UK. They would have been under the pump many times. But
no doubt, no doubt.
They will still truly believe they can win this.
Now he goes for it and he gets it good. And you're exactly right, Corey. There's still time. I think Ravi puts that one down in the fan zone. Well, actually, the officials area. But Merriman goes large and Maximo, the first of the innings.
I think he's caught it. I think he caught it on the second grab, but more importantly,
let's
have a look.
Ravi, we'll give him the benefit. Okay, this will tell us.
1, 2.
Ravi.
It's not good enough.
I apologise.
Has to be clean for Spanish standards.
Fair enough. This is good Yorker. Dug out. Oh, again, they throw recklessly. They get home.
What a game. I mean, right now, the Swedes are, well, they're in.
The thing is, okay, the big 6, you're hoping it turns into something more, because one boundary and over ain't cutting it.
No, they'll still back themselves to find an over of 20 or 30 down the road. They just need a miniature rebuilding period. What a game.
Short, too short, whacked. Maximo. Well, there's the second boundary, and they get what they need off the second at least. It's 14 for 2 off 2.
Yeah, good little comeback that, just to steady some nerves that might have been there. 2 big shots for 6. I think Baluch has a big part to play here. If his shoulder's okay.
I mean, he's in the side. I can't imagine he's not bowling. They're going to go back to Saeed. Why wouldn't you? Because he delivered a double wicket made. Okay, one of those wickets he'll be credited with. This is what's coming up tomorrow, because Group C isn't far away. I don't think you're going to have the day off, Corey. You've earned it.
Again.
Yeah, why not? I'll be here, though.
Well,
and Andrew Ryan is with me tomorrow. Yeah, Rico's off tomorrow as well. So the Rhino in the house for the first time. And so are the Swiss alternate here. Also, Old Victorians of Jersey, who will start by playing Gamblers of Portugal. Anyway, in the air. Now, this is catchable. Now, who wants it? 2 fielders come together, and they spoil each other, but it's taken. Well, there's a bit of a post-mortem there, but Merriman effectively goes 6 and out in the end. Nasir Iqbal takes the mark. Well, they're a bit angry, but they're also a bit happy because that's 3 down. It's 14 for 3.
Oh, no. What is happening here? Wimbledon just forgetting there's a bit of an offside you can access here as well as another shot, trying to hoik it over sort of mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep in the box, doesn't get it. And yeah, there was a bit of yes, no, maybe in the field, but he holds on to it in the end.
This is one of those ones where, you know, Tarek Zuva, he's called for it.
He's literally snatched that.
All the Australian football fans will enjoy that. The old king of the pack. But look, Zuvac, put it this way, I'm glad that it was held.
This is big, Vinny. This is big. Look, we've had the English representatives. Tunbridge Wells made it all the way to the final to lose to Pakai Care.
Yeah.
Hornchurch made it all the way to the final to lose to the Drew. Wimbledon, I know Hornchurch are back here through sort of the lucky loser sort of system, but Wimbledon are expected to get through. They are on the rope. That every English champion from the previous season has come back and made it all the way to Championship Week in the final. They have 7 overs to still get there.
I take your point. Yeah, I take your point there. They are the reigning English champions. Yeah.
This is pressure, and I mean, if they win it from here, they're a team that can handle anything.
Still got to deal with 2 overs of Baluch.
I don't know if Baluch is going to bowl. I have a feeling he's shouldered.
Maybe not. Ahmed on a heater. They're wide, I think. Grabs straight over the line. But you're right about what you said about Wimbledon having to overcome so many obstacles to be here in the first place. It's a bunch of knockout matches. Not unlike Wimbledon, actually. I think you need to keep winning. You're going to have difficult situations. I suppose that in a longer form of the game, T20 is a bit longer. You have time to turn things around. Here, you need to turn things around a lot quicker. Beaten for pace there as well. One runs, one doesn't, and then there's a fumble. Then they're still deciding if they want the single. It's going to be a top ball in the end.
Some nervous energy on that ground at the moment. Wimbledon just need a couple of steadier boundaries. Ahmed, what a spell. What a spell.
He missed out with the bat, whacked one, but then got caught just short of the line. But I said at the time, he'll have an impact in the second half, and he certainly has here. Quarter innings gone, there's 16. This one kind of jams in as well. You know they're shooting, but bounces off the batter, just a single.
Bit in shock at the moment. I'm not cancelling him out just yet. They're going to be relying on maybe the number 6, 7, 8. Everyone's got to do a bit of heavy lifting, so to speak. But
how about Hinger, though? They play with their emotions out front, don't they?
Yeah,
they play with their emotions on the outside. You saw that with that catch when Nasir and Tarek came together. Short, pulled away. Fielder is out there for exactly that. And he's going to make the stop. And all these little things working at the moment. They will get 2. That's a good boundary stop.
Yeah, saves 2 extra runs. Tatum and Whipple, one of these 2, desperately need a bat deep. I mean, I remember 2 days ago, and I had yesterday off, everyone was saying it's a shoe-in that you're going to get an all-English final here. But you can't say that anymore in this format.
ECN. You just never know what's coming. Ahmed, last ball of a memorable spell, and it's going to be a hit. It could be 3. It is! And Tatum the next to go. Said Ahmed, 3 for 5 in qualifier 2. And Hinger, a team that were 1 game away from going home yesterday. Right now, they're well on top of Wimbledon. It's 19 for 4.
Give that man a trophy. If they go on to win this game, that's a man of the match spell. 2 overs in the power play, 3 for 5. Wimbledon on the ropes at 19 for 4. Can you believe it? The Swedish champions are about to well, they're 7 overs away from knocking out the English champions.
Well held down there. That's Omran Zazai is having a good game, was good with the bat. I mean, this one, maybe it's a luck factor as well. You can mistime it away from the fielder. You probably get a boundary, but Zazai didn't have to move off the blade of grass, did he?
What a spell. 3 for 5?
3 for 5.
That's man of the match. If they go on to win, to bowl 2 in the power play, 3 for 5, it's one of the best bowling spells we've seen all ECL.
You're not getting any arguments out of me, but I'm telling you right now, this game ain't done yet.
No, there's going to be a twist, isn't there?
17 and over required now. Let's have a look how many off this over. If it ain't 17, that is going to go up.
Take the next couple for 15s, get it to the last where you might need 20.
They stick with Iqbal, who bowled the second. Did get hit for a couple of Maximos, went for 14. They're going to bowl him out here in over number 4. And goes short again. Classical shot, and that's going to be 4. A bit of class there from Whipple. Now, he is a guy that has looked pretty good with the bat. Right now, he's in a tough situation, but that is a beautiful, authentic cricket shot.
Lovely shot. Maybe one of the shots of the day, one of the shots of the tournament. Authentic cricket there. How much batting has this lower order done, though, Vinny? The sort of middle to lower order. That's my worry here for Wimbledon.
Not as much as the top.
Well, thank you. But yeah, that's a little bit of my worry for them. Do they have enough people in form down the lower order?
You've got a bunch of ravenous animals coming at you in Hinger right now who are desperate for this win. So it's an uncomfortable environment to go into. Hinger. Lost to start their tournament.
Unbelievable.
They got revenge on the Czechs this morning. Can they get revenge on Wimbledon here? That shows how things can change as well. These two met just in match 2 on Thursday morning, and Wimbledon it was a walk in the park really for Wimbledon.
Yep.
You remember that chase? They were very, very comfortable winners, but nothing comfortable right now. Weir, the keeper, comes in at number 6. Iqbal trying to keep it together. Goes short again. Again, that's going to find the fielder again. Fumbles, but gets away with it. Just a single. And Iqbal, I don't know if it's brave or foolish, but it seems to be working, banging the ball in.
Yeah, not too sure he wants to do it to Whipple too many times. He's likely to try and launch one over this leg side. Oh boy. What a game. Unbelievable, really.
It's hard to describe the atmosphere right now. It's hushed. Could have easily been nicked off. Another dot ball though, and that rate's heading up to 3 a ball now.
Starting to get a little bit scary for Wimbledon, if not scary enough. Just need somebody to find a little bit of flow here for a couple of overs, even a couple. Remember in the first innings, there was a couple of streaky boundaries. They haven't had a streaky boundary yet.
Remember how you said, who would Hornchurch rather play? I found it hard to answer, and this is why. All right, short, goes after it. Fielder has to watch it disappear. Maximo! Whipple flying the flag and gets just enough to clear the long on.
Yeah, nice shot. Bangs it in again. Obviously, Iqbal is thinking one thing and one thing only, using this surface as well as he can, but it's a good counter punch from Whipple. Can he go again?
And so, yeah, you said would Hornchurch prefer one or the other. If Hinger win this, they're rogue and a bit uncontrollable.
Hornchurch have a few scars from Dreux, because Dreux were an uncontrollable team in the sense they were very hard to read.
Kind of what I'm getting at there.
Yeah.
But Wimbledon obviously aren't.
But let's not count Wimbledon out yet. They've got something here. I mean, it says 1 in 10 in the supercomputer.
Well, remember I said, see if you can get 17 and over. They've got 12 off this with the ball to go.
Yeah.
Field's gone back now. Just went to the 4th over. Iqbal continues to bang it in. Does he try the York one more time? Whipple, he's tall, he's strong. He's in the hot seat. Slower ball.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, plays it late and he's going to get 4 more. So that one's more or less a draw. 16 come off that with 3 boundaries in there. Whipple, the only batter to provide any substance yet in this chase. And Wimbledon 35 for 4 after 4.
Beautiful batting, isn't he? Just let that come a little bit later so he can hit it through backward, point for 4. Yeah, is this the start of a charge after a very, very good first 3 overs for the Swedish champs Hinger? That one probably going Wimbledon's way.
Well, had to revive the patient early. Bit of the old flatline job in over number 1. I mean, no one saw that coming, especially how impressive the Wimbledon openers have been. Look, one thing was the catch, but I mean, the run out to not even let one of their openers face a ball is something else. And Jonathan Webb has been so destructive in this tournament. He would never have imagined that halfway through the day he might have faced his last ball in the tournament.
Well, no Baluch yet. Still no Baluch. The dot ball.
It's the other thing, if they're so far on top, do you even risk him?
You probably. Oh, yes and no.
Keep him up in your pocket. All right, goes for this in the air. But fielder's coming around. Oh, I think that's 6.
Has he dropped that for 6?
I actually think that he's dropped it and it's bounced out of his hands when his elbows have hit the ground. I actually think that's 6.
Is this even possible? How is this gone for 6?
That's Farhad Moman.
Yeah, this is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this.
Yeah, let's have a look. Because it does bounce over the rope. He catches it.
Well, nah, surely it's hit the ground to...
Nah, I think that his hands are under it.
Oh, that's unbelievable if this has gone for 6. Where's his hands? Okay, so it's in his hands.
Look.
It's on the top of his hands. Yeah, that's 6.
That's 6 runs. It has to be 6.
That's unbelievable.
That's crazy town.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
No. Let's have a look. Maybe one more. This is probably the best angle here. This ball never hits the ground for me. There, look. There, it's never hit the ground.
No, it's just on the tip of his
That's
finger.
something I've never seen in my 42 years and 10 months on this planet. But it's going to have to be 6.
Yeah, it's been given. Yeah, that is the most... He's actually somehow sent it further backwards in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
I was about to chair him off for a fantastic catch. Well, first bit of luck in a while for Wimbledon, and now he's got some more work to do.
Did he try flick that up for 6? That is a freakish moment, but what an effort. What an effort.
Yeah, I know, but what about the result? Moment. Oh,
maybe that's a bit of luck Wimbledon needed to get them going.
That's a rough one.
Could have been caught, ends up going for 6.
It was amazing. Yeah, even after, I've commentated over 3,000 matches now, it's very rare I see something I've never seen before. I've never seen that before. Never. And he was quite far from the boundary. He was a good, 3 metres in. Oh, dear me.
What do you say to the bowler after?
Oh.
2 balls remaining in the 5th.
All right, false shot, but there's nobody back patrolling this vortex part of the boundary. It'll be 4 more. Wimbledon just building something here.
Yeah, they are. They're just building a little bit here. And it might be a bit fortuitous, but it doesn't matter. A 6 that, well, probably could have been caught. Now, a lucky 4 in there as well. Won't bother them, though. Another boundary here, getting into the 80s off the last 5 overs.
Funny thing is, we saw it straight away.
Yeah, we're closer to the action, aren't we? But
we're like, I think that's 6. Crazy. Straight down the ground, they'll only get 1. Look, he's climbing. After that, 3 a ball required. I mean, that's such a gradient as we get to the end of the first 5 overs. 48 for 4. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Corey Rutgers with me as well. And look, we do want to mention our official charity partner, Share the Meal, from the UN World Food Programme. They help thousands and thousands and thousands, in fact, even more, hundreds of thousands of people every year by providing meals to those in need. It's a very good cause. If you just scan that QR code on your phone, you can donate for as little as 70 cents. And they've got the golden arm over here as well. I was having a go before. Yep. Cracked the 3 digits. Felt very good. But I felt even better because I donated €1, which will at least provide a meal for someone in need.
Was it 10.5 kilometres, the throw?
I did what I could. I had the jacket to blame it on. But thanks so much to everyone that's been helping out with that cause. It does make a difference. All right, well, that's a pretty good bit of fielding, actually. But we'll scramble through for a single. But here's the thing. Every time the ball doesn't go to the boundary now, the Hinger team just get more on top. Only boundaries and wides can bring this rate down at the moment.
Yeah, you have to imagine Whipple here is the key. He's 24 of 13. He's seen a fair bit. Time for him to really go. Well, Wimbledon, the English champions, will be on the early flight home, which is a big surprise.
Scanderborg topped the group and they didn't qualify. Could it be 2 teams that finish top that get knocked out? It's a classical shot, though. I mean, these 2 are very capable. They can bat. I mean, it's very, very clear. Just they're going to have to bat very, very well to keep this game alive.
Look, whatever they're going to do here, they need to try and get it down to at least 20 off the last, right? So I'm not going to cancel them out just yet. You've got 2 men that are in. He's got some nice conventional strokes about him. Can he find the long handle as well? Maybe a little bit of luck here with some wides as well. They're still in this chase.
Magical over kind of changes the game, doesn't it? Might bring that rate back to about 15, which you feel is a bit more manageable. Here's Turek. Slow ball picked up. Finds the fielder. And he's gone. Said Ahmed takes the catch. And Zubak gets the next wicket. They'll probably want to have a look at this. And so, well, he feels he's all right. He never breaks stride. And already, I think you see Whipple starting to walk off. I think the issue here is the light obscures the main replay here. So we'll have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, this is the one we'd normally go to. You can't quite see there. Seems fine, Never see the rope move.
No, I think it's okay. His reaction, the batsman's reaction. The umpires are right behind. The extra match officials are just behind there. There's a good view.
That's fine.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's out, Vinny.
Yeah, that's great camera work, actually, to pick that one up. But
that's a huge moment. That was there to go as well.
He was up and he was about, but now he's going to have to watch the rest from the sidelines. Very talented cricketer, Charlie Whipple. It's been great to see him. Whether we'll see him tonight is yet to be seen. It's 53 for 5.
Oh, boy. Can you believe what you're seeing here? Is it last chance saloon for Wimbledon? Can someone come out here and play a freakish sort of innings? Oh, Vinny, They're about to join Tunbridge Wells and, well, Hornchurch for last year as the English champs that have come and not, well, potentially win the trophy.
Richie Lamb marches out at 7. And he's
Shots.
going to start with a 6. Well, maybe someone can have a heater. Maybe that someone is Lamb as he puts that one in the Grizzly tent.
Beautiful start. It's a bit short. Lamb just has to go with it. Good batting. Can Lamb go on a bit of a fly here? Back-to-back 6s, maybe even 3 in a row, and get them back in the game.
Hello to Jason, who's popped into the comment section. He loved the height difference between Whipple and Weir. Kind of the same with Lamb there. Who's going to have the heater here? You know these guys are going to bat down. You know that the lower order can hit. Slower ball, takes it on, drills it. And that might have been 6. They hit the rope.
Yep.
Maximo, back-to-back for Lamb.
Well, maybe it's Lamb. He's come out here, played 2 very authoritative strokes, especially that one. He picks the slow ball. Honestly, Vinny, that 6 has gone about 1.5 meters off the ground the whole way.
That was an absolute laser. We'll check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. But have a look at it here.
That is a laser. Yeah, the umpire's already called 6. They saw it live.
Yeah, you can kind of see the rope shaking and baking right now. It should just be a single. The door ajar, isn't it?
They're not out of this.
Hanging in this, 8%, given some sort of hope. They'll need a huge 4 overs. It'll be impossible chase type stuff in the last 4 as Wimbledon 66 for 5 after 6.
What's a 117 off 9? What would they do to get there? What do they need? Another 51 off the next 3, is it?
To get to
117?
20 to go. They'll need 50, it'll be 17 and over to get to 20 off the last.
You're looking at in the next 3 overs at least 2 6s and a 4. 2 6s, 4, 2 6, and then get it to 20 off the last, something like that. I'm not going to cancel them out there. Yes, we haven't seen so much of the lower order, but Wimbledon are here for a reason.
Feels a bit like, remember when Belgium posted 148 against the English 11 in the final? I know they had the whole 10 overs to do that, but
shot.
Yeah, you felt, hold on, is this going to happen? And then there was a swift reality check. Syed Ahmed is having some sort of game, isn't he? Keeps that to 1.
Well, the other thing is they're not using Baluch, so the Swedish champs winning are saying, yes, got an injury. Maybe we're already through. Let's hold him back in case.
Yeah, but I tell you what,
it's
if
risky,
there's that
isn't
magical over, Nasser will be warming that shoulder up. I tell you that right now.
Love to see Weir get down and ramp here.
Zazai, he's having a good game as well. Zazai is on now. Edson is going to fly away from Sher Ali. That's going to be 4. So there's a little bit of luck factor. Weir, well, he'll appreciate this because he had a few as a keeper that just crept away from him. This time, he's the beneficiary of 4 runs.
Yeah, Sher Ali isn't the most, well, let's say, agile keeper, but no keeper in the world was getting that. Look, I'd love to see him play a ramp here. The fine legs in, square legs in, anything through backward square, get a bit funky, change Zazai's lengths.
Zazai will roll the fingers on them occasionally as well to slow it up. A bit like that, and he doesn't really time it. He'll get a single.
Good game of cricket this. 66 off 21.
Sometimes it's great just to watch the dinger. They thought they were going to be out of here potentially against the Mechelen Eagles. Survived. Now they're thriving.
Well bowled.
Good bowling. Really good bowling. Turn for 2, but it's not there. This doesn't look like that magical over they needed. Have to go bang bang to keep with the rate.
No, if they can go 6-4, get that 17. 3 overs of 17, get it down to 20 off the last. They need a boundary this ball. Desperately love to see him go down, get on the lap. If he's bowling cutters, maybe he can flick it round the corner.
Just a nicked 4 and 3 singles off this over so far.
Well bowled.
Again, goes to that cutter. They'll swallow the one with.
See, because he's bowling cutters and not much pace, that's why it is try and go with it. Try and pick it up. Get a little bit funkier. This has been a bad over for them. They really need a boundary.
20. This ground, you can hear a pin drop right now.
Yeah, everyone knows this is massive. Really massive.
Zazai, what a contributor he's been for Hinger here. Well, that's a mistimed one as well. It won't be caught, but it won't be a boundary either. And so just 9 come off that over. Ice in his veins, Zazai, as he bowls a very good 7th. It's 75 for 5 with 3 overs remaining.
Well, they're getting very close to riding in who's playing Hornchurch tonight. I'm just looking at the back end. I actually think they might be, is that Baluch grabbing the ball now? Or maybe they've gone to the skipper.
Now, skipper won't bowl, I don't think.
I think they have
typically.
gone to Baluch. So they've said to Baluch, is it?
No,
No,
they're
so
going to
they're
go.
hold him back.
They're going to go for Samuel Ramani. Just a reminder that the final tonight is in about 2 hours' time. Tune in exactly 2 hours to hear the national anthems.
Yeah, well, it might not
Well,
be the same national anthem
That
twice.
was the thing we were talking about. You would save a bit of time, actually, if Wimbledon make the final. Ramani gets it right first, up a dot ball. And that rate's going to climb even more. When are you calling it?
I'm not calling it yet. I've been damaged before.
I know. Well, sometimes we do the pulse. Where's the pulse?
It's weak. It's a weak pulse.
Is the priest in the room?
The priest is in the room. He's in the corner. He's lurking.
Ramani, good first ball. Now carved away. Should be one. It is just one. Zafar does the fielding.
The hoodoo continues at the moment. Of English teams that win the domestic championship have come here and haven't won the ECL. It's quite amazing when you think about it, really.
I told you, Hinger. Some people that hadn't seen them too much. So it goes for the Mechlin Eagles as well. Said, hold on, you haven't seen these guys. When they hit their straps, they are a different kind of beast. That's another one that won't go for 4.
We're struggling to get the elevation or the shots he wants, so got to get inventive, got to try some things.
Look at Baluch.
Yeah, his shoulder's gone.
It's to his right, and he just goes the old backhand baseball style left-handed pickup.
Do you reckon he'll be able to bowl tonight or not? I don't think so.
That didn't look very good, did it? Haven't needed him, though, here. All right, that's a good shot.
Good.
And I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! Horns, baby, as Lamb fights on. Can they get this down? Okay, only 4s and 6s will bring it down now. As the rates approach 23.5 and over.
Well, Lamb's come out and played a pretty good cameo so far. Can he keep going? He looks like a strong, powerful hitter. 23 off 9. Another 4, another 6, maybe 45 off the last 2.
Remember what the Czech did yesterday as well. Came from the clouds. Misses out on this. Kicks himself here, Lamb. And also, don't forget Heritage CC, they got it down to like, it was 36 off 8 or something.
No, 38 off 8.
38 off 8, and they hit a 38 off 9 maybe, and they hit 8 consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, something crazy. So we've seen it happen.
Yeah.
It's a very faint pulse, though.
Very faint. Game's still alive. That's 6. That'll help. That's gone a long way. Oh, wow. Top of the Grizzly tent. Maximo. That Grizzly goes back to its natural home. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 89 for 5. That means there's 49 required off the last 2.
Yeah, good hitting, good striking. Gets it away for 6. Just to keep them alive. The English champs are hanging in by the barest of margins.
Oh, if that didn't go, you need more than 25 and over.
Look at it, they are quite. If you give it 2 extra overs.
They couldn't go backwards after the first over, I'll give you the tip. Oh, look.
Well, couldn't you get penalty runs and go backwards?
I guess so. All right, so they've gone for Tarek Zuvat here in the 9th. He bowled in the 6th. He did go for 18, got hit the boundary 3 times. 2 6s and a 4 in there. I mean, look, if this one isn't 20 plus, this isn't magical, I think I'm going to have to call it. Can't see them going supersonic
You
in the
can
last.
never call it on this network, Vinny.
I'm calling it. Here's Zuvat. Gets it pretty right. Low full toss. They can't elevate. They only get 1 over to Lamb. And Lamb's had the hot hand.
I think Lamb's got to face all 5 balls. You've got to back him in to hit 4 6s.
8 6s. There's
They'd love
11 balls left.
They'd love a no ball or 5 wides or just anything to help them. Oh boy, the English champions are on the brink of being knocked out by the Swedish champs.
Straight sets for Wimbledon. It's looking like he misses out. Dot ball.
Oh boy, they've probably won 15 to 20 games all over the UK. They've topped the group. They came here with a double chance. And they're so close to going out in straight sets.
They would have beaten them all from south, north, east and west in England. But you had to go further north to find their kryptonite, it looks like. This has gone backwards and just need to stop the boundary. That's exactly what Zafar does, just the single.
I think the priest has pulled the crucifix out, Vinny, and it is not looking good. 47 off 9.
We're going to see some scenes here from Hinger. I know they'll be thinking about the final, but I think they'll have at least a couple of minutes to appreciate the joy of the moment.
They've played a complete game. They really have.
Think about those fighting runs towards the end. The 15 they put on with number 9 and number 11 at the crease. Now, time for a little reverse paddle, and that for me is a little bit of the towel going into the ring.
Oh, I can't believe it. This is a huge result, but we've seen it on the E team before. Drua did this last year. They shocked Forfarshire, they shocked Hornchurch, and they went on to lift the trophy. Hinger, they're doing the same here.
What a performance. Now, that's a pretty good shot. That'll be up and out of here. Maximo! 6 runs. And well, that's the only thing that's going to keep this game alive at the moment.
Lovely shot, really lovely shot.
I tell you, who's not too happy is Chris, as well as Daniela, same on Chowdhury and Nate Seacombe. They had Wimbledon in the sweep.
Wow.
Looks like they're going to make an early exit.
Not just yet. You never know.
6 or bust. Last ball of the ninth. That'll do. That's hit pretty well. Maximo! Well, if you're a fan of all-time finishes, you're going to get one because, well, one way or the other, there's going to be scenes. Because hitting it, as long as they can defend 35, they will have the biggest win of their lives. And if Wimbledon can go 6 sixes, they'll do something we've never seen before. Shades of last night when we saw the last 5 balls disappear. 4 of them off the bat of Lala to sink Wimbledon. Can Wimbledon reply?
A question from Craig Element saying, is this one of the biggest shocks in ECL history? In ECL, I'd say it's up there because we're used to the English champs making it through and then losing in the finals.
Not just that. I mean, Hornchurch lost to the Greeks last year. We saw Wimbledon lose to the Czechs, but not in a finals game.
Yeah.
Not in a game where the tournament's on the line. Got to be 6. And he's gone! Well, Hinger now just have to keep it on the straight and narrow, and they're going to go through to the final. That's very, very well bowled. A guy that's had a brilliant qualifier too, Zazai. Well, it's going to be tough to pick the player of the match here. You got Said, you also got Zazai, that came with some very, very important runs in the first innings, and now delivering at the death. And Wimbledon, last rites have been administered. It's 103 for 6.
Can you believe it? The men in black and white, I call them the Magpies. They look like the Collingwood team from back home. The black and white are going to get up here. And credit to them, they've put together a fantastic game of cricket. And they're going to knock out Wimbledon, who are the UK champions.
This is a good problem to have for Hinger because Said, yeah, probably leaning for his 3 wickets as well. But don't forget, Zazai, they put him up to 3, took 37 off 17 off a very good attack. He bowled at the 7th over, only went for 9.
Yeah, the 7th over though, Vinny.
Now closing things out. And really, Wimbledon now know that they're a goner. They will stick around, I'm sure. I wonder who Wimbledon will be supporting in the final. If they're smart, strategically, they should be going for Hornchurch because it means there's 2 spots in England next year.
Ah, I get you. Yeah.
It might be a tough one to get on board with. Anyway, this is going to be down the ground. Again, shows you the importance of winning qualifier 1. I mean, Hornchurch didn't have to deal with this banana peel game that the Wimbledon side have slipped on.
Yeah, beyond a banana peel. Credit to them though, Vinny. They came out with good intent with the bat. They've bowled well. The fielding was exceptional. They deserved the win. Big upset.
Swing and a miss, and it's almost done now.
I'd say it's right up there. I think Craig's question is this the biggest in ECL history? I'm thinking top 3. Top 3 for me. This is massive, and credit to them. They've come all the way from Sweden. They didn't start the group so well, but they're going to be in the final.
They drew a Forfarshire, but they'd already beaten them in the group stage. Lifted up, and this will carry the boundary. Maximo! Weir hasn't batted too badly at all. I mean, a bit of shell shock there in the change rooms. No matter what happens this ball, Hinger, they will celebrate. They need to take their 2 or 3 minutes, I think, maybe 5 minutes to just celebrate it before they refocus, Corey.
Can you imagine they've won this without their spearhead?
Yeah.
That's an amazing victory.
Well, be careful, Baluch, in the celebrations. Anyway, here's the last ball of a memorable match. And it will disappear out the ground, but Hinger are through. 137 to 116. They win by 21 runs, and the Swedes have come from the clouds to make it to the big dance of Group B on a Saturday night on the Costa del Sol.
And I like the sort of sedate celebration as well because they know they've got one more big push tonight. They're not letting their emotions take over too much. They've got smiles on their face, but it'll be them versus Hornchurch, and that's going to be a corker of a game.
Well, how about young Yassine Khan with his 2 boundaries at the end of the first innings? It was a typical Hinger innings, really. It had clumps of wickets, it had boundaries. They have a certain, you're right, a quiet confidence about them that they can repeat the dose tonight. And imagine if they could go through both English sides to secure a place in Championship Week.
If they go through both English sides, that's arguably the best day of ECL cricket from any team in its history. Credit to them, but Hornchurch stand in their way. Well, credit to them. Commiserations to Wimbledon. It's been a pleasure to have them out here, Vinny. I like the style of cricket they played. Just unfortunate on finals day it didn't come to fruition for them.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Wimbledon have been a credit to themselves and representing their nation for the first time in this ECL. But they are going to bow out in third place, and we don't get the All-England final. We get Hornchurch and Hinger going at it, and that game is coming up in around about an hour and 50 minutes. So the toss will take place just after this broadcast finishes for qualifier 2. It'll be back 6:30 p.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, midnight in India. Tune in about 10 minutes before, because we will have the anthems and the pre-show for that one. Well, Wimbledon came out, and really, you had them ahead at halftime, but then a disastrous first over that brought no runs. It brought 2 wickets, and both openers were back in the shed.
So I think bowling a maiden in the power play, that for me, that then put them so far ahead. That's why he'd be my man of the match. An amazing spell. This was the throw. This is what shocked Wimbledon. Both openers gone, and from that point, they never really recovered.
That's right. So, obviously, when you look at the kind of runs that Lloyd and Webb have scored, that was such a bonus. Now, Ravi was pretty happy with his catch in the crowd, but Wimbledon not so happy again. Too many cooks, but it didn't matter. Nasir grabbed the mark. Tariq had some questions he had to answer. But yeah, you're right. And fully agree with what you're saying with the fact that Nasir Baluch doesn't bowl at all. How about that, though? Dropped for 6 when the ball squeezed off the ground. And another day you'd say it's not your day. That's how it goes, yeah, look, it's 6 apparently. I don't really understand it. It was the right call. But, look, Whipple was there for a while. I thought he batted pretty well. They could just never have that one play, that mercurial innings. And some of these big moments, Hinger just managed a way to win them. Even that one with Saeed staying the right side of the border.
Yeah, just remarkable. All the little things felt like they went to Hudinger's way, and credit to them. Lamb came out. I thought he played some really good strokes at the end. I thought he came out late and tried his best, and obviously Weir, the keeper, but it was too little too late. The top order failed, and if the top order fails, it's very hard to recover.
Yeah, and not just the fact they got out, but the fact that they got 0. I mean, that meant the rate climb. So suddenly that 130 seemed a bit more like 150.
Yeah, Joseph.
From there, it was all downhill.
Joseph Marples in the chat. In the power play, Ahmed's a 3 for 5 in the power play is unheard of.
Yeah.
And they just never recovered. Honestly, tonight, tough game to call. If they played like that, game on.
Yeah, and Hornchurch, that certainly hasn't been plain sailing for them either so far. But hitting a memorable win. They make it through to the top 2 for Group B, but only the top 1 can have the fun of coming back in Championship Week. 46 not out for Weir, top the scoring. 28 for Whipple, 30 for Lamb, also pretty good while he was there. But the 2 openers going for globes. Some incredible fielding, really, from Imal Zuvak. I mean, let's just focus on that as well. He had a very good game, getting his team off to a good start. Got out at a time that I think he was pretty frustrated about. But then with the catch and that direct hit run out, I mean, you won't see anything better to get Webb without even facing a ball. And the discipline, once again, from the ball, just 1 wide in the 10 over. But they didn't bowl a lot of hit-me balls either. So, yeah, 116 for 6 in the end. Wimbledon, they go down by 21 runs. And, yeah, Hinger, they do this without Baluch bowling. The 5 bowlers they use all flying the flag. But Ahmed with his 3 for 5, including a maiden, he does earn that player of the match honour.
You know what I love, Vinny? When we started this concept many years ago, Dan Weston and all the big Roger Finer and all that, when we said the English champions are going to come, my initial cricket response was the English club team will come and win it. And we've had 3 club teams come and haven't won it that have been champions. So it just shows we've got the right concoction in T10 that on your day, anyone can win it. And we're going to go into another year. I mean, if Hornchurch win it, it's in a different sphere, but for the English champs to come across and not get through, it's massive, and credit to the Swedes.
Bit of shock around the ground, but if you want more action, there's more on the way. An hour and 45 minutes before we're back. Toss to come. It will be the English and the Swedish. Hornchurch versus Hinger for a spot in Championship Week. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Corey Ruckers. We'll take a break. Back before the final,
and it'll be time to find out who will come back for Championship Week in the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big night in European cricket. It's Group B finals time, and it's going to be a big one. Hornchurch from England. They are one team in this final, taking on Hinger. All the Swedes, I'm sure they're tuning in, supporting their side. A little bit earlier, we had the Hornchurch kids out in the middle with Ian Ramage and the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Hornchurch, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin this time. Hinger, you're the away team, so you will call.
I will call.
You will call.
Okay.
Go on, yeah.
European.
European cricket has been called. It's come down Norcane, so you've won the toss.
We have a ball.
Okay, toss won by Hornchurch, who will bowl.
Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
So there you saw that Mark Whitlock wins the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So the Swedes will bat first. They kind of got themselves out of a bit of a jam, didn't they, earlier? And how about that 10th wicket partnership? 15 just snuck them up to a 130 score. And it was a bit of a bombshell. Can't say it was totally unexpected, but it was a bit of an upset, wasn't it, with Wimbledon eliminated from the competition. So Hinger, remember, they recovered from losing their first 3 matches to qualify. They had to beat the Eagles this time last night to even make it to finals day. So they've had a dream run so far. 2 out of 3 done for the Swedes. But let's talk about Hornchurch a little bit. And, well, Hankins came good, didn't he? George Hankins was great with the bat, but also Harry Hankins, he's been so reliable. Griffiths, bit of an off-over, but came back strongly. So really, it's anyone's game. I think I know what most of the crowd are going for here. I think that we got some Hornchurch supporters in the house. Hornchurch last year, don't forget, made it all the way to the big dance, but lost at the final hurdle. And they came back, I suppose, a bit as the lucky loser as the second place team in Europe last year. So it's going to be a big, big night for cricket. Don't forget, this is just the second group of 7 groups. And of course, the arch nemesis, Drew of Hornchurch. They'll get over it. They'll be here pretty soon in Group D, but tomorrow we start again with 5 teams from Group C. So it's going to be a big night for European cricket. Let's get ready because we're about to welcome the teams onto the ground. But the news from the toss is that Mark Whitlock of Hornchurch has won the toss and elected to bowl first. Almost ready for the pre-match. Let's get ready to welcome the players onto the field. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Group B final of the European Cricket League 2024, the Champions League of European Cricket. Please welcome onto the field your on-field officials, Asad Ali of Italy and Nilkesh Patel of Spain, followed by the 2 teams, Hornchurch of England and Hinger of Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Group B final between Hornchurch of England and Hinger of Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, please now be upstanding for the national anthem of England. Hornchurch Cricket Club of London, England, led tonight in this Group B final by their captain, Mark the Flying Bus Whitlock. Now please remain standing for the national anthem of Sweden. Hinger of Stockholm in Sweden, led in this Group B final by their captain, Imal Zubak. Well, we're almost ready to get into the game now tonight. I can tell you the news from the toss once again is that Hornchurch win the toss and elect to bowl. It's almost time for the first ball. I'm going to go up to the commentary box and let me just say, lucky you're not up here because Corey Rutgers will take you to the first ball. And Corey, good luck. I'll see you in a second right now. Let's get ready for the Group B final.
And doesn't that just warm your heart? The anthems come flying through and the Hinger faithful singing their heart out also with the Hornchurch players. This will be a good final. Looking forward to this. The Swedish chance of, well, we say it a few times, timed their run. Come from nowhere, really. They were almost knocked out the competition, but they found their way into the final. Can they cause an upset? Hornchurch, with their experience from last year, will go into this as favourites, but we know this format always offers up a bit of excitement and sometimes some spicy results. For Hornchurch, they've got an array of fast bowlers they'll be looking to. Griffiths at the bottom there on your list. Look out for him. He hits the deck very hard, probably the quickest bowler in this group. Hornchurch do go in as favourites, as we said, 72-28. I think that's fair. Obviously, they've played some very good cricket, but this Swedish team, Hinger, has surprised many. They've just knocked out Wimbledon. They put together a very good 20 overs in the field with the bat and with the ball. Can they do it again under lights? Being sent in is going to be a challenge, but we're going to find out in a little over an hour and a half's time who is going to be coming through to join Gina Brescia from Italy, who've already made it through into Championship Week. We've got a deep backward square, deep sort of backward point as well. Not third man, it's quite square. There's the Paul Murray, the keeper. Hornchurch get their second bite at the apple. Can they make it count? A little bit of a false start there. Looks like Asad Ali, and that is Nilkesh out there. The two standing officials, good luck to everyone involved. Here we go. And expect a lot of that. Hitting the deck, getting it to come through at quite an awkward height. These players, Zawak, Ali, a lot of this top order from Sweden really enjoy getting on the front foot and pressing forward. I don't think you'll see Gordon, Griffiths, Hankins, and many of these bowlers bowl too many half volleys. Otherwise, that's when they could come into a little bit of danger. Well, open proceedings, the first extra of the final and the first run on the board. Also under lights coming into effect, the sun going away for another day. This ball does tend to do just a little bit more under lights. Clipped away. Didn't look too comfortable with the pace, did Zawak, but that will be a single first run off the bat. That brings Sher Ali on strike now. Sher Ali we know quite well on this network. And he can be a powerful player, heavily built, can hit it a long way. Got a golden duck in the previous game against Wimbledon, just checking his shot. Don't think you'll see him be as apprehensive here. He's going to throw the bat around. Can he get off to a good start? And he can. What a shot that is from Sher Ali. Just brave batting as he got a golden duck in the previous game. He responds perfectly. First ball, 6 for him. And the first Maximo in the final of Group B. Not easy to do that after you've been dismissed in the previous game first ball. Slow ball, that is hit into oblivion. Oh my word, that is ginormous. Over the netting. Sher Ali, who just went golden duck versus Wimbledon's, walked out and pumped his first 2 deliveries. That was better for me because he read the slow ball, he backed away, and boy oh boy, he got that. They are pumped up, the flags are out early. I think you've got to hold on to the celebrations for a lot longer. And I do not expect Gordon to bowl another half volley here. I think he'll be trying to get this one up in a more uncomfortable area, the rib cage sort of spot. Putting it very efficient at putting these half volleys away. Interesting battle here. There's the shorter ball, cut away, and it's going to be another 6. Sher Ali, the beast, has woken up. He's 18 off 3, and we've got 20 on the board in 5. Oh boy, what a start. He gets that. Well, it's smart batting. Obviously, he probably knew that was going to be more than likely a shorter ball. He read it perfectly, and he timed it well. The first over goes magical, and we still have a ball to come. I think Hornchurch know, though, 1 wicket here. Make them settle into this game, into this Group B final. Clocked away, and it's going to be 4. Sher Ali, welcome to the final. Welcome the Swedish champs. They're 24 for none after 1. Brave batting. And Hornchurch, last time they played under lights in a final, they actually ran into a little bit of Nabi. And it can happen in finals. If a player clicks, sometimes they're very difficult to stop. And that does give me a good opportunity to welcome back to the commentary box for the Group B final, Vinny Sandu.
Well, what a start.
Yeah.
What a start, Sher Ali. Right up to that golden duck.
It's just brave to be able to do that.
You got to throw some punches early. Got to put down a marker. And that's really something that all these Hinger batters will do. This is how Hinger got there. They had to go the hard way, didn't they? The really hard way, actually, because they had to win like a 4 versus 5 match to even make the finals yesterday.
It might be one of the hardest to comeback runs we've seen because they were looking like they were going to get knocked out only a night ago. There's the flags flying early.
All right, here's Harry Hankins. He's been outstanding.
He's quick.
For Hornchurch, and here he is bowling over number 2. Zuvak faces up, and he goes after it, and he laces it for 6. Maximo! Well, that one's jungle bound, and I'm getting pretty strong 2023 final vibes about this start right now from Hinger.
Well, can you just pick my jaw up off the floor? That is a ridiculous shot. Hankins is not a slow bowler. This is the thing with this Hinger side. If it's a half volley, they usually pump it. It's either got to be sort of, well, what do you call it, like shoulders and toes. It's sort of there, your 2 lengths to them. You can't really go anywhere else too much.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes. Just take out the knees.
Yeah.
That's probably what they're looking for.
I think if you can sneak in a Yorker here or maybe get the perfect bounce, it might be the option.
All right, Hankins, comeback ball. And it's a bit more circumspect. I was pretty impressed with the opening partnership between these two earlier on against Prague CC, because it was just a little bit smart. So, okay, they go 6 when they can, or even if there's any chance they can, but they're also willing to kind of just take a one off a ball that wasn't really in their zone.
Yep. Yeah, I do agree. Share Ali back on strike. This might test him a little bit. Hankins is quick.
Yeah.
And he's a clever bowler, Hankins. Got a couple of tricks in the arsenal. I think Hornchurch will be better for the run, though, after the final loss to Drew last year. You learn a lot from a loss like that. So
Lights have been their kryptonite a little bit, though, haven't they, Hornchurch? I wonder if that's in their mind at all, as Hankins comes in again. Short, missed out by Sher Ali.
Well, that's what we're talking about. I sort of feel like they're the two lengths that they might need to consider. So that hasn't been called one for the over either. So that is actually the perfect ball, because it hasn't been called a bouncer. And I tell you what,
Standing, it's borderline, maybe shoulder height, not above.
But that's a win for Hankins, because it means he can still use one in the locker if he wants, and I think he will.
You're right. Sets himself and goes leg side. VJ, one of the best fielders in the competition, is able to cut it off and keep it to 1.
Yeah, really good bowling again. He opened himself up, said, come on then, bowl it back of a length, but still cramped him for room. Good response this from Hankins and Hornchurch, who didn't want to be having another big magical over in the second.
You know, it's funny because Hornchurch came from 4th last year in Group 8 to win their group. Hinger trying to do the same here in Group B 2024. Down the leg side, called wide. And Murray tries to sell it, but I know that Hankins doesn't really believe there was anything on that. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, and I think this might be called for the one for the over.
That one
as well.
does look higher, doesn't it? That is the one for the over, I think. Murray tries to at least save a wide, maybe steal a wicket.
Probably should have been called a wide from the square leg umpire as well, but didn't matter.
Could have been.
Wide's a wide.
Yeah, wide's a wide.
These are little calls from square leg, actually quite important in a game like this, where teams are going to be trying to dig it in.
Okay, that's one that he doesn't go after. Wasn't quite the ball that Suvak wanted. That will be 1.
The key for me for Hornchurch in this bowling innings actually goes away from all the quicks. I think Adil Malik, I think his leg spin's been good. He gets a lot of extra bounce. Obviously the pace bowlers have a lot of skills, but I just think Malik on this surface is a tricky customer to get away.
Definitely.
I'd be tempted to go to him early as well.
Hankins last ball the over. Steps across, hits it. Does he get enough? He does. Gets it past the fielder. 4 carreras. They take 13 off Harry Hankins in over 2. And Huttinger, they're off to a flyer. It's 38 without loss.
Brave batting, backing away and just pumping it straight. Knew it would be short. He exposed the stumps. Maybe, is that a chance that you think Hankins could go the double bluff and get the Yorker in when he knows he's going to back away, or is it tough to adjust so late?
Almost waiting for a mistake at this stage, to be honest. Anyway, we have one team on that list. They'll be joined by another team tonight, Gina Brescia. They came from 2nd in their group. Well, Hornchurch, they finished 2nd in their group. Hinger finished 4th.
Yeah, I think Brescia went into that final versus Skanderborg as obviously the least favoured side in that one. The Danish champions were favoured and they got knocked out. Tough game to call this one. I think Hornchurch go into it as favourites, but you're right. Losing under lights last year, has that got some scarring? I don't know. It's a long time.
It's going to be unpredictable.
I think the one thing that Hornchurch wouldn't have liked, knowing they're playing Hinger are a little bit like Dreux. They're very similar in the way they play the T10 format, whereas Wimbledon are a little bit different.
Anyway, there's Edwards to bowl over 3. He's quick, but he sprays the first one down the leg side. Yeah, so it's an interesting one, isn't it?
I think if they're playing Wimbledon, it's a bit of a more... How do you say it? You know what I mean? It's a
bit more known quantity. Like, you can relate to the other players. You can maybe get in their heads. Whereas I don't think you can really get in the heads of Hinger and know what they're thinking, because you're very different with your cricket experiences and the form of the game you play. Short, this is missed out. And Les Edwards is going to take it himself. So there's the first wicket. Zubak's the big one. He's been in good form today, but he's got to go for 8. And Cockney Corner erupts. Hinger lose their first. It's 39 for 1.
Yeah, quick, short, gets him splicing it. You're going to see a lot of this, a lot of short balls coming through at a high height. And it's going to be whether Hinger can sort of bounce back and play the pull and hook shots. Good bowling, good catch.
Yeah, again, Let's have a look at the height of this one.
Perfect.
About that armpit height, isn't it?
It's perfect bowling. It's actually quite a fine art to always nail the short ball at a height that the batsman finds awkward, but not use the one for the over.
Yeah, it's difficult because some take off a bit more than you think. So Imal, he's batted brilliantly in the last few matches, but he has to go for 8. But that's the way they play, and they have still gotten off to a flyer as the captain walks back. It's 39 for 1.
Yeah, that's the big questions coming. There's a lot of overs of pace here in this Hornchurch side. So can you play the short ball? Can you get your hands free, not locked up? And can you send it to the moon?
This guy was so good before. Zazai coming out at 3. He's going to start with a wild swing. Not really picked up straight away down there by Arthur George. And he has to take it on the bounce. 1 run.
Yeah, you're right. I think George just maybe lost it in the lights for a brief moment. Brings Sher Ali back up on strike. I think Hornchurch just building into this game nicely now after being hit around in the first over.
Yeah, crazy start, really. Runs and that steadying wicket, but Sher Ali still there. He's 27 off 7, going at almost 4 at ball pace. How's he going to handle the heat from Lesbourne? Well, he answers it all right, clips it, but straight at the fielder. Won't get a run. Zazai's really impressed me again. It's just kind of a bit of a hunch-based promotion. He's gone from a bit lower in the order to come up to 3. He was very good earlier on. And he's bowled well. He's caught well. Hitting it, just clicking at the right time. But is it enough to get past last year's runners-up of Europe?
This is an interesting one here. I wonder if he's going to go short again. Sher Ali's backing away and exposing a few stumps. Does he sort of bluff him, okay? Deep backward points coming in, deep mid wickets going back. So you would assume 9 out of 10 this is going to be short into the Ritz, but is it a bit of a bluff? Is he going at the poles?
Goes short and he throws the bat at it. That one flies into the vortex. Maximo! Share on and says Carreras Mas for hitting it.
He's on, isn't he? He's looking good. He's backing away and opening up his body so that he can release the hands either side. And that's why I'm saying, is it an opportunity here for Hornchurch to get the fuller ball in and see if you can hit the stunts while he's backing away?
That's the thing. If he's backing away, what's your best case scenario? Maybe it gets a feather on one, gets caught behind. Otherwise, maybe you got a dot
or he top
or
edges
straight up in the air. But more of them are flying though, even with no huge wind tonight. It's pretty calm.
It's a clever way of playing the short ball, opening the body. I'd say he's moving a little bit far, but I just think Edwards could do him if he goes fuller here.
It's a bit of a habit, isn't it? But you're right. Will he
Like
attack
this.
the stumps? Wow, he's going to whack that one. That's going to travel as well. Maximo!
Well, this is close for a no ball as well. They're definitely going to have a look at height. What a shot. He did go at the stumps. He just got the length all wrong.
Yeah. How high is it, though, on Share?
It's a baseball shot.
Oh, he hits it waist high. They normally call these, you know. What have they decided?
Don't think this has been called, Vinny.
Oh, it's a 50-50 really, isn't it?
Probably dipping a little
Probably hits
bit.
him in the unmentionables if he just stands there and
Yeah.
takes it. It's lucky he didn't have to do. The 50's up now.
Yep.
Still, 6 to the total. Slow ball, throws the hands anyway. Nobody home there. That one's jungle bound. Maximo! Sher Ali, who once held the record for fastest ECN ton, 24 balls. Right now he's doing it on the biggest stage.
Well, slower ball. He's playing backing away still, but finds the leverage and the power to just chip it over cover for 6. What a start from Hoodinger. I mean, they're on one of the most difficult tasks you can have as an ACL side. Trying to knock out 2 English teams in a day, well, just has never happened anything like
We
that.
talked about the English invasion, but, well, the continent strikes back, really. We've seen Hoodinger knock out Wimbledon already, Hornchurch. I mean, they've got time to recover, but it looks like they're going to go to spin, and that's probably wise. Adil Malik's coming in the 4th.
Just remind me, the leggy for Wimbledon, Whipple, he bowled so well,
Yeah.
they couldn't really play him. They lost a lot of wickets.
Well, they can't
Malik's very
Yeah.
similar, tall leg spinner, got a wrong end. This is a big matchup. I think Malik, he's a key here for Hornchurch tonight.
Big play up. It goes after the first one, and this is a chance. Can he find it, though? Fielder comes in and holds the catch. Hankins, he holds on. Well, the ghost of seasons past there with the catch under lights going up, but Hankins is solid as a rock, and spin wins first ball, and it's the end of Sher Ali for 33. And, pardon me, that's Zazai who is out. He's the one on strike. He goes for 1. Still a big wicket, and it's 58 for 2.
Yeah, I just don't think they have the mechanics to play tall leg spin that bounces a lot. You can't just slog that to the leg side. Zazai will go, but that's the way they play. They're in the driving seat, but I'd be a little bit more careful or circumspect against Malik. Even if you take his overs for 10 or 12, that's still a positive, and maybe take on the pace. Does give them an opportunity to maybe get a lefty out there. And Saeed Ahmed, that's good captaincy and good from the coach, probably from hooding it. Send the lefty out. He's the one lefty in the order. Try and combat Malik. There's a good bit of byplay going on in this game.
Fighting back. Saeed missed out before, but he got out to spin. Actually, it was the off spin that got him before. Loves going over the mid-wicket region.
It doesn't surprise me.
And he goes for it straight away, but has he got this? He has! Maximal! And that's the brand of cricket that these Swedes play. It is un poco loco, but says carreras and sides away.
You got to love the way they attack this game and play this game. That is such an incredible shot first ball. Watch, he's going to go again here, Vin. He's going to try again.
What's Malik go to now? Quicker ball.
Oh, no.
That's a shocker, really. That's quicker ball down the leg side. Murray's got no hope. And that's going to be Cinco Carreras, the dreaded Minimo, goes pace on. Maybe think he's going to back away, but not that far.
Yeah, maybe he did think he was going to back away. And he just went with the arm ball, the quicker one. Tried to fire it in. 5 wides, Minimo. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Wow.
What a final already.
Maybe you just got to challenge him one more time. Hope you get the false shot. Might disappear,
I
though.
think you're flighting it and actually hoping he miscues it.
It's exactly what he does, and it goes up now. You'll like this. Have you noticed that Murray, because the regulations to wear a helmet, is wearing the jockey lid
You're kidding me.
as the keeper. We got to get a shot of the keeper here, Murray.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's just...
His face is actually pretty hard to start with.
Is that a genuine jockey league keeper?
You betcha. Now, Ahmed puts this up into the jungle as well with the spin. Maximo! And probably with that shot, Hoodinger take the lead in this game for the first time.
I think very smart from Hoodinger to get the left-hander out there to combat Malik's bounce. He looks... Paul Murray looks like one of those traffic cops. He looks like he's about to tell me if I can go or not.
Doesn't like wearing it, but that's the regulations. And he's wearing it, technically.
Oh, that's brilliant.
This is high, but this is a chance, and it's a huge moment in the game. And he's taken it. Well, there you go, 2 under lights, and Ted Coney, who took maybe one of the catches of the tournament early on, he holds his nerve under immense pressure. So it's 6-6 and out for Ahmed, 2 wickets in this over. And also 17 runs with hitting it right now. They're 75 for 3.
It's the way they play. It might be right, it might be wrong. It's hard to surmise sometimes. Malik will pick up his 2nd wicket for the over. Clever bowling. He did slow it up in the end, which was the right option. And eventually, you're going to miss time 1.
Yeah. But I mean, would you
catch.
take that? Kind of, what was it? It was 6.6 out, or you want more out of Saeed?
I don't think I want my lefty out there. Actually, oh, yeah. Oh, nice catch. I think that's a big word. Losing a lefty, and they don't have many others. It does hurt you, but this is the way they play. They play on pure emotion, putting out. They're a genuine maverick side. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised even off this next ball, the new batsman just tries to hit this for 6 as well.
Yeah, so the smart play.
Smart plays.
No,
You'd
not say smart play. The orthodox play would be
or maybe the educated players take a single and get through Malik's over here. But
he whacks it. There goes the jockey lid. End of the 4th. I knew you'd love that. It's 75 for 3 after 4.
Has he almost got that one in the non-grill as well? Because this end is extremely bouncy.
Watch it.
Oh, might be time for the grill.
A bit of the old Scooby-Doo about this. Murray gets unmasked. Yeah, well.
Are you sure that didn't just cop him a little bit?
He gets a bit of it in the gloves first. Anyway, Murray, he's fine. 75 for 3 after 4. They're going at 18.75 and over.
I'd like this from Hornchurch. Looks like it might be Griffiths coming in. He's very experienced.
You might be able to take some wickets here, but before you know it, they've already got a pretty defendable score. You know,
what's defendable though? 120, 130?
Yeah. I mean, remember Sweden have really taken all before them with the ball in the field today. Griffiths, I still think he's probably the quickest of the Hornchurch bowlers. He's got some competition. Sher Ali will be fighting fire with fire here. Time for over number 5. Griffiths. In he comes. Steps to leg and gets a piece of it, but he just gets one.
Interesting to see this field. I actually really like this field, Vinny. So you've got mid-off, cover and cover point in the ring.
Yep.
You've got third man and a fly backward and 45. You're basically saying to these Swedish players, you can't play an orthodox shot through the offside.
You can't hit me, you can't elevate over cover. Is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
basically.
So you've got them all in a row. There's 3 outfielders. See the bottom left of your
I
screen
don't mind this because if you're going to bowl back of a length as well, very hard to baseball it over mid-off.
Yeah, Zuvak. Expect the unexpected out of him. It's also a good line for Griffiths, who's experienced enough here. That's a very difficult shot for anyone to hit over cover.
Yeah, Griffiths, I think he's picked up a yard since when we saw him last year. He looks like he's bowling quicker than last year for sure.
Evergreen.
Don't know if it was maybe out of niggle, but he looks like he's run up. He's got a good motion going on, good rhythm.
Here's the draw card versus draw card battle as well, with Gavin Griffiths coming in. And one thing also probably should mention is Billy Gordon carrying a slight injury. He's one of the 5 bowlers they've used, one of the 5 bowlers they've used. They've used a different bowler every over so far, Hornchurch.
What's Sher Ali do? Does he back away here again?
He's probably going to try and moose it over leg side. No, probably wide. It was pretty short.
Oh, that's a bonus. That's a bonus for the Swedish pairing, because now the bounce is used. You sort of know that another one above your shoulder, you're calling for a no ball.
It's a pretty easy call to make. But, yeah, it can still go short-ish, though.
Sure, yeah, just have to make sure you don't make an error with it. You still want to use it if you can get it at the armpit height, but...
Gavin Griffiths has another crack at Sher Ali. He's deep in the crease and hits it high, and he can go over mid-off, no problem at all. And he'll go over the fence. Maximo and Sher coming good in the final. A 50 off just 13 rocks.
Yeah, ridiculous innings. Absolutely ridiculous innings. He's 52 off 13 in a final. He smoked everything. He celebrated massively then. I can totally understand. His heart right now is flying. He's just on pure adrenaline.
He's deep in his crease, but it was a bit of a slot length, wasn't it, from Griffiths? Maybe scared, wanted to go short, but couldn't go too short. I don't think he goes short enough there, really. And Sher muscles him up to that vacant area. Now it's Fuller, and that's clipped away into the fan zone. Maximo! As Sher Ali is swinging his way into the 60s.
He is on an absolute terror. I'd love to know what is going on in his mind right now, or ever feel this. Like, he is just flying.
That being in the zone, don't you?
It's like
in the zone.
Your eyes are shaking. You're just pumped up to the nines, and yeah, this is beyond the zone.
60-40 though. Actually 58 now with that shot.
Tough format. It's a very tough format to be a bowler in, but when you've got a guy that is just on a terror, this is Nabi like, this is DDC like, this is Harrison Ward like, this. Yeah, it's very difficult to stop.
Griffith is trying to stop this one going magical. Hit every ounce of their experience here, Hornchurch. Hits this down the ground, you know, that could go as well. It's 4. He's hitting it so sweetly. He basically backs himself to hit this down the ground, gives himself a lot of room. That's a pure cricket shot from Sher Ali.
I mean, the amount of balance he's showing after he moves to be able to play these shots, danger signs for Hornchurch. They need to remove him now. I think Malik has to bowl the next over, and they've got to hope he bowls a little bit to Sher Ali.
Yeah, great. Last ball, the 5th coming up. It's gone for 19. And it's going to go for more as this is down the ground, and that's got the carry as well. Maximo! 25 in over 5, and after 5 overs, it's 100. 100, you heard me right, 100 for 3 after 5.
Scary innings, this. Sher Ali, he is on a terror.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, want to welcome you into the Dream Box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Corey Ruck is with me as well. I mean, we're still coming to terms with this start from Hinger. We have seen 2 teams lose matches after being 100 plus at 5 overs, both in Barcelona, actually. But, okay, you can come clean now. You've been giving the Hornchurch team a bit of stick. Go on.
I've been good friends with them in the crowd now. It's just for the views. No, Hornchurch, they deserve to be in the final, but they're just running into a rampant Swedish team. This innings at the moment from Sher Ali, there's only a few people on our network that we've seen go on flyers like this. Nabi, Mohammed Babar, Harrison Ward when he was on. This is scary.
Kind of like, almost like a recurring nightmare at the moment. They still have time to turn it around, but the scary thing is, even if you have an average kind of 5 overs here, then you're still chasing kind of 160 to 170, and that's a lot of runs to stay in the tournament.
I'm looking over your shoulder. They're going to go back to Malik, and you've got to get him to bowl.
Got to win this over, essentially.
Because they've got a lot of pace. That's the only thing I thought about Hornchurch all week. They've got 8 overs of quicks, and sometimes when the quicks don't have a good night, all of a sudden it's a bit samey.
I will say something as well. Hinger earlier, they had a commanding partnership, and then it went south really quickly.
Yeah, true.
Remember, they had that innings kind of fall away. They're still the kind of team that could implode from here and maybe only make 140, 150, and then it's a different kind of a game. Right now, Zuba is going to face up.
Do you think that there's anything in their mind saying, take this over for only 12?
Nope. Tries to launch it, but
That's
he'll get one.
Very good one for Hornchurch. Oh, no, they've not run. Sher Ali's in trouble. Oh, what has happened? What has happened? What is Zuwak doing? He's almost run Sher Ali out.
Do you think that he didn't know he didn't see the fielder there? That's
Oh,
crazy.
Well, what's just happened?
Maybe he knows he's going to hit for 6. Doesn't.
Hit
Hits
for
it for 4 instead. Well,
I'm out. I'm done.
all I can think is he didn't spot him. And he was just going to watch it go for 4. And then, I know
Could
what you're
you
going to say.
imagine if Sher Ali got run out like that? I'd have thrown my chair out the commentary cube.
Well, don't, because they're new. But that was crazy and kind of works out. I mean, he's like some sort of fake night watchman here taking on Malik, if you know what I'm trying to say. Short, and he goes for it straight. And fielder's coming around here, can't quite get it. Does make the stop though, Griffiths.
Okay.
This time they do run a 1.
This is the right one for Hornchurch. Malik's got 3 balls to him. Bowl a leg spinner, get it to turn, and pray he skies it. I wonder if Sher Ali, who's been timing the pace perfectly, is thinking, I don't need to take a risk here.
He's got a good cricket brain share, that's the thing. But will he be able to resist?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Big moment.
Can Malik get it right? That one, I just noticed him check that shot a little bit, wasn't giving it the full
Well, he's not
Monty.
running. Oh, direct hit.
What's going on down there? They got 1 run there.
Yeah, to 1 run and direct hit then, he was gone. I know Sher is maybe a bigger sort of heavily set batsman, but he was barely running. What is going on this over?
He's tired. Try swinging that hard for 6 overs. You'd be tired too.
True.
Anyway, here's Malik to Zubac. Might as well go for it. Does.
Well, this is a good over from Malik. It's gone for 5.
You take 2 for 24 out of Malik, I think.
Yeah, I think he's a very good bowler, especially from this end. He gets so much bounce, it's ridiculous. What a final already.
Every final is a heart stopper. Hinger turned the tables in the percentages, 67% now. 2 times out of 3 they win from here. And this will just be a single. Again, I think it's an easy single. We almost had to debate it, and they say, okay, we will take it. And at the end of 6, it's 107 for 3, so only 7 off that over. But probably more importantly, Sher Ali survives through it. Yeah, I mean,
they're going to go to spin. They're going to go to the skipper Whitlock. So they're going to go away from the pace. They're reading the room here, and that's a smart decision.
They've also got different sorts of bowlers. I mean, I heard them discussing this earlier. There are other bowlers they could turn to if the pace isn't working. You know, like a VJ, even Hankins.
Well, here you go. Why not?
George Hankins.
I mean, the paces tonight, the ball has flown. Sher Ali's on a terror. Go to spin.
But you said it earlier. When this European Cricket League concept first came in and we started involving English teams, we probably thought they never lose. But have a look at this format. It's just throwing up all kinds of scenarios. There we go. Lack of pace working straight away. Zubac won't get a run.
Well, against the spin tonight, they've hit 24 runs off 13 deliveries. So it just shows the return versus quick.
Almost my overswing here. If Whitlock can get it in the right spot. Again, he doesn't have the pace to work with. He just ends up pulling out and knocking a 1.
Coming back into this game.
Isn't it great? Isn't it crazy? It's more than a fluke now that we're seeing some of these regular Cricket Nation teams be challenged and losing a lot of cricket matches. Ali faces up.
Well bowled. Clever. Well bowled.
I mean, that's over the line. He's trying to say that unless he was unsighted and he wants to have a look at it, but does he move before the ball's released? I think he probably does there, Sher Ali. That's why the line moves as well.
Coming back
they
into
sneak in a dot.
Yeah, they're coming back into it, Hornchurch.
He wants this. And he's going to hit it into orbit. What a shot from Sher Ali. That's going to end up with his teammates. The Swedish flags are flying. Maximo, and he's moved to 75 in the Group B final.
Remarkable. Well, they just needed that one. It just felt like the spin the last 10 deliveries was pegging them back. That one was in the slot, the big slog sweepers, and that has gone a journey. Share Alley, 75 off 19.
I mean, he's still winning the over here, Whitlock, I think, even though he's gone once. So still, I'll take the trade-off. They've got to dig deep here, Hornchurch. They've been through lots and lots of hardships to be here in the first place. Never easy to win an English championship. Again, good comeback. Whitlock showing all his experience here.
Well, he's just bowling it in the same area with not much pace on it. And I think these batsmen obviously like pace.
Yeah, Whitlock.
I'd be tempted to go to a VJ or even a slower bowler next over as well.
And now he goes for it, uses his feet, but he gets this one too. 2 in the over for Share Alley. Maximo! He hits the Grady 80s, and with 3 overs remaining, Hinger a 120 for 3.
Big smiles there, but there's a long way to go. Hornchurch are still very much in this game. Share Alley, though, the man Mountain, who got out for a golden duck in the qualifier 2 versus Wimbledon, is just on.
Really is, and I agree with you. I think you've got to go to something a bit slower. It seems to be more likely to draw that false shot. Coming up tomorrow. Well, Corey, enjoy your Sunday, because I'll let you have the day off, but I'll be here. And Andrew Ryan will join me for the first time in the commentary box as Group C gets underway, starting with Jersey champs, Old Victorians, take on Gamblers SC of Portugal. Also, you've got Afyon Karaisa from Turkey, as well as CC Academic from Bulgaria. And we'll be getting going tomorrow morning. Same time, 10 a.m. GMT, 11 in Central Europe, and 3:30 p.m. in India. Don't forget, Rhino lives in Switzerland, and the Swiss champs, Alton, they're part of Group C. Here we go with Harry Hankins coming back. So they've kind of gone back to, yes, pace, but probably the guy who's been their most reliable bowler in the tournament.
Random side question, Zuwak, are you pulling him? Is there someone else in that lineup that can hit the long balls? He's 9 off 10, actually, even if that was 20 off 10.
Instead of pulling him, I reckon you could just say, try and hit everything for 6. Because he might get enough. Remember, he sometimes just not run. And also, he had a bit of Malik in there, which I think is a bit tough. But yeah, I mean, you definitely do. Again, questions from Baluch, who's an ideal man for this situation.
I think his shoulder's no good.
His shoulder looks gone, doesn't it?
I don't think he's bowling in the final tonight.
Might not need him, because Share Alley, 81 off 21. He can't get this one, though, and take a single. But yeah, I'm getting... Maybe I wouldn't want to upset the apple cart at the moment. Yeah, the flow. That's a good word for it. You got Samuel Romani, who's a guy
he could easily come in.
Probably would have batted him above Tariq Zuvak, but it's a bit of a toss-up. But yeah, I mean, Zuvak's got the license, put it that way. Don't really want him swinging and missing, but he hits plenty. Harry Hankins, his figure's not the worst. Short missed out.
I'll be pulling him personally. I just think that some nights people are either in it or not in it, and you just feel like Zuwak's been there for a while and hasn't got the flow.
Some of his decision making has been kind of off, as if he's just not, like, mentally he's not in the right place, like refusing that single when it went down to the boundary.
Yeah, maybe last.
Clever change. Give credit to Hankins though. He bowls a slow ball, and I don't think Zuvak picks it at all.
It's a brave decision to retire someone out at 122 for 3 off 7.3. But sometimes you've got to do it.
I think he's already looking up to the bench. And I think...
I honestly think some teams don't know the full rules, the extent of what you can and can't do, because this is a clear example of...
He looks up to the bench there, actually. As soon as he misses that one, that would probably be the one for the over. But he looks up and almost like, really? You want me to go again?
But you've got to pull him. Hate to say it, but you got to pull him. 9 off 12. That's 2. He's chewed 2 overs now.
I think now is also he's gotten so deep in the over. It's almost like you're conceding the over, and that Share Alley's not going to face again. Can't get it. That gets 1. Yeah, I'm with you though, Sam. You got 2 overs remaining. You're not going to get bowled out. Don't forget they batted all the way to 11 before.
Do people know the rule that you can actually retire someone out?
No, they play a lot of T10 cricket in Sweden. You know, it's.
Don't see it enough.
Yeah, and I actually think they're having a chat here. I reckon he's saying, look, I mean, I'd leave him out there this ball because...
Well, it doesn't matter. He's just running.
If he gets run out, then that's fine. But, yeah. Share Alley, what's his approach? Is he going it? Or is he just happy to keep the strike?
Go with it. I mean, there's 13 balls. You need to maximise as much as possible.
Even with this great start, 60-40 Hinger, so Hornchurch certainly have the ability to work their way back into this game. Hit hard, gets a bit of Hankins on the way through. And that's just going to be a single. Sher Ali moves to 83 and under lights in the Group B final. Hinger of Sweden, 124 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, then looking out, there's still no retirement, surprisingly. They're on 100 after 5. They've only made 24 off the last 3.
Can I tell you something that I might think is relevant?
Ah, here it comes.
Yeah, he's gone. I was going to say that Tarek is the president of Cricket Sweden, so no one
What,
outranks.
Tarek the batting?
Yeah, he's batting. So I think Samuel Romani, just give him a wide berth there as he walks off.
Well, and there's a big chat in the middle at the moment. Well, yeah, Tarek never really got going. Good decision that the president's been pulled in, but
you got to wait for the president to resign. I don't think you can pull him. And we learned.
Look at the conference in the middle.
Well, would that be called Watergate here? Yeah, there's a long chat, aren't they?
That's an 8-man huddle to decide who's going to bowl, and I think they're going to potentially stick with some pace.
They're like, do we stick with our plan and hope things turn, or do we go kind of an alternative option like a plan B or a plan C? But yeah, no, I've got to give credit to Tarek. I mean, he's been pretty good today even, but it just wasn't happening. And I think, wiser heads prevail. Samuel Romani comes out. Again, I probably wouldn't have retired him out until the next ball in case something weird happens, like you get run out going to the striker's end, because he's not doing any harm at the non-striker's end.
I still think it's
probably would have retired him halfway through the over, though. You're right there.
Yeah.
Anyway, 124 for 4.
George.
Yeah, he's quick. Arthur George. Goes straight through everyone, including Murray. Wow, that was spicy, and it's going to be 4 byes.
That's frustrating for Hornchurch because it's the perfect Yorker. It is the perfect ball. Well bowled, but unfortunately, the keeper, Murray, just couldn't get down to his left.
And long way back, but you see, by the time it reaches him, it's actually gone wider than he expected. That is frustrating, isn't it? Because you finally get a win on Sher Ali, and it still costs you 4.
But good signs for George. I mean, that's an incredibly good first ball.
Well, he's going to launch this one high and out of the ground. 89 now for Sher Ali. Maximo!
It's not okay to hit a ball that far or that high. Sher Ali, what an individual display from the man on your screen. 89 off 25. He is summoning some deep demons and releasing them on this grizzly ball. Oh, he's hit some monsters.
And there we go. Well, Wimbledon still got a bit of work to do. Got to go head or toes here. Kind of in between.
Oh, he's got to be disappointed.
Can't quite get it. Get one, and Sher Ali's 90 in the final.
Yeah, brilliant innings. One of the best innings we've ever seen in a final. This is the Centuries Hall of Fame just for this year.
Yeah, that's true.
We've only had 4 ECL hundreds ever, right? Scotty Edwards.
Yep.
Nabi.
Yep. Yeah, Nabi. Hamza Niaz.
Hamza Niaz.
Baba Khan.
Baba Khan from Italy.
Baba Hussain, I should say, sorry. All right, launched up in the air by Romani, and he's going to be caught. That's a great catch by VJ as he kind of matrixes himself. I think they want to have a look at it. I suppose the question is, does he jump from on the rope or outside?
Yeah, it's all about where he jumps from. I think this is out from what I was looking at, but he's not so sure.
Yeah, so the thing is, his first contact with the ball, was he in the air? It seemed like he was in the air. So if he's... Let's see what we got here.
But where did he jump from?
We can't really see where he jumped from.
That's the issue. That's what I think he's saying.
He hasn't touched the rope there, so I mean, yeah, I mean that's all we're going to get. So I think you got to give it the umpire's call on the field, and it has been given out. So it'll be a golden duck for Romani. So he's not able to move the needle. And that's actually a great stop as well. It's a great catch by VJ because it was going for 6, but instead 5 down now and hitting at 135 for 5 with 8 balls to play.
Yeah, tough to tell. Tough to tell. But in the end, it's a brilliant bit of fielding because it saved 6 runs more than anything. That was going over the rope and he got that right hand on it. Yeah, so if Sher Ali gets there, is it the 5th 100 ever in ECL? It's not many.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of some others. But yeah, that almost goes the distance. Yeah, last year I think we only had... Did we have one last year? Maybe we didn't have one last year. No, we didn't have one in ECL 23. So yeah, I agree with you there. Being very honest there, VJ saying, well, I think I'm okay, but like maybe it's worth having a check. All right. Nasser Baluch comes out. And I knew he'd do that. We saw he's got that injured right shoulder. He ramped everything earlier. He misses out on this. And now
You're not taking the one.
He's going to do it again. He's going to try and ramp again.
Well, yeah,
so how do you counter this?
As what?
He's going to ramp.
How do you counter as a bowler? Put a fine leg back and bring mid off up. Bowl slow.
Well, they got the bus. They could park him
Bowl,
back on the
a
boundary
slow
line.
ball again as well, because you need pace on it to be a ramp. But do they know his
Has
shoulders?
Baluch got one shot in him?
Well, he's
Has
playing
he
for
got
Team
one?
Europe in 3 weeks. I hope not.
Tries. He hurts himself there. Couple of dots. George, he did go the distance once, but only 7 come off that over. He gets a wicket of Romani, 135 for 5. Things tightening up here in the Group B final.
The last 4 overs have only gone for 35 runs, so they have pegged it back nicely. Who do they go to here for 1 over? They've got options.
To tire out Baluch.
Well, I'm surprised that you would send in someone so damaged with their shoulder. I just don't think...
Running out of batting, though, from this point. I got Nasir Iqbal. I suppose he's the one you might consider.
Yeah, but I mean, I would have been putting the Baluch on ice and then begging him to try and bowl 2 balls.
Do you even take ones anymore?
No. If Baluch is that injured, the way that Sher Ali's batting, his XP right now is he could hit 4 out of 6 to the boundary.
A few words being spoken. Friendly or otherwise, hard to tell from this distance. 90 off 26. And now who gets the last?
Oh, you'd think it would be friendly chat. I wouldn't chirp the guy that's 90 off 26.
They only bowled out Harry Hankins and Adil Malik. Everyone else is available. And they're going to go to Lesbourne Edwards. He's quick. He bowled 1 over for 20, though. He did pick up a wicket earlier on. That's the thing. Arthur George has had a great over there because he's bowled the 9th. That's the only over he's going to bowl.
Pace on. A couple of slow balls surely have to be used here. Sher Ali on strike. Can he get himself closer to a massive milestone?
Sher Ali, wild card, plays his club cricket from Mashta in Stockholm, just north of Stockholm. He's on 90, last 6 balls. He's going to get a piece of the first one.
Got to go 2. They've got to go 2.
Oh, I don't think he'll ever make it 2 there.
Why are they running 1 then? What's he doing? Oh, got to run Baluch.
Very
Smart.
clever.
Oh.
Super clever.
Brilliant cricket, actually. That's one of the more cleverer things we've seen in a while. Sher Ali has snuck in and actually run out Baluch so that he can stay out there. Baluch needs to walk off.
Yeah. No, he's definitely the one that's out. They're all pointing at Sher, thinking there might be a way that he's out. Firstly, is this a clean stop? Yeah, I think it is. And then, yeah, there's no real debate about this. This is the whole thing. But actually, Sher Ali, super clever. Baluch was saying, hey, you're really wanting. At least they get 1 extra run of this. And Baluch isn't very good at the moment because he's got 1 shoulder.
Yeah.
And then you can see they're saying, run, do they cross?
Very
They
clever.
cross easily.
We don't see enough of this. Good to see Sher Ali just go, come on, let's go.
Yeah.
You hold the crease, I'll stay on strike.
This is also where you almost, if you're thrown to the bowlers then, that's a lot more difficult to do. So the fact the throw went to the keeper, probably smart because they think, well, if they're going to go for 2, let's try and run Sher Ali out. Unselfish from Baluch. Good thinking, though.
Love seeing a heads-up play. That was very, very intelligent. They've got the main man back on strike. It's 1 and run out, but
91 then. There's 5 balls remaining. And he tries it, but straight up in the air. Well, keeper calls for this one, and it's gone. So Sher Ali goes for 91. Hornchurch fighting back at the end, and Hinger with 4 balls to play. They're 136 for 7.
They're undershooting their ending, Vinny. This is a big comeback from Hornchurch. Only 36 off the last 4.2. This game's back to a 50-50.
I said it, they're 100 after 5, and we've seen twice on the network teams score 100 in the first 5, so they're at 200 pace. But they don't get the production in the second half, and they end up losing the game. He's going to get a very good reception, isn't he, Sher Ali, as he goes down the race.
Yeah, that's a nice moment. Whoa, cameraman's taking a tumble.
Alex is hopefully all right. Might have rolled down the stairs there.
I think he did. What an innings from Sher Ali. He got a big round of applause as he went up the stairs from everyone.
It's the vibrations of Sher coming up the stairs that just thrown him off. All right. Now you got Rashid Khan getting right down the bottom.
Need an edge for 4. Something cheeky like that.
143 expected. Miss. They'll run. He can't handle it cleanly.
Great comeback from Hornchurch. I think that they'll go in at 50-50. I think it could have been a different story if they even put on 60 in the last 5, but they're not going to do that.
A couple of players I think have to fire, or at least one. Hankins is one for me.
Hankins and VJ.
VJ.
Oh, Malik.
Malik.
They've got a lot of batting.
Yeah, they do. 3 to come. Here's Iqbal, first ball for him.
Oi.
Too spicy, they'll run anyway. And it'll be run out. So that's the 8th wicket down, as it'll be Rashid Khan that has to go. Bullseye from Paul Murray, and it's 137 for 8.
Can understand trying to steal every single they can, especially with a few wickets in hand, but easy run out for the keeper. Good throw from Murray.
Good composure, because he knew he had time to kind of load up and not rush the throw.
That really took off, didn't it? What are you thinking, Vin, going in at the halfway stage?
I think Hornchurch are lucky to only be chasing 140 here.
Oh, yeah.
Very lucky to only be chasing 140. But, you know, credit, I suppose you make your own luck. And they've pulled things back. Rashid goes just facing the one ball there. Murray hits the target, 137 for 8. Fahad Momand comes out. He's there in the last game towards the end. Slow ball, they'll run again. Murray this time can't hit. And Les probably has a few memories of what happened in the earlier game when we saw a shy go right.
They have butchered these last 5 overs a fair chunk.
100 in the first half, 38 in the second.
Weird.
It's incredible.
Yeah, a lot of play and miss, but better bowling as well. The pace off, Malik and Whitlock.
Is he hitting this?
Nope.
Better run then.
Honestly, if I'm third man, I'd bring mid off up and have third man back, surely.
Probably right. All right. Last ball. As predicted. And that'll be out as well. So it'll be 138 for 9. Well, Murray, 10-pin bowling terms, he's on the turkey. And somehow, Hornchurch are chasing something in the 130s after they conceded 100 in the first 5 overs.
What did Drew make against them in the final last year? Wasn't it this? It wouldn't be, would it?
Well, I'll give you an exact figure.
Well done to Hornchurch in the last 5, because that could have gotten out of control and you're chasing a 160, 170. But they fought back. For me, I think Hornchurch maybe
the win predictor actually ticked Hornchurch up to 51% before that last ball. So I actually think they will go in his favourites. But hey, let me tell you something about Hinger. They've bowled and fielded really well. And remember how they shut down the Wimbledon bats defending a score. And I don't think they mind defending. I don't think they mind being sent in here under lights in the Group B final, a team that we thought might get knocked out in 5th. They've made it all the way to the big dance on a Saturday night in Cartama. Proud moment for both the teams. The national anthems were sung, but then it was time to get into the action. And Sher Ali absolutely lit up the ground in the power play.
Yeah, he lit it up all right. Some striking, wasn't it? Just pure batsmanship, pure hitting. Didn't have the biggest support from the other end at times, but it didn't matter. Sher Ali was just seeing it like a football, and a really special innings. It'll be in our top 6 or 7 ECL innings ever. He was backing away, but he was finding a way to elevate it over the offside, hit it straight. They brought some spin on. Malik took a wicket first ball. This was good captaincy, though, to send out the left-hander against Malik, who got a couple of 6s away, but then also fell.
Hornchurch in finals under lights, they chased 100 to win against Byron in the Group A final last year.
I don't know.
And chasing 132, they just couldn't get anywhere near it in the final, but of course it went very wrong. 132 was the target in the final last year against Drew.
So it's similar to that sort of vibe.
Saeed Ahmed, I mean, had that approach, went 6-6 and out, but it really was the Sher Ali show. He hits 91 out of this 138.
Yeah.
That looks like a wild card. Well spent to me, Corey.
It's a serious innings. It'll be in our top 5 ECL scores or top 7 ECL scores in history. So just puts it into a different sphere, this boy, when he hits it. Some of those 6s were gigantic. And I just think that the president of Sweden, whoever struggled, Tariq, I think his 2 overs where he struggled just dented their whole momentum, unfortunately. Well, that can happen.
When he did retire out, though, they went to Samuel Romani, who then would be out first ball. Brilliant catch, that one by VJ. And what's another hitter that just didn't click? And even though VJ said, look, up to just double check, it's very sporting of the English opener. Hankins was good out there, and then this was a little bit of a heads-up play. Did keep Sher Ali on strike, even though it did mean that the next ball didn't really work out because he'd sky out for 91. So it wasn't 100, which would have been a dream result, but still, I think it's the total of his dreams in the final. Anyway, when it came down to it, they didn't hit too many in the 10th, and Murray was spot on, saving a couple of runs with direct hits. And in the end, 138 Hinger. It was very Hinger. We called it, actually. We could see the innings just take a nosedive. It did. But that first half was so destructive that in the end, It's a 50-50 total. Nobody scores runs outside the top 5.
The second high scores extras, 16. It's a crazy sort of innings. It's a one-man innings, really. Share Ali's elevated them. And if you said to them, you get sent in, you take 138, they would say yes. And then you would say, can we bowl under lights? They would say yes.
It's very, very close. That's all I'm going to say about that. But Share Ali, that 91 was an innings to remember. 12 Maximos and only 3 fours in there. And he was incredible the way that he propelled this Hinger side to 138. And to be fair to Share, he's a guy we've seen at domestic level, hasn't always stepped up the next level, but this showed he could handle himself. 2 wickets to Edwards and 2 to Malik in there. I think they both flew the flag pretty well. Arthur George bowled a very good over as well in the 9th, but he couldn't come back because they bowled him in the 9th. Whitlock interesting as well. They were happy just with his over. Second half was all Hornchurch. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in just a few minutes. 139 standing between Hornchurch, last year's runners-up of the ECL, or is it Hinger, who are going to make history, knock out 2 English teams on the way to Group B glory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Coy Ruckers. We'll have a quick break. Back soon with more European Cricket League.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, La Junta de Andalucía, Paramatch and Norcane. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. Buenas noches y bienvenidos. Hello and welcome back to Spain. This is ECL Group B Finals night under lights. Two teams playing for the right to stay in the competition. Hornchurch of England are chasing 139 for victory. Crazy stuff. The Swedish champions Hinger, they scored 100 in the first half and only 38 in the second half. Hankins and Gordon once again opened the innings. Now Billy Gordon was set up to open, did very, very well that previous game. But right now they're facing Syed Ahmed. He's breathing fire, and the first one is going to disappear to the boundary. It's short, and Hankins cashes in. Probably didn't get all of it, but gets enough. 4 runs as we go into the second innings of a thrilling decider. Joining me in the commentary box is Corey Ruckers.
Yeah, for me, Vinny, the man on your screen who just pulled that for 4 is the key. Last year in the final versus throw, it wasn't his night. He was bowled in the first over, and Hornchurch never recovered. Hankins is that good that if he bats for a couple of overs, he'll control the rate, he'll get him ahead of the rate. He's technical, he's talented. He's the key, and they're going to change the field.
Teamy wicket goes back, and now this one, does it get around the field or it doesn't? Sir Iqbal keeps it to 1. Let's have a look at Billy Gordon. He batted really, really well before, 34 off 17, but just was kind of cool in a chase. They needed 115 against Wimbledon in Q1. And he stayed very still. He's quite technical. And it's just like a steady head at the top of the order. Probably VJ to come in at 3. I hope they don't see him too soon. He just keeps this out. Hits, runs.
He's
away
kicked
the fielder.
it to mid-off. He's kicked it all the way mid-off, and they're going to run too.
Check the VAR for offside there, but in the end they do get back for a couple. Good running.
Interesting to see. Oh, I like deep third man. I always think there's a place where they've got deep fine leg. I don't think that's a waste.
Try him out upstairs, maybe.
Or sort of a deep.
It's kind of like a 45. It's a
sort of squarer, yeah.
On the hook. Now this is going to find the gap. It's going to find the boundary. This is what Gordon did really well before. He actually got quite a few in the power play through the gaps. He times the ball brilliantly. 4 more as Hornchurch get the better of the opening exchange.
Nice start for Hornchurch. Couple of conventional cricket strokes for 4. Yeah, Can Hooding, I mean, they've just got to bowl out of their skin, field out of their skin. They've got to get some early wickets, you feel, as well.
They have been good, though. Hornchurch 59% with this start.
Yep.
Oh, this took us something.
Yeah,
it's off the pad, I think.
Off the pad, the umpire just gesturing to his side. So he actually gets away with that. It's a dot ball.
Great stop by Sher Ali. He's the emergency keeping option thrown into the job this morning. Zuva gives up the gloves. That's actually a brilliant stop.
What a game we're going to. But you got to remember as well, no Baluch with the ball.
Yeah, we don't think. We don't think. Block hole delivery, hit, run, fumbled. A couple of uncharacteristic fumbles first.
Well, that's Baluch. He's got 1 arm. You can't have him at mid-off.
Well, if you did watch Karate Kid 1, you'll know that
the good guy never wins.
If he puts one hand up and he goes on one leg, maybe he can do it. Anyway, end of the first over, and Hornchurch, they had 12 without loss after 1.
Yeah,
25 matches since Golden Ball. Is this the night, Corey? Do we have a Golden Ball final on our hands?
Hope so. Would be good. I mean, a Golden Ball would be a crazy way for a final.
We've never had a Golden Ball in a final. We've had it in qualifier 2, a qualifier 1, a semi-final, an eliminator, but never in an actual final.
I'm still amazed, though, that Baluch is fielding at mid-off. He is holding that shoulder. I mean,
because if he can't do anything, why is he out there? If he's not going to bowl, he's got 1 hand.
They're swapping him now.
Do you think that they're just hoping that he's got 1 over
if it gets down to the end and they need something, because he is a spearhead.
That's the only thing I can think. Otherwise, you can't play him. He could barely bat.
Anyway, Iqbal with the ball now.
Good luck with Team Europe, by the way. Anyway, here we go with over 2. And this is the top edge. It's going to fly. It's going to fly for 6. Maximo! Well, Gordon certainly doesn't get the pace right there off Iqbal, but he gets the luck and he gets 6 runs.
Yeah, good start for Hornchurch. It wasn't where he thought it would go. It doesn't matter. 6 runs are 6 runs. And no early wickets yet for the Swedes, which is what they got against Wimbledon. That's what got them ahead in the game.
Kind of total that you don't really want to fall behind. I think right now they're pretty much at the rate, even though it's early doors. Iqbal tried out the short ball there. Now pitches up.
Oh my word.
Plays all round. This is similar to how we got out before. It's just gone straight over middle stump.
How did that miss the stumps? I cannot believe that hasn't taken the bail.
You know, sometimes people get in the pad and we say it might be going over. It's the kind of ball we're talking about. It's fairly full. Really close. He got bowled. Just one that flicked his back pad and went onto his middle stump earlier, Gordon. Now gets one that's in the block. Oh, he somehow squeezes it out. I'll get one. Think about 2. Probably don't need a silly run out this stage and they settle for the single.
Yeah, it brings back Hankins on strike. Good start from Gordon. He's already 14%, but Hankins, like I mentioned, last year he smashed a lot of runs.
You're fizzed up for the final, aren't you? You're fizzed.
Yeah, I like a good final.
You love a final.
This is a good final.
Of course.
He's a very technical player, but boy, he hits it sweetly.
Only faced the 2 balls so far, Hankin. Now he's going to pull this, but doesn't quite get the pace of it. And the dot ball. Very interesting final. Very interesting in the balance here. Lots on Hankins and they missed him, didn't they? In that, was it 132 chase against her in the final last year? Got out early.
Yeah, they bowled spin to him early and he just missed a straight one. Maybe tonight's his night.
That one's out of the ground. Too short and put away by George Maximo. Says carreras for the English club.
Yeah, do they have enough in the bowling tank to scare this man? At the moment, doesn't look like it. That's a short ball and he's picked it up pretty early and pretty easily for 6. Just going with the length, going square. Last ball of the second. Iqbal needs to get out of this over with no more damage.
Yeah, he looks sore, Hankins. It's actually a competition between these two who gets injured more often.
Oh, really?
Seem to be sore.
Yeah, he's not moving, you'd say, too freely. Deep mid-off, it's the other boundary rider with third man. That's also interesting.
Pitches up a bit and crunched, but crunched straight at the fielder.
Oh, it almost knocked Baluch's shoulder back into realisation.
If you're trying to hide some in the field, good luck. And Baluch cops that one. It's 25 without loss after 2. And 2 kind of moderate overs to start 12 and 13. Of course, all eyes on the championship week schedule. And of course, 7 teams will take part with 7 groups. It's the most groups we've ever had in an ECL. Every one has been exciting in its own way so far.
Yeah, it has been very interesting, these groups so far. Looking forward to Group C, obviously starting tomorrow. But before we get to that, we need to figure out who's winning Group B. And at the moment, I think Hornchurch with their noses ahead, 10 wickets in hand. But can the Swedish teams just get the ball to talk a bit under lights?
I feel like there'll be some moment that is like...
They need to take it in a sense.
Like a high cat or something, like a half chance. If Hinger can pull it off, they'll be up and about. Right now, it's a bit of an arm wrestle early on. Said Ahmed to bowl out in the 3rd over. And that's glanced away again. That's 2 balls hit reasonably well straight to infielders.
Yeah, on another day, it's left and right of the fielders, and they're both 4s. Ahmed bowling out. Look, he was, for me, I don't know if he got man of the match against Wimbledon.
He did.
Yeah, 3 for 5 in the power play. Hasn't picked up one yet.
Billy Gordon watches a wide go past. We've had Jeremy West in earlier in the day, the president of Hornchurch. Billy's a guy, he's been with the club from when he was very young, you know, and his family, his parents are here supporting him, and he's a real good role model. Got a good junior program there as well. But right now, he's hitting the furnace. This is kind of a middle length, and well fielded. That's one thing Hinger did really well against Wimbledon as well. They just found a way to not let the ball get past him, and cut off those boundaries.
Here we go again, it's Hankins' time. He's 11 off 5. Now that last shot he played for a drive to cover, he moosed it. He looks
Hankins
on.
bats the 10, it's hard to see Hornchurch losing, isn't it? This is pretty well bowled, bites back a bit at him. Probably throw because they're reckless, but it'll be a single.
You've got to love the way they play. They're holding their own here at the moment, but no wickets down.
Can you think of a bigger comeback if if they're able to win their route.
And to knock out 2 English teams, this would be something that's never happened.
Yeah, and Elby Zalmi, for example, from Sweden, they did win it from 4th, but they didn't have to battle for 4th the way that Hinger. They essentially came from 5th. They came from winless after 3 games. Slow ball, skied, and it's a catching opportunity. The youngster Yassine, and he takes the catch. Well, pressure, the 15-year-old under the lights. He's a very good fielder, and that was the moment that he maybe becomes a man before your very eyes, because that is the end of Billy Gordon. And he's not able to move the needle too much here in this final, 28 for 1.
I think I heard his voice break at the moment he caught it, Vinny. 15 years old, a skier under lights. It was swirling. A lot of players have come to Cartama Oval and not been able to take the high ball under lights, but that 15-year-old man has just taken a good catch.
There he is in the circle, keeps his eye on it the whole way.
Well done.
Judges it on the way down, slight adjustment, and Yassine, he's a confident young man, don't you worry about that. And I like that he holds his place. Maybe it's because of a couple of other injuries, but I just think he's a very good fielder, and he's got the confidence that belies his age. Well, Billy Gordon, 15 off 10, quite click in the final, but it does bring, I think, probably the informed player for Hornchurch in this group, Jalpesh Vijay, to the crease at 3.
Yeah, Jalpesh Vijay last year only sort of had 1 breakout innings. I think it was in the preliminary final, the second one, but this year he's looked a different player. He's played really well. And he's been batting pretty sensibly as well. Looks like there's a little bit of running repairs for Hankins. I think some paracetamol. He's struggling a bit.
He looked a bit of pain.
There's an old saying, beware the injured player.
Makes sense.
Sometimes they just go into this different zone. I think he might be a bit of a hip flexor there, the way he's acting out there with the grabbing on the side. So hopefully he's okay. You don't like to see anyone injured. VJ, though, you're right, in this tournament has looked a lot different from last year.
He's class. Do a job here, and gets this one pretty well, but finds the sweeper.
Okay, if this ball doesn't go to the boundary, who's won the power play?
I think the Hinger win the power play. I think partly because the run rate down in, might be 30, might be 29. I felt like probably the 40 was the kind of point I would have judged it on. We'll finish with a dot, so Hankins can't quite deal with that. 29 for 1 after 3, and I was thinking to myself actually in the break, whoever wins this power play goes a long way to who might win the match. See the odds not moving too much. I think that's because of who's at the crease right now with Hankins and Vijay, probably the most dangerous in this group for Hornchurch so far. Having said that, Adil Malik, someone like that, could be his night. Lesbourne Edwards has made some runs. Have a look at that second half, though.
There's always a story in a story when you get games like this and corking games like this. And Hankins, again, has just had the medic sort of run on, and he's grimacing, and something's not right. And I love the sort of stories in a story because there is a saying, beware the injured player. Chris Gale did it in a test, couldn't move, just started bombing 100. Yeah. Glenn Maxwell,
Steve Waugh
in the World Cup. Steve Waugh. The same. When players are injured, sometimes your zone can just actually switch on even more.
5-run penalty for not facing up in 60 seconds.
That'd be a bit harsh. Romani's got the ball.
Yeah, he got a golden. He'll be hoping to make up for that. Sami Romani. Again, no shortage of confidence in these continental teams, is there?
No, well, they just believe in themselves.
Yeah,
we're in our
really
fourth edition.
It's really good to see. What a great cricket match we've got for you here. Hitting up ahead at the moment, according to the percentages, but here's Romani. It's a pretty good first up. They're going to go on their hit. Hankins, well, he might have been in some discomfort before. He really has to leg it out there.
That's probably the last thing Hankins needed. It's hard to tell. We're not doctors, obviously, but he keeps grabbing his right hip. So obviously something's causing quite a bit of discomfort, and a direct hit was probably out.
Yeah, I think so. Had to hit one stump, a la Emil Zuvak from earlier on.
No one deep on the offside outside the power play. Third man's very square as well.
Hankins 12 off 7. Hasn't gotten away. Full toss. Can't do too much with it, or does he? He gets 4. Well, he hits that better than I thought. Kept it on the ground. Fielder maybe didn't pick it up straight away, but 4 more. Hankins moves to 16.
Guy's a gun. The guy's just a gun. He timed that so well. I think he's just saying to the keeper that, yeah, a little bit niggly, a little bit sore, but don't fall into the trap. If you've still got to switch on against players like this, he'll play the angles very well. A lot of fielding changes happening, a little bit of nerves out there, you feel.
This is full. And Hankins, you want to, not really there.
Oh, they're going to get it.
Well, he's going to have to throw from seat of his pants. That would have been close, you know, at the end.
Well, it would have been out at the non-striker's end, but he didn't have to slide. There should never have been two there. It's let Hankins back on strike. A direct hit at the non-striker's end would have been out, but that's pretty poor fielding overall.
But it almost, well, put it that way, creates a chance to get VJ out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Run.
You don't give any one run away here.
Hey, one run for a throw sitting down. Probably would. Right, this is going to be just a single down to Momand. I actually think it's a good trade-off. He might not get another chance.
Yeah, but you're not doing it. It's just he ran in a slid for no reason. There should be no twos on this field. But anyway, Romani started okay here. VJ's 2 off 2. 37 for 1. This game's just bubbling. There's a lot of twists and turns still to come. We've got a proper, what day is it, Saturday?
Yeah, I think so.
Saturday night finals, baby.
Saturday night's all right for fighting, Corey. You might have one on your hands. Just stay near me when we walk through the fan zone. Anyway, full toss, asking for trouble, but he's hit it straight down his throat, and he's gone. And so VJ just mistimes that one, and well, he survived a half chance. That one, a genuine one, just didn't get it in the middle of the bat. Let's have a look on the replay next to Spring Productions. Oh, I mean, he's short, but we had one of these in the first innings that wasn't called, did we? But anyway, we'll see what they think here. I mean, it's a big call. It's actually a little bit higher than I thought live.
I don't know. It's a tight one again. He's been given out. Yeah, it's the right decision. It's one of those ones, it's always difficult to tell when the ball is dipping. And because he's got his shirt untucked, it's
exactly
really difficult
the same as the one in the first innings that wasn't called either. So, I mean, you have to say it's consistent. But VJ, what a time for him to miss time a full toss.
Sometimes when you get a full toss, you're just not expecting it. It hits high up on the bat, so he has to go. Does bring new man to the crease, Edwards, who's batting at 3 earlier in the week. He's down at 4, left-hander. Can obviously hit the long ball as well. One of these two, can they keep going? Unfortunately for VJ, didn't click tonight. He'll be disappointed. And what a game. What a game. Good catch, by the way. Not an easy one.
Yeah, well, this guy, he can whack him. Edwards, he was the player that first kind of clicked on opening morning for Hornchurch. Right, he just feels it this, and Sher Ali. Oh, wow, he's become a very good wicket keeper, Sher. Wow, what an interesting game this is. It's just a prod, wasn't it? So there we go, end of the over, 37 for 2.
Oh, well, we've had a night of high drama. We've got 6 overs to go. Hornchurch need almost a flat 100, 102.
Batting to come. Malik.
Hankins,
Harry Hankins, Arthur George.
I'm Malik for me. When he clicks, is so destructive. He has to be next, doesn't he?
It's one thing to do it. It's nothing to do it when you have to do it. It's different. If you say, okay, you've got to go at this rate, required 17s, they're very capable. But it's, yeah, again.
Is it Hankins? How in strife is he here, do you think, with swinging at it? Is he just playing within himself a little bit? He's still there.
I don't think he can afford to do that for much longer. You can just see he's got that.
I wonder how much.
I know that looks like.
Oh no.
It's not my night.
Well,
things are going
not his night
me.
yet.
Yeah.
Yet.
You're starting to see the possibility that it might go wrong. I think Hankins.
I think that shake of the head was more frustration at his body.
Yeah,
when you are injured and you're feeling like you might be limited, that must be frustrating. But anyway, Edwards is on strike. What can he do? So I don't know how much time you've got for a lot of that, but I know these players will like to take 1 or 2 balls.
Yeah, and look, he was so good. He struck 55 on opening day, and it's destructive. So, yeah, maybe 2 balls is your max to not be trying more than a prod.
They're still in this game. It takes 1 over of a 20. That we see happen all the time.
Well, that one's asking for it, and it gets it. This full toss isn't going to be caught. Not on the field anyway. Maximal for Hankins.
No, it hasn't been even looked at by the umpires. So 6 runs to the total. And George Hankins asked the umpire. Asad Ali said, I think it's a much lower, and it's another one, isn't it? What do you think, Vinny?
Yeah, I think this is okay. Again, he's crouching.
Because he's crouching.
And, yeah, I think you can tell that's going to go below.
Close one, but yeah, when they're crouching, I guess always works against you a little bit.
Well, that was absolutely laced
Well,
by Hankins.
okay, that tells me his hip is still going.
And he's trying to say, look how high it was, but yeah.
Because he was crouching, worked against him.
True. Like I said, they've been consistent with those in the final. Now goes back and chops. Half a chance. Oh, tight one. Edwards gets through for the single.
Yeah, very tight. Direct hit must have been close. Must have really been close. Edwards is quick, but is he that quick? Let's have a closer look. He is that quick. I reckon he would have made that. Maybe.
Can't tell exactly when it passes the stumps. So to Juan Henry, who's watching from Portugal. Good to have you with us. Also,
Only one.
got a couple of shout-outs as well to Raz Butt, who's watching in England. Ties him up. It's 3 balls. Edwards hasn't been able to move the needle. Also, I want to say hello to all the kids at Whitebridge Primary School. And I know a couple of their teachers in this Hornchurch lineup, so they wanted to shout out.
That's nice.
I know they'll be following on. Staying up a bit late tonight.
I think we've got a serious final on our hands still. I know it looks 92 off 31. We've seen crazy chases at Carnival. With Hankins there, I still believe Hornchurch have got a good shot.
It's hard, it's
4.
really hard.
Shot.
4. That's the power of Hankins right there. Moves into the 30s. The 50 comes up for Hornchurch. Well, they got half of what Hinger had at this stage. The score is 51 for 2. Why don't we welcome you into the commentary box? And once again, every group has its surprises. It's such a roller coaster ride. I can't think of any other format. Even we talk about the format, the 10 over format, but the tournament format. If you think about the World Cup, for example, kind of you have these games. There's 3 or 4 weeks. Teams settle, and eventually you. Every 3 days we're doing the finals. It is insane.
Yeah, and it's because it's the ECL. It's the club teams. I even think at the ECC sometimes you see the bigger nations dominate more. ECL, any team, they've all won the previous year. The confidence is high. They all believe they can come and win here.
That's right, and we talk about clicking at the right time. I mean, Hinger, they had lost their first 3 games. They had to beat the Mechelen Eagles to even make the Final 4 in the first place. And then they have systematically knocked off the 3 teams that beat them, well, except for Hornchurch. And right now, they're 5 overs away from an incredible double play against the English. But I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Yeah, Hinger are probably ahead, but Hankins is Hankins. And with Malik there, I don't know. We've seen too many games on this network. Look, I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to bring it up. It's going to hurt. Zulfikar.
Yeah,
This has a vibe to it that I think if Hankins is there to the end, I still think they get there.
Look, and just having a look at the strategic timeout, they're probably coming at a good time. But yeah, I kind of get what you're saying.
If he's there to the end, you just imagine they're to manufacture these runs.
It'll be very Hornchurch actually to win from this position because they have a tendency to overcome adversity. But there's a point where that doesn't happen. And for them last year, it was in the final against Dreux, where eventually it just wasn't their night with the bat. The chase went a bit south. The difference in that one is Hankins went early. He's still there with 5 overs to go. And I think when you look at their batting with this run rate required, they're very capable to pull this off.
Well, I think even any over that goes for 20, it just brings it back to a little bit of maybe normality for them or makes them feel a bit more comfortable. We have an amazing finish to Group B, a truly amazing finish. Zazai has the ball. He's got 2 overs to go in these last 5. A huge job for him tonight. He has to get it right for the Swedish champs.
Well, that's not right. That's a no ball called straight away, and that's 5 for 3. Well, that's a bit of a bonus. Zazai's been so good. Edwards finally opens his shoulders. Now he's going to get a free hit.
Yeah, you cannot do that. That is sacrilege, and I'm sure, well, the team of Hinger are just a little bit saying, come on, mate, you cannot be doing that. That is a freebie. 5 free runs given away and a free hit. Big moment. That's super helpful for Hornchurch.
Has been careful so far. Doesn't have to be careful here. Free hit time. And he hits it. Does he get it? He does. Well, there's 11 off the first ball of the over. They still believe Hornchurch trying to work their way back in, and Zazai has some issues.
No, this is the over. This is the over now. You got a boost. You're 11 off 1. Can you take this for 30? Can you? And then all of a sudden, you're back in control.
And that's the thing. It's not. These two have a bit of a license as well. It's not like they're out of batting either if they were to lose a wicket. They don't want to do that right now, though.
This is going to the wire, this game, Vinny.
Zazai round the wicket now. And this is going to go up, and that's going to disappear as well. Maximo! Game on. It's been innings of 2 halves all night, hasn't it, in this final? And Hornchurch have started like a storm here in the 6th.
Game on, all right. 17 off 2. If I'm Hinger, I'm thinking, where's Baloo? I'd be calling him and telling him, but break your shoulder, you have to bowl the next. I'd be tempted. This is still, I think, those 17 runs of 2 balls with all these wickets in hand.
Mr. Miyagi in the back room.
Yeah, just
rub the hands
I
together.
mean, Zazai is under the pump massively now.
Back to basics. Easy to say, hard to do with this kind of pressure. Hornchurch ahead now on the percentages.
What a swing.
Now he's going to go up and over the top, and that's going to be 4. So another boundary, and this has gone magical. We're only halfway through this 6th over.
Game change, 3 balls. Game's just flipped on its head in 3 balls. Crazy cricket, and this is why T10 is such an interesting format, because if you don't stay switched on, just for a little bit, it can twist, and this is what's happened.
He goes shorter and into the pitch that time.
He's panicking.
He's thinking here, he's just thinking, I need to get out of this over.
Oh, you'd be, right now you're panicking. You don't actually want the ball in your hand. It's very hard to come back from this.
Brown arcing up. Another high one. That's going to be another no ball, the 2nd of the over. And another free hit. This time it's Hankins to face it.
The wheels have fallen off for Zazai. What is happening? Oh boy, good from Sher Ali, the keeper, to come have a chat. This is a clear no ball. Hankins has a free hit. He bowls another, he's out the attack.
Yeah, true. But I mean, at this stage, what do you do? Lob one over the head.
But they're back in
walk.
control. They're back in control of this chase.
Zazai's an important bowler, and he's got it wrong there, but he's been very, very good over the last few games. But this is just 2 minutes to forget for him. Now Hankins has a look around.
Wow.
Edwards has helped him out. Remember Edwards, he was careful for a couple of balls, wasn't he? Free hit. Hankins is going to sweep it, doesn't get it. Doesn't matter if he catches it or not. Yassine lets it bounce and then takes. That's also pretty clever from the youngster, just to make sure he keeps it to 1.
Yeah, clever fielding. Didn't have to attack it with the catch. Let it bounce, get the throw back. He got away with that. That easily could have been 6. They need a wicket, actually. It's funny how this game twists.
They've used their 5 bowlers right now.
What a game.
If Zazai isn't getting it right, do you go back to him or not?
No.
This one ties him up. And well attempted foot fielding there. I think it's 2. They're going to take it on. They'll get it in the end. Keeper not in position.
You just know.
ECN cricket.
This is, you got to love it.
We never imagined when ECN went global back in 2019, the first ever ECL, that it would grow into cricket under lights, a team from Sweden, a team from England, 2 champion teams going head to head and trading blows. Last ball, the 6th. It's probably a wide, you know. He walks at him but doesn't really go across. So Zazai will have to bowl it again. 25. Pull the over back because that ain't finished yet. Could go supersonic here with a 6.
I have a feeling it will. You got a feel for Zazai because he's just under the pump and he's folded to the pressure.
Last ball, the over, take 2. Another wide. He's almost hitting his spots, but almost. 26 off the over now, and any boundary will take it supersonic.
Well, look, to be honest, if this keeps going like this, they're going to need a wicket somewhere. The chance will come. Will they take it? One of these 2 might offer a chance. If they both keep going like this, they'll find a way to get these runs.
They're still marginally behind the required rate. The red line. Last ball, take 3, and this one is going to disappear. So the last ball goes for 8, and Hornchurch swing themselves back into the game. Supersonic. 32 come off the 6th, and it's 85 for 2.
Oh, Zazai, goodbye. The 2 no balls are unforgivable. I know 6s and 4s happen in this format, but big full bungers that go for 6 can't happen. And now they've got questions about who's going to bowl another over. I'm sorry, you've got to say, Baluch, rip your shoulder off. I don't care anymore. You've got to bowl here.
Baluch will feature for Team Europe in the Western Shield on the 6th and 7th of April.
People who don't know Baluch, he's their left arm quick. He's probably their strike bowler by a long way, but
you can't physically do it. But then again, why is he in the team then if you
exactly
can't do it, you know? Edwards has raced to 29 off 10 after a careful start. Hankins to face Zuvak. And this is a false shot. They'll get away with it. Might get 2 here, you know, if they're quick.
Yeah,
they
quick.
Will. That went into the gap.
There he is.
There's Baluch.
Hey, he threw it.
Look at him.
It's his other shoulder.
He looks like, was that Mortal Kombat when they say finish him? It looks like finish him right now, Baluch.
Vinny, the rate's down to something way more manageable. 13.
It's the first time they're ahead of the rate. First time they're ahead. Maybe since the first over. Next one. Zubak wins it. I know that some people were saying that Tarek has the look of Bill Murray and Kingpin with his run-up. There's a bit of feedback I got.
How good's Edwards been since those first few balls? He's just clicked. He's a big man.
Had the no ball 4 that just allowed him to just take the handbrake off. He's never looked back.
Yep.
Lesbourne gets across and misses. Get Peel, but I don't think there's any bad on that. Off the pad, share.
Good comeback ball from Zuak.
Still, win a ball. Maybe just stop thinking about the game. Just concentrate on the next ball. Win a ball.
Great comment from Robin Petty in the chat. It's just an over the Swedes need to put behind them. They've been good, but for 6 balls.
Now, thick edge and gone. Ooh. So Edwards goes, and look who it is that takes the catch as Zubak breaks through. Edwards, a very meaningful contribution. It's Omran Zazai that takes the catch, and Hornchurch, 88 for 3.
You'll never see a more disappointed man take a catch because that last over has hurt him deeply, but still, it's a wicket. It's a dot ball.
If he dropped that.
If he dropped that, you might be pulling the guillotine out. But look, he takes the catch. Well done to him, because I know he would have been thinking about something else.
Yeah, it's hard to put out him on. Here's the thing, Zazai got it very wrong, but he's had such a good couple of games. Do you ever trust him to go back and have another over? They've only used 5 bowlers so far. Well batted by Lesbourne. Edwards, 29 off 12, 3 Maximos and 2 4s. It's 88 for 3. The game takes another turn.
Vinny, I'm getting sweaty up here. I'm sweating. This is a serious final. Look, Adil Malik comes out. If you asked Hornchurch who are the 2 men you want at the crease in this situation, they would say these 2.
I agree with you there.
He hits when he hits it, it's 12.
It's different gravy, to use your words. Tariq to Malik, and a wide. 50-50 around there. Hornchurch noses in front.
While Hankins is there, I think they'll do it. I still think, I said it from the start, he's such a good controller of matches and tempo.
Nose in front, and it's Michael Jackson nose, not a Bill Laurie nose. Malik yet to score, such a big player. Seen bursts of it this week with the bat. Goes back and cuts, finds the fielder.
What an over. Can you tell me what this over's gone for?
This over from Zubak has gone 2, then a leg by, then dot, wicket, wide, dot. So it's only gone for 4.
Seriously,
one of them was a leg by.
Considering the previous over went for 32, Zuak single-handedly has just rejigged it a bit. Well done to him.
You tingling?
I've got so much tingling going on, I need to see a doctor.
50-50 game. Goes after it high.
Whoa. Really
high. I think that's got it, or does it? It does. Maximo! Adil Malik gets his first away and finishes the 7th with a bang. Still a good one though. 10 come off that. So Hooding are happy with that, but not happy with the finish. The score, 95 for 3 after 7.
You have to get your first away and then you feel good. And Malik got it. 44 off 18. No Baluch to bowl. 7 wickets in hand.
Coming up tomorrow, well, certain entities might have rested on the 7th day, but not ECN, because we'll continue with Group C action on a Super Sunday. Old Victorians versus Gamblers getting us going. Also, we've got the Swiss side, Alton, Afyon Karasa, SHS. That'll be pretty interesting to see how they go. And CC Academic Sofia from Bulgaria. Join me, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, along with Andrew Ryan for the first time in ECL 24. Same time tomorrow.
Romani.
3 overs to decide Group B. Starts with a 1.
All bowled.
Do you think is a 60-40 fair? I mean,
yes. Yes, I think batting teams these days, when they see 43 off 17, aren't panicking at all.
I think it's 1 or 2 dots or even singles can just change that so quickly.
Well, out of that, if you hit 4 sixes out of 17 balls, you get close. Very, very, very close, if not win. So Malik's there, Hankins is there, 60-40's fair.
Romani loves to hit the block hole. Just misses down the leg side. The length was there, the line wasn't.
Tough format, isn't it? Just missing the leg stump. It's a wide.
Nervous?
Not nervous. I think that...
Excited?
Excited's the right word. This is a great game. This
is your senses are elevated right now?
Highly elevated.
What a match. This one might be okay, you know. Just sneaks inside. It was just inside, but I think it's a good call.
Yeah. Well bowled.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I saw it. 50-50
Poor
call,
Romani's deep breathing. He knows this is a big over. Well bowled. Well, seriously, it's not easy to do what he's doing, and he's landing Yorkers.
Very good at hitting his length, and yeah.
They're going to have to use a 6th bowler, or are they going to go back to...
I wonder if they'll go back to Zazai. I mean, Les is gone.
Oh, my head's going to... This is an ECN Classic. I'm calling it.
How much stock do you put in that 1 over And also, where's his head at? That's the other thing.
It didn't look good when he took the catch.
Uraman vibes from ECL.
Rest his soul.
ECC 23. Oh, misses left, he gets lucky, gets 4. Hankins, anything but convincing. Well, the French did him last year, but he goes French cut into Cockney corner, and the 100 comes up unconvincingly from Hankins.
On another day, that crashes into the off or leg stump off the inside edge. Today it goes 4. Maybe it's Hornchurch's day. Cockney corner, believe. Huge 2 deliveries. Can he somehow sneak out of this over and leave it to about 35-34? If it goes for a 6 and a 6 or a 6 and a 4, Hornchurch in complete control.
Hankins 39. Doesn't get it, but gets 1. Well, Jeff in the chat saying ECN building dreams and delivering some sort of entertainment as well, likes of which we've never seen before.
What a night. What a
Malik
night.
he's looking point. He's trying to work.
There we go.
Maybe
Big,
looking to
huge
carve.
ball. Huge ball.
Last ball, the over. He goes high,
6.
and he goes down to the ground. Well, there's that Malik power. Maximo! 2 overs left. We're no closer to knowing who's coming back. It's 109 for 3 with 30 required off the last 2.
Great shot. It's a great shot. Malik doesn't hit just little sixes. He hits big daddy sixes. That's a big daddy 6.
Thing is, Romani's so good at hitting the block hole, but he misses by a metre there, I think. Maybe half a metre, and it's enough for Malik to get under it. And have a look at where they are. They are right on the rate at the moment as we get ready for over number 9.
Hold on. Hold the phone. Baluch is bowling. It's an ECN classic. The guy with one shoulder has called for the ball and he's bowling the 9th. Baluch is going to bowl with one shoulder.
We can only bowl the 1 over then because we're 8 overs in. So this is it. He's got 6 balls.
So Baluch apparently has ripped his shoulder, his right arm shoulder. He's a left arm seam bowler, and they've said, we don't care, Baluch, rip it.
Does he even try and have a front arm here, or is he
I don't even know what we're about to see. Can he bowl?
Baluch.
Oh, what a call.
Down to 1 shoulder. He's going to bowl the 9th. And he gets the first one wrong, and you can see the discomfort there straight away.
They've gambled. They've just gambled, and I rate it. I don't mind a gamble. But his pec is gone, or shoulder's gone on his right side. He's a left arm seam bowler.
Came through all right, but it's got to be in your head, doesn't it?
Oh, what a call from Hooting, and they've bowled the injured man. You got to love it. ECN classic. This is a classic.
Get out the painkillers.
I'm feeling the pain. He's in Team Europe. He's going to be out after this.
Well, be nice knowing you. Can he get it right here? Oh, another one. It wasn't too much on this from Baluch, and that's disappeared. Maximo! Hornchurch get it down to 23 off 11. What a match.
They've gambled, and it might not pay off. They've really gambled with this.
There wasn't that normal zip on that, was there? Look, he's like a winged chicken. Not able to get any kind of power out of that front side.
This is all because the other over went 32, supersonic, so they can't. They're scared about who to bowl. They've gone to Baluch. Baluch is injured.
Does he try and at least go kind of roll the cutter, not try and bowl pace on
just
here?
Just bowl a slow ball. Just
Hankins 46.
While Hankins is there, they win.
2 players looking good for Hornchurch.
Oh,
that was
that's
not
pretty
better.
good. Tell you what, if I could bowl that with one arm.
Scary when a guy can bowl faster than you can with your neighbour
doing
body.
that with one arm.
That shows he's still got it a bit. I mean, is he still the best option, even though he's not quite himself here, Baluch? Maybe.
Well, they're still there. Hornchurch, the timing there run well here.
Jeez, it seems like we're going to the last over here, doesn't it?
But yeah, we're definitely going somewhat to the last over. Is it still a game in the last over? We'll find out.
Baluch, through immense discomfort, gets
no.
this wrong, and great stop by Sher Ali. He's only asked to don the gloves today. I wonder, did maybe Baluch try around the wicket?
Yeah,
and
I was just thinking that.
Seems like he's falling away a long way, and maybe he can just get a different angle going, maybe put the fine leg back, I don't know.
I think he's just, someone's got to tell him a slower ball's not a bad option
Still
here.
got 4 balls to bowl this over.
Oh boy, he's got a lot of pain
Hard
coming
to
up.
watch. That's going to be worked away, and with the pace it goes for 6. Maximo! Malik on under lights. Hornchurch desperate to make it back to the big dance, and a deal gets them 6 closer.
What a shot. It was on the hip. He had to catch up with it, and now Hornchurch in complete control. They've sort of snapped the back or the shoulder, you could say, of the Swedes, and they would have to fall over their feet to lose from here.
He's got to win the next contest. That's what Baluch needs to think about here. He is going to go around the wicket now. Maybe this is a cutter. Tell you what, Malik likes it. He could just drill it over long off for 6. Baluch. Nice spear down the leg side again.
They took the risk, and sometimes in life, when you take a gamble, it doesn't pay off, and this just is one of those moments.
Fifth bowler really hurting Hinger here.
Yeah. Wow.
Still, as long as there's more runs than balls, I feel like there's still a chance. You get a sky ball, you get a wicket, you get another batter out. There's got to be nerves flying around. Baluch is only halfway through this over, and it's gone for 16 already. Now he does go pace off, and Adil's ready for it. Maximo! As Hornchurch get it down to 8 off 8.
Well, they are somewhat getting rid of the nightmare against Drew last final in 2023. It's 2024, and you'd have to think now they're going to go back to championship week and potentially have a chance at winning that trophy.
Hard to see a path back. Got to start with these 2 balls. Will they even make it out of the 9th alive? Hinger. Oh, maybe.
Not bad.
Maybe. It's good wheels.
It's good wheels for a guy with one arm. They took the gamble, and I can totally understand, but maybe you had to wait till the last to do that. Was there anyone else that could have bowled this?
The youngster. Oh, well last night. Again, that's risky. Look, 8 off 7. If you can get another dot here, I mean, you'd love a wicket.
What an innings from Malik, though. 25 off 8.
In class. Deep in the crease. And this is high. Well, it's a must catch. You've got to make it into a catch. 2 fielders going to come together. It gets away and it goes to the boundary. Well, big moment there. 2 fielders came together. They can't even keep it in the field of play. And Hornchurch, we will go to the last. They only require 4 for a spot in championship week. 135 for 3 after 9.
Cracker of a game. Absolute cracker of a game. But you feel that was the last chance saloon that had to be caught, get a new player to the crease. But unfortunately, Hinger, who have put up a serious fight all day.
Oh, boy. Look, this is going to be the 3rd time a team has posted 100 in the first 5 overs of a match and lost. Only the 3rd time in over 5,000 matches.
Yeah.
And to do it in a final, Hinger, they'll wonder, how did this get away? I think they're looking at...
I'll rate this. Sher Ali, the wicket keeper, is D-padding to bowl the last.
It's like, well, he's a good bowler. But again, he hasn't bowled at all in the tournament.
I'll rate this. Imagine the scenes if the keeper comes on to defend 4.
All right. Is he? Actually, I don't know if he is.
Oh, he's not. Oh, I thought he was D-padding for...
They were thinking about it.
No, well, he's been called off by the captain. That would have been a nice moment.
Win the contest. It's tough because you can't really come up and save a single. It's going to go to Nasir Iqbal. Hankins 47 off 22. They've rallied around George, haven't they, in this innings? With Lesbourne, with Adil. Iqbal will need to do the highly improbable here. Hornchurch, 4 runs away. Hinger need a dream over to push this further.
They would need the most miraculous over ever.
Gone. New batter to come out. Hankins goes for 47. It ain't over till it's over. That was well taken. Rashid Khan takes the catch. Hankins gets them so far, but he won't drag them across the line. It's 135 on the board for the loss of 4.
Well, he did his job, though. He controlled the tempo of the chase, and he's good at that. Even if he's not going 60 off 20, he's going 47 off 22, and he's just a good partner to have at the non-strikers end the whole time as well. That would have been the winning runs if it was left or right of the fielder by a metre or 2, but it went straight to him.
You're right. Well taken by Rashid.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed that he didn't get that away.
Yeah, he will be, but I think he's pretty happy to walk up under these circumstances.
Yep.
47, gutsy stuff from George Hankins, but he has to go with 4 required, 135 for 4.
That does give Harry Hankins the opportunity to hit the winning runs. Can he do it?
Well, they'll get something. Is that in the gap? That's it. Hornchurch have done it. They concede 100 in the first 5 overs of the Group B final, but they are coming back. There's a ground invasion. Cockney Corner has ignited, and England will be represented again in the championship week of ECL 24. Hornchurch are back.
Yeah, fair play. That was a serious chase. They were put under the pump. Malik came in the middle half and really hit a few big sixes. And overall, a great game of cricket. Seriously, good game of cricket for the network, for everyone at home on a Saturday night. If you've joined us on your Saturday night to watch that, I hope you've enjoyed.
Oh, well, I mean, hitting out, you'd have to be heartless not to feel something for them after that barnstorming run. But Hornchurch means a lot to them, a team that thought they wouldn't even be back at ECL 24 at all. But with the expanded format, they do get a gig. They had a tough group. A lot of people saying this is the group of death, with 2 English sides and 3 very, very capable continental sides. But Hornchurch, they just have a way of winning and performing when it counts the most. There's Teddy Coney. He took an incredible catch earlier on to swing the game against Wimbledon. And they did it, I suppose, in the orthodox fashion, winning through from qualifier 1. Wimbledon fell over in qualifier 2. Hinger, well, they have a lot to be proud of. They've represented their nation with distinction there. And they were flying away. They had that belief. That'll hurt. And Hornchurch players, they'll know what that feels like as well after they lost the final last year. But a magnificent cricket match in the end. It is Hornchurch, our second qualifiers for Championship Week.
Yeah, they deserve it. They got there in the end. You got to feel a little bit for Hinger. They got drawn in a group with 2 English sides, right? And they pushed them deep. So you got to feel for them. But overall, Hornchurch just had that little bit of extra depth with the bat, a little bit of extra depth with the ball, and they will come back for their second chance in Championship Week.
And they'll want to make it count as well. There's a Wimbledon group as well, very sporting as well. Really enjoyed what they brought to the table this week. Same with Prague CC and the Mechelen Eagles. But it's a big moment for Hornchurch. Oh, crazy stuff,
Good
really.
final. Overall,
we've had 2 brilliant games of cricket in the final.
Yeah, just a good final. Topsy-turvy, players are stepping up when they do. Share Ali's innings, amazing innings of the tournament so far. For Hornchurch, I think Hankins playing through some pain there. Malik's cameo, and also the cameo from Lesbourne Edwards. He hit it pretty flush, and 3 cameos get you through. Yeah,
You're right about that. So Hornchurch now are on the list. It's a pretty exclusive list. 35 clubs will start this journey. Only 7 will make it to the Week 4 Championship Week. And Hornchurch will be there, of course, joining Ginebrescia and 5 other qualifiers. Of course, Group C starts tomorrow. Join us for that. But thriller-minute stuff, really, in the Group B final. Started with a 50-50, and really, it rarely deviated too far from that till that very last push from Hornchurch. Eventually, they've got what it takes to get through.
Yeah, they do. Hankins, well, he controlled the chase, didn't he? As we mentioned, he's a good player. Billy Gordon was at the top again, who got a couple of boundaries early. This was the first wicket, a really good catch from the young man, Yassine Khan. He's impressed the 15-year-old. They took the first one, and at this stage, the Swedes thought they were on something. But while Hankins was there, Vinny, he just timed his run perfect.
Yeah, it was a nuts game, really. I mean, if you told me teams could get 100 in the first 5 and then lose, I'd say you're crazy, but I've seen it 3 times now. I mean, in the first 5, Hornchurch, they were able to get 85, but 34 of those came in the 5th, and that's where all went wrong, didn't it? That supersonic over against Zazai has been so good for them. He played, almost an equal player of the match role in the previous game. But it just went very, very wrong. A couple of full bungers going the distance. Those extra balls went the journey.
You got to feel for him a bit. Just under pressure, I hate to say he's used the word, he's choked a bit. A 32 run over with some big full tosses. Didn't adjust well to a lefty-righty. And that 32 run over has probably knocked them out.
Well, 34, but who's counting?
Was it 34?
Anyway,
Was it 34?
It was 34
there
in the
you go.
end.
I mean, to defend
couple of leg buys in there, so 34 total. And then, look, in the end, Malik came out. And what Malik was going to come out? The one that wanted to poof big sixes out of here.
Yeah.
That was that bit of luck as well. You can't do it without a bit of luck. Hankins could have chopped on, but instead he got 4. And you're right about the big daddy sixes from Adil. Baluch came on. He was being held together with sticky tape, to use an old
what's your
reference.
thoughts on that one?
Oh, well, it might have worked. I mean, some of the balls were okay. It just also, he's running into 2 guys that are in by then as well. So it's very different taking the new ball.
It's a tough one.
Rock in a hard place. I mean, hindsight's 2020. You've gotta go with your instincts at the time. And if he was on the field, that was the kind of over he was there to bowl. Otherwise when? You know, that backs to the wall. There were 30 to win off 2. There were 4 to win off the last. And heartbreak for the Swedes, although they pushed it right to the end. Hankins went first ball of the last. But then it would all be over. And it's Hankins, Harry Hankins that is, that finishes things off. And they're pumped. And so are their supporters. We'll expect the English invasion to continue in Championship Week. They got all the way to the final last year. But on a Friday night, Drew knocked them out of the running. They'll have the chance to do it again. Hornchurch have a big following. They've got a big community right behind them. And they will get their shot at glory again in the European Cricket League 2024.
Life doesn't always give you second chances, but Hornchurch have got one. 47 at 23 for Hankins, 29 of 12 for Edwards, 29 of 9 for Malik, 13 extras. But that was enough to get them there. Realistically, they should have been chasing 160. And then it's a different game, but they bowled well in the last 5.
That's what I said at the 5 over mark in the first innings. I said even an average second half, you're chasing 160 to 170, and that is a very different proposition. 47 to Hankins, though, battled through some pain there. 29s for Edwards and Malik, and Hankins is the guy that drags them over the finish line in the end. And for Hinger, well, what a run. If you told me after their first 3 games that they'd be 100 in the final after 5 overs, I would have said you're crazy. But look, Saeed Ahmed had a brilliant tournament, I think, with the bat and the ball. 1 for 16 for him. Wickets also for Nazir Iqbal, as well as Samuel Rahmani, Tarek Zubak. Sazai just had a real tough one at the office, and Baluch, they brought him on as an emergency option, but could have put out the fire.
Oh, what the 5th bowler go for there? 58.
Probably 60 if you include a couple of leg byes there. So, look, in the end, it is what it is. Hinger have a lot to be proud of. They will be the 2nd place holders in Group B. Also, of course, wishing them all the best for the season ahead. There's the summary, and with 4 balls to spare, Hornchurch are the winners of Group B, and what a final that we had once again. Well, let's welcome you up to the commentary box then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Corey Rutgers. Now, you wanted a big final, we got a big final. We had the unpredictability that we've come to expect. I mean, it started with Hinger upsetting Prague CC because they were lower ranked, and then we saw, actually, the final was the only one where the higher ranked team actually won, because it was 2 beating 1 with Hornchurch going straight through to the final, and then we had 4 beating 1 in the Q2, or the preliminary final as you like to call it. So it was a day full of surprises. But Hornchurch, hey, you can't take it away from them. They just kind of had the medal when it counted the most.
Yeah, they just over the line in the end with that batting from Malik and Lesbourne in the middle, and Hankins controlling the chase. But they were pushed, and a lot of credit goes to the Swedes. They're the team that's actually made today that exciting.
And we talk about dreams coming true in moments, and I think about things like Yassine Khan, the 15-year-old, under the high ball with all the pressure on him in the final and reeling it in. Things like that. I mean, they're the moments that make ECN tick. I think a lot of what we do here at ECN is about trying to promote the game and build the game for the next generation. Yassine is certainly one of those players in Sweden. It was really great to see him proudly singing the national anthem before the game as well. So, although I know he'll be super disappointed, I mean, let's just hope it's not his last ECL. Maybe there's plenty more ahead of him, maybe some ECCs as well. But yeah, unpredictable, crazy, ECN, that's what we're all about.
Yeah, and Group C, Group D, Group E, Group F, Group Forever. We don't stop. Group C tomorrow, very exciting, Vinny, because other teams are going to get their opportunity.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Group C starts with teams from Jersey, Portugal, Switzerland, Turkey and Bulgaria, starting with Old Victorians versus Gamblers SC, starting at that same time, 10 a.m. GMT, 11 in Central Europe, and also 3:30 p.m. in India. And we're going to let the Rhino loose for a full day with me on Sunday so that you and Rico can have the day off.
Yeah, good to have Andrew Ryan join us. Start of Group C. Interesting group, some new teams, and looking forward to seeing who gets through in that one.
Different kind of a look there. And I think 4 of those teams are new to the EC. I think only Alton have been before. So that's going to be pretty interesting as well. Running a bit over, but I want to say congratulations to all the teams here in Group B, not forgetting the Mechelen Eagles who, didn't quite hit their straps, let's be honest, and that's the nature of this group format. To Prague CC, and don't forget they beat Wimbledon yesterday, and then we had Hinger make that long run to Wimbledon themselves. I really enjoyed what they brought to the competition, and Hornchurch, well, somehow they have made it back, and expect Cockney Corner to be alive and well. Don't worry, I'll protect you But I want to say thanks to everyone here, including the Blue Crew, all the players, officials, and everyone here that's made our first week so special. It's not over yet. We're back tomorrow with the start of Group C. For now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maxim, on behalf of Rico Full and Corey Ruckers. Stay happy, stay safe. I'll be taming the rhino tomorrow as Group D begins, and we'll be back tomorrow for more European Cricket League. Enjoy the best bits of Group B Finals Day. And hasta mañana.